Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Luffy Ace Sabo Sailed Grandline with Unique Devil Fruit. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Luffy stood at the pier connected to Fuchsia Village and looked at the four-man fishing boat he was setting out in. He couldn't believe what had happened since he met Shanks all those years ago and how much had changed since he met his brothers. 10 years ago, Monkey D. Luffy was sitting in Makino's bar and had just watched his new idol Shanks get embarrassed by some mountain bandit. He was shocked that the man he looked up to could act in such an unmanly way, and he was disappointed as he thought Shanks was some big-shot pirates. Shanks had red hair, 3 scars across his left eye, and wears slightly loose brown trousers cut below the knee and collected halfway up the shin, with golden buttons down the outer leg. He also wears a white shirt which is only half buttoned, leaving part of his chest exposed. A large red sash is tied around his waist and holds his saber on the right side. He also wears a straw hat. Why's that fruit look like that? Luffy wondered as he looked at the strange-looking fruit. The fruit is a violet, spherical-shaped fruit with a stem sprouting out of the top, with swirls that go in a curly S-like pattern. Don't eat that, Ben Beckman told Luffy as he appeared behind him, unless you want to lose your ability to swim. Ben was a tall man, with jet black hair pulled back into a ponytail, and a cigarette in his mouth. He wears a black, V-neck shirt, along with loose dark green pants with numerous pockets on them, tucked inside his buckled boots. He also wears a sash around his waist, to which he attaches his rifle in a pistol-like fashion. What do you mean? Luffy asked Ben. He was the smartest man Luffy had ever met. That's a devil fruit. If you eat one of those you can get some sort of power, but you will never be able to swim again, Ben said. There are 3 types of devil fruits. Paramecia, like this fruit, can give you the powers that affect your body, manipulate the environment, or produce substances. This fruit is the Gamu Gamu no Mai and will turn you into a rubber man. Zoan is the next category, and this type of fruit allows you to transform into another species, such as an ox. The final type is the strongest. The Loja fruits give the user the ability to create limitless amounts of an element or force of nature, and to turn into that same element or force of nature. The problem with these fruits is that users sometimes get overconfident and die early. That's so cool, Luffy yelled in awe. I want to eat a Loja. Of course you do, Ben muttered as he rubbed the boy's head. Devil fruits are rare and worth a fortune if you are looking to sell one. Some people even steal devil fruits. There's even a rumor going around that the Revolutionary Army stole 3 Loja-class fruits from the Marine. Really? Luffy asked as he looked at Ben. Have any of you eaten a devil fruit? Not yet, Ben told him, although some of us may eat one. Why haven't you ever eaten one? Luffy asked in curiosity. Never came across one that I want, Ben told him. There's an encyclopedia for devil fruits if you are lucky to find one that has been eaten before. Tell me more, Luffy asked as he took notice of Shanks closing the chest and locking it. Okay, Shanks cut in. Story time. Who first? Usopp asked. Usopp is a slim man and has rather large lips and a stubble of facial hair and has blonde hair in tight curls. He wears a dark blue shirt, dark green pants reaching down to his calves and blue shoes with buckles on them, as well as a blue headband with his name written on it. Not you, Lucky Roo stated. We've heard enough about your son for today. Lucky Roo has a round body shape and he is holding a rack of meat. He is wearing goggles, a green t-shirt with white vertical stripes on it, paired by a matching bandana on his head, short white pants with a dark green sash around his waist, and green shoes with fur around the ankles. He has a yellow coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, with a fur-lined collar and red epaulets with black stripes on them. Shishishishi, Luffy giggled. They know you well. A few days later, where is everyone? Shanks wondered aloud as his ship docked. I would have especially thought Luffy would have been here. Usopp, Ben yelled. On it, Usopp yelled as he activated his Kenbenshoku Haki and felt a mass amount of panic outside of Makino's bar. Something's happening outside of the bar. Let's go, Shanks yelled as he took off towards the bar. It didn't take long for Shanks and his crew to arrive at the location that the panic was coming from. They saw the mountain bandit that had entered the bar the other day. Haguma was a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair, a black goatee, and an X-shaped scar above his right eye. He wore a long red coat over a white shirt, black trousers, and a golden necklace. What's happening here? Shanks asked as he walked through the crowd. I thought you said your punch was as strong as a pistol, Luffy. Shanks, Luffy yelled. He just took me by surprise. Not another step, one of the bandits stated as he held a pistol to Shanks' head. Risk your life on it, Shanks stated. What? The bandit asked. With that pistol, you will risk your life, Shanks told him. What the hell are you talking about? The bandit asked in curiosity. This isn't a child's game, Shanks stated as Lucky Roo appeared next to the bandit and shot him in the head. You killed him, one of the bandits yelled out in shock. What unfair bastards, another bandit yelled. Unfair? Usopp questioned. Don't be native, Ben told them. You're not fighting against holy men. The ones before you are pirates, Shanks told them. "Shut up. We don't have any business with you," a bandit yelled. "Listen here, I can have food or drinks spilled on me, or even be spit at and I'll laugh at it," Shanks stated in anger. "However, if for any reason you hurt a friend of mine, I won't forgive you," Shanks, Luffy whispered in shock. "Ha ha ha, you won't forgive us," Haguma laughed. "Freaking pirates, men, kill them all. I'll handle them," Captain Ben stated as he stepped forward. "No, I will," Shanks stated, shocking the crew. "I want to test something." Shanks stepped forward with a grin as he watched the bandits run towards him. He looked up as they closed in and unleashed a wave of Heishoku Haki. In an instant, the bandits dropped to the ground with their mouth foaming as Luffy struggled to his feet. "Shanks, what are you doing?" Ben asked in shock. "I was right," Shanks muttered as he stopped using his Haki. He resisted it. "What was that pressure?" Luffy asked as he stumbled towards Shanks. "It felt like I was going to pass out." "You will find out if you set sail," Shanks told him. "Now let's get a drink. Ben, take care of the bandits." "Aye," Captain Ben replied as he walked over to their unconscious bodies. Days later. "You're not going to ask me if you can come along?" Shanks teased as he looked down on the black-haired boy. "No," Luffy stated. "Oh, really?" Shanks questioned. "I'm going to form a better crew than you and become bigger than you," Luffy yelled. "I'm going to become the Pirate King." "Do you mean that?" Shanks questioned. "I do," Luffy replied in conviction. "Then when you do, return this to me," Shanks stated as he placed his straw hat on Luffy's head. "This is my treasure, so I expect you to look after it." "I will," Shanks, Luffy yelled with tears flowing. "I promise I will." "Then I will see you at the top," Shanks yelled as his ship started to sail. Present day. Luffy held his hat as he stared out at the sea in front of him. This was another step towards meeting Shanks and fulfilling his dream. As he thought over that memory, he remembered the second time he met pirates. That time he didn't leave with a happy memory and a tearful goodbye. That time he left with scars on his body. 10 years ago. It had been 3 months since Luffy had met Shanks and he was following his new brother Ace through the forest. Plenty had changed over the last few months. Luffy's grandfather Garp had showed up and forced him to live with some mountain bandits led by Daten. He had met the boy that Garp told him would be his brother Ace the same day. Ace had spat on him and ran away, but Luffy kept trying. Ever since that day, Luffy had been following Ace every day, though the older boy didn't like the attention and had been doing everything in his power to avoid Luffy, including throwing him into a pit of crocodile. But Luffy had finally did it. He had finally found where Ace was going and seen him meeting another young boy named Sabo. "Do we have enough for a pirate ship?" Ace asked as he stood over the treasure they collected. "Not yet," Sabo replied. "You guys want to be pirates?" Luffy asked in excitement as he exited the forest. "I want to be one too." "Damn it," Ace yelled. "Tie him up." "On it," Sabo yelled as he quickly ran some rope around Luffy and towed the boy up. "What do we do?" Ace asked as he looked at the young boy. "We have to keep our secret safe." "I won't tell anyone," Luffy promised. "We have to kill him," Ace proposed. "Okay," Sabo stated. "You do it." "I've never killed anyone," Ace said. "Why don't you do it?" "I've never killed anyone," Sabo told him. "You do it." "No, you," Ace shot back. "I heard something." They heard a shout. "Shit," Ace muttered as he untied Luffy and dived into the bushes. "That's Porkami," Sabo said. "He's the guy the pirates that we robbed told us about." Porkami was a very large man with long whitish blue hair, narrow eyebrow-less eyes, and a broad chest with an open red, ruffle-edged vest. He had tattoos on his left bicep and wore an earring on each ear. He also wore a yellow sash with stripes around his waist and a belt over it. He wore regular pants and boots. He is carrying a large sword. "Where are the brats that stole my money?" Porkami yelled. "Blue Gem's going to kill me." "Where's that other kid?" Sabo asked once Porkami disappeared. Luffy, Ace questioned. "He's here." "No, he's not," Sabo replied. "He's gone." "Damn it," Ace seethed. "He's probably gone to tell someone about our treasure." Ace, a terror-filled scream cut through the forest. "That sounded like him," Sabo said. "We have to go find out where he is." "Later. We have to do something," Sabo whispered as they watched Porkami beat on Luffy with a set of spiked knuckles. "He's already been beat with a hammer. Why hasn't he given them what they want?" Ace questioned in shock. "This could have stopped hours ago." "Ace, we have to do something," Sabo stated in panic as they watched Porkami draw his sword. "Let's save him." "Okay," Ace whispered back. "Now." Ace and Sabo jumped into action with their pipes in their hands. They quickly delivered a blow each to Porkami's sword arm and forced the man to drop the blade. They then swung their pipes and hit Porkami in the face at the same time, knocking the large man out. As soon as this happened, the rest of the pirates run like babies, surprised that 2 boys could take out Porkami. "You idiot," Ace rounded on Luffy as Sabo started to untie him. "Why didn't you tell them where the treasure was?" "I want friends," Luffy muttered in pain. "I have no parents and I'm all alone. I never want to be alone again." "What?" Ace muttered in shock at the boy's words. "Let's get him to Daten's." 1 month later. It had been a month since that terrible incident with Porkami and Luffy was all fixed up. He was engaging in a pipe fight with Ace and once again losing badly. It didn't take long for the older boy to quickly beat Luffy and knock him down. "That's 50 to Ace and 0 to Luffy," Sabo yelled as he watched on. "I'll beat both of you one day," Luffy declared. "I'm sure you will," Ace laughed as he looked at the younger boy. "Now get up." Later, throughout the day that boys had spent plenty of time together. They hunted down gators to eat for dinner. They ran through Grey Terminal, looked through the trash heap for treasure, and then they went into Goa Kingdom and dined at restaurant. As soon as the three boys finished eating, they ran without paying and were soon chased by the authorities. They managed to get away but were surprised when a man yelled out Sabo's name. They continued forwards and ran through Grey Terminal, soon returning to their new home. "Who was that man?" Ace asked as he noticed Sabo's sour look. "Yes, Sabo. Who was that man?" Luffy pressed. I guess I'll tell you," Sabo muttered. "That man was my father." "Your father?" Ace asked. "I thought he was dead." "I lied," Sabo told them. "I'm the son of a noble." So Ace and Luffy replied as they picked their nose. "At least act surprised," Sabo yelled. "I'm sorry for lying." "That's fine, as long as you're sorry," Luffy told him with a large smile. "I'm actually shocked. If you're a noble, why were you living in the trash heap?" Ace asked. "I hated being a noble. I was so lonely," Sabo told them. "Don't worry about that," Ace stated as he walked towards the cliff. "You're not going to be lonely anytime soon." "I guess," Sabo muttered as he rubbed the back of his head. "I'm going to have my name known all over the world," Ace yelled from the cliff. "That's my dream. I'm going to become such a strong pirate my name is known worldwide." "Is that what we're doing?" Luffy asked as he stood next to Ace. "I'm going to become the Pirate King." "What?" Ace muttered in shock. "Of course," Sabo whispered as he stood next to the boys. "I'm going to sail the world and write a book about all my finding." "I thought we all sailed together," Ace whispered. "I know, I stole this from Dadden." "You stole sake from Dadden?" Sabo questioned. "Yeah, with this we become brothers," Ace told them as he poured it into 3 saucers. "Let's drink." Later, "What are you doing?" Ace yelled as Blue Gem held Sabo. Blue Gem was a rather tall man with short hair on the top of his head. That is fashioned in a striped manner, while the hair flowed down long and unkempt down his sides. It seemed half of his molars were missing in an alternating pattern. And he wore a traditional captain's jacket over a white shirt. "Put him down," Luffy screamed as he was held back by some of Blue Gem's pirates. "Don't hurt them," Sabo pleaded. "If you leave them alone, I'll come with you, father." "No, don't do that," Ace yelled. "Don't give up without a fight." "Don't leave us," Luffy begged. "Shut up, brats," Blue Gem yelled. "Leave them alive and don't hurt them," Sabo's father ordered. "Let's go, Sabo." "Now they're gone. We can get you to work, Blue Gem. If you do as we say, we will let go." "Fine," Ace muttered. Later, "What do we do?" Luffy asked as he was tied up beside Ace. "They're going to kill us all." "Hold on," Ace told him as he worked his way out of the ropes and then helped Luffy escape his. "Let's go." "How could they do this?" Luffy muttered in shock as he watched Grey Terminal burn. "Don't worry about that," Ace told him. "Fine, let's get to Dao." Luffy was cut off by a right hook to his face that sent the boy flying back and into the large body of Blue Gem. "What are you doing?" Ace screamed in shock as Blue Gem held Luffy. "Those nobles tricked me," Blue Gem yelled. "So where's your treasure?" "I'll tell you if you let Luffy go," Ace replied. "Good choice," Blue Gem stated as he let Luffy go. "It's in the tree," Ace told him. "Good. Crew, grab the boys," Blue Gem ordered. "But you said you'd let us go," Ace yelled in frustration. "I lied. Just like that blonde brat's father," Blue Gem told him. "That twerp is better off dead." "Don't say that," Luffy roared as he bit down on his captor's arm. "You brat," the pirate roared as he pulled his arm back and cut Luffy across the face with his blade. "You bastards," Ace roared as he unconsciously let loose a wave of Heishoku Haki and knocked out all but Blue Gem and Luffy. "Ace," Luffy whispered. He felt the same power that he felt off Shanks, although much weaker. "Run, Luffy," Ace yelled. "I can't protect you if you're here." "I can fight," Luffy yelled back. "No, leave," Ace ordered. "I wouldn't be worried about him," Blue Gem stated as he kicked Ace to the ground. "Ace," Luffy yelled in fear. "I'll kill this one first," Blue Gem stated as he brought his sword up. "No," Luffy yelled as he let loose his own blast of Heishoku Haki that caused Blue Gem to stumble back and fall to the ground. "Get away from my boy," Dadden roared as she jumped through the fire wielding a giant axe and cut the man down. "Come here." Dadden is a rather tall and overweight woman with long, orange, curly hair and a big, masculine face. She wears a white collar shirt, a pink beaded necklace, checkered trousers held up with a large belt, and heeled boots and carries a large axe. Dadden picked the 2 tired boys up and rushed back through the flames and out of Grey Terminal. She rushed the boys up the hill and collapsed once she made it there as they sat down and watched the remains of Grey Terminal disappear. Later, "Where do you think he is?" Luffy asked as they sat on a hill overlooking the water outside of Goa Kingdom. "Knowing him, he's already run away," Ace laughed as he noticed a large ship on the horizon. "What's that?" "I don't know," Luffy replied. "That small ship over there. That looks like something Sabo would use." "It does," Ace mused. "Actually, let's get down there." "Yosh," Luffy yelled as he followed Ace down the hill. "It is Sabo," Ace yelled as they got closer only to see the larger ship fire and destroy Sabo's. "No, Sabo," Luffy cried. The boys sat where they were for what felt like hours as they noticed the large ship porting and Sabo's small ship get approached by a tiny dingy. "What's happening?" Ace wondered as they watched a strange man fish Sabo out of the water. "We have to follow him." The boys rushed through Goa Kingdom, never taking their eyes off the small boat. They found a small rowboat and jumping in and starting rowing after their boat after the one their brother is in. The boys rowed most of the day but couldn't catch up. They luckily noticed the boat with Sabo on it docking at the island near them. They followed the boat in a dock next to it as they noticed Sabo getting carried away. "Stop," Luffy yelled. "What are you doing with my brother?" Luffy, a strange man with a face tattoo, exclaimed. "How do you know him?" Ace questioned. "Who are you?" "I am Dragon," Dragon replied. Dragon is wearing a long green cloak with the white garb of the revolutionaries underneath. He has spiky black hair with a widow's peak and a tattoo on the left side of his face, which is colored dark red. Also, he appears to have no eyebrows. He has a bit of stubble on his chin and also has a large grin on his face. "We have much to talk about, Luffy, but let's get your brother healed up," Dragon told the boys as he led them to a building. It had been a few days since they boys followed the strange man who fished Sabo out of the water. They hadn't seen him much as they stayed by Sabo's side as the young boy was healed by Dragon's men. They had met a few strange people during their stay at Sabo's side. The most interesting one would have been Ivankov. Ivankov had been the person that was helping Sabo heal and seemed to be trying to find some knowledge from them. "Luffy," Dragon said as he walked into the room guarded by Bartholomew Kuma and Ivankov, "we need to talk." Ivankov is a large man with an afro of blue-purple hair and has long eyelashes. He also has a noticeably odd-shaped chin resembling an arrowhead. He has a Jolly Roger tattooed just below his chest. Kuma is an enormous man. His overall appearance resembles that of a bear, though there are a few key differences. His eyes are strangely covered by either a pair of glasses or clear mirrored lenses. His hat features a pair of rounded ears and, along with the dark blue fabric of his pants, is covered in brown spots. His jacket contains a large white design reminiscent of a target crosshair or a Koda sign. There are also several white paw prints lining the bottom hem of his coat. He also has a long protruding chin. "About?" Luffy asked in curiosity. "We'll do it in my office," Dragon told him. "Follow me." "No," Ace yelled. "You'll do it here." "Come, you have a very protective brother there," Dragon replied with a grin. "I guess we can do it here." "Good," Ace muttered as he glared at the man. "I guess I should start by telling you how I knew your name when you arrived," Dragon said as he looked at his son. "My name is Monkey D. Dragon. I am the son of Garp and the father of Luffy." "What?" Luffy yelled. "You're my father." "How dare you?" Ace yelled in anger. "You abandoned him." "Calm down," Dragon told them. "I'll tell you why Luffy didn't grow up with me." "It better be good," Ace told the man. "Before you were born, I decided to follow in my father's footsteps and become a Marine. I was obviously very good and quickly rose through the ranks, soon becoming nominated to be an admiral and take the name Shiroryu. During this time, I noticed a lot of injustices and thought I could change the world if I became an admiral," Dragon told them softly. "I soon couldn't stand the injustice and fled the Marines. That was when I met your mother. She was a strong woman and I feel deeply in love with her. She helped me see how I could change the world and helped me start the Revolutionary Army. After she gave birth to you, we got separated and I haven't been able to find her since." "That still doesn't explain why you left him," Ace stated in anger. "Soon after she disappeared, I realized I couldn't safely raise Luffy, so I contacted Garp," Dragon stated. "If anyone found out who Luffy was, his life would have been in danger," and Garp agreed. "I knew he could raise a strong kid, so I let him take Luffy." "So, you were worried for me?" Luffy asked timidly. "Of course," Dragon replied with a small smile. "That is also why I wanted to talk to you today." "HMPH, what do you want from him?" Ace asked as he looked at Dragon. "I want all three of you to stay with me for a year," Dragon told the two boys, much to their shock. "Give me a year and I'll make sure you are strong enough to protect yourselves." "Why would you do that?" Ace asked in surprise. "Because I met this young boy before he tried to set out on his adventure," Dragon told them as he pointed at Sabo. "The things he told me are the reason I stayed around long enough to help him." "Fine," Ace whispered as he looked at Luffy. "What do you want to do?" "We'll accept," Luffy yelled cheerfully. "This will help me become the Pirate King." "Pirate King?" Dragon pondered as he smiled at his son. "I could live with that." "All right, I'll train too," Ace told them, "but I will be watching you." "Good, we'll begin once Sabo wakes up," Dragon told them as he looked at Ivankov. "He'll be up in a few hours," Ivankov told them. The next day, Sabo was sitting on the bed looking over the scar he had developed over his eye. The scar was over his left eye and looked like a deep burn. His two brothers watched on as a smile graced his face. They had barely spoken since he had woken up yesterday, although he had heard that they would be staying with Dragon for a year and undergoing training. "Are you ready?" Dragon asked as he walked into room. "We are," Sabo replied for the three, "but first I want to hear about the Revolutionary Army." "The Revolutionary Army was created to overthrow the world government and the nobles," Dragon told him. "We liberate islands' governments and declare them independent from the world government." "Why?" Sabo asked as he locked eyes with Dragon. "Because the world government and the nobles have too much power," Dragon told them. "You saw the results of that power in Grey Terminal." "Okay," Sabo replied with a small smile. "Let's start the training." "You will be training with Kuma for now," Dragon told the blonde boy. "Until your body can take the training, you'll be studying." "Fine," Sabo muttered. "Then I want to learn to navigate." "That can be done," Dragon told him as he called Kuma in. "Luffy and Ace, follow me." "What are we going to be learning?" Luffy asked with a large smile. Before I tell you that, I want you to promise me something, Dragon stated seriously. Don't let people you can't trust know I'm your father. Okay, Luffy replied. So, what are we learning? I'm going to teach you the basics of the Rokushiki, Dragon told them. These are top secret marine techniques, and when mastered and used correctly they are very strong. Really? Luffy asked with stars in his eyes. Yes, but these techniques are going to be hard on your body, Dragon told them as he smiled at his son. These techniques are the Jeppo, Tekai, Shigen, Rankyaku, Soru and Kami-e. Cool, Luffy whispered. We'll be learning Kami-e first, Dragon told them. 3 months later. The past 3 months had been akin to torture for the 3 boys. They had all mastered the basics of the Rokushiki over the past 3 months but agreed they weren't ready to use it. The techniques took a toll on the boys' bodies, so Dragon had been making them complete strenuous physical activity. Luffy could tell that Dragon had also trained with Gar. They did know that these 3 months had made them stronger than ever and were happy that they had accepted the training. A lot had changed during the training. Ace and Sabo had come to trust Dragon and Luffy had started to call him father. Dragon was surprised by how attached he was getting to the 3 boys, and he even surprised Kuma and Ivankov with the way he treated them. He had been speaking to them regularly and telling them stories of his past, including Garp's fight with Roger. They had also started to open up to him and tell him their history. Today was the day that they decided to tell Dragon about the Blue Gem Pirate. Luffy had already told his father about Shanks and noticed that his father seemed to approve of the man. They began to tell him their story. He was surprised that Ace and Sabo were such horrible children at that stage, but noticed how quickly they changed. He was shocked to learn about Luffy's near-death experience and hoped it would never happen again. He was surprised to hear that Ace and Sabo were able to knock out full-grown men and escape with Luffy, and was even more surprised when they told him about their dreams. The story got worse as they described how Sabo was recognized and taken by his father and how the boys were forced to work for Blue Gem. He was shocked to hear about how they escaped and engaged the pirates and how Ace and Luffy seemed to have unlocked Heishoku Haki. All right, Dragon stated once they finished their story. I've decided the next thing I'm going to teach you about is Haki. Haki, Sabo questioned. There are 3 different colors of Haki, Dragon told them. The first type is Kenbenshoku Haki. This type of Haki allows the user to sense the presence of others. The next type of Haki is Busashoku Haki, is a form of Haki that allows the user to use their spirit to create, in essence, an invisible armor around themselves. The final type of Haki is the rarest. This type can only be used by 1 in several million. It is Heishoku Haki. This type of Haki allows the user to exert their willpower over others. Cool, Luffy shouted. When can we start? Tomorrow, Dragon told them. Rest up, it'll be a long day. I can't wait, Luffy yelled as Ace and Sabo nodded enthusiastically. 3 months later, the 3 had learned a look over the past 3 months from Dragon. They were shocked to realize how strong the man really is when he unleashed his Heishoku Haki. The man had taught them all how to control the 2 main types of Haki and taught Luffy and Ace how to use their Heishoku Haki. The 3 boys were far from mastering the techniques but had come a long way since they began. Luffy was the best at using Haki. The color he used best is his Heishoku Haki, which proved to be insanely strong for a child. Ace's best color of Haki was surprisingly his Kenbenshoku Haki. This proved useful in the boys' spars as they could rarely hit Ace. Sabo was best at using Busashoku Haki and had taken to using it in most of his attacks. Sabo had also begun learning the Ryusoken to show his respect and thankfulness to Dragon for saving his life. The 3 boys had also been forced to study during their time off. This was just mostly to teach them how to sail well and also how they should eat on long journeys. Dragon also taught them about some of the most influential people in the world. This includes Shanks, who Dragon revealed was a Yonko. He also told them about the Shichibukai and how they were pirates who allied themselves with the world government. This was something that was met with disgust by the 3 boys as they couldn't believe those 7 pirates would give up their free. Although Dragon explained that some of these pirates were forced to ally with the world government so they could keep peace in their home island. The last group that spoke about were the world government. He explained that they were ran by the Gorosei. He told them that the Gorosei had control over the Marines and the Cipher Paul and were known as the highest authority of the world government. They then went into detail about the Marines and their systems. They were led by the fleet admiral who was known as Sengoku, and under him were 3 powerful admirals, Akoji, Akenu, and Kizaru. The Marines were known for their sense of justice, but some had a stronger sense than others. The other organization that the world government looked over was the Cipher Paul. These agencies act as investigations, assassinations, and espionage for the world government. Kuma, bring the chest from my office in here, Dragon said as he stood in the training room with the 3 boys. Are you sure? Kuma asked in shock. They're what we stole from the Marines. I know, Dragon replied, but these 3 are going to help us in the future. Fine, Kuma sighed as he left the room. "Boys, I have a gift for you," Dragon told them with a grin. "A few decades ago, my revolutionaries invaded a small marine base which had recently acquired 3 devil fruits. We ended up taking the devil fruits and fleeing when the 3 vice admirals arrived. It turns out the fruits that we stole were meant for them. These fruits are extremely powerful Loja fruits which I was going to give to exceptional members of the army. It ends up that I haven't found 3 that I could trust with these fruits, so I am giving them to you." "Really?" Luffy yelled as he jumped to his feet and hugged his father. "Thank you." "They're here," Kuma stated as he put the chest down and revealed 3 devil fruits. The first fruit was a dark blue pineapple that was covered with light blue swirls. The second fruit was a dark red apple that had black and brown swirls protruding from it. The last fruit was an electric yellow banana that was covered in strange black swirls. "The dark blue fruit is the High No My," Dragon told them. "This fruit will turn its eater into a freezing human and allows the eater to create, control, and transform into ice at will. The dark red fruit is the Magu no My and turns its eater into a magma human and allows the eater to create, control, and transform into magma at will. The final fruit is the yellow one. This one is the Pika no My. It allows the user to create, control, and transform into light at will, turning the user into a light human." "And we're allowed to eat them?" Sabo asked quietly. "Of course," Dragon told them. "These fruits will help you fulfill your dreams." "Luffy, choose yours first," Ace told him. "Are you sure?" Luffy replied. "We are," Sabo told him. "Okay," Luffy said as he picked up the dark blue fruit. "I'll eat this one." "Which one do you want?" Sabo Ace asked as he stared at the remaining 2 fruits. "I'll take the Pika no My," Sabo told him as he grabbed it. Ace grabbed the remaining fruit and all 3 looked at each other before eating their fruits in one spit. Luffy felt the power fill him as soon as the fruit slid down his throat. His body went colder than he ever thought possible, and he noticed that ice started to form below his feet. Ace felt his body become insanely hot, and when he looked down he noticed that the floor beneath him was melting. Sabo couldn't describe how he was feeling once he ate his fruit, but he knew that he could feel the light around him. "So, I guess I have to teach you how to control those powers," Dragon mused aloud. 6 months later. It had been a hard 6 months since the 3 boys ate their devil fruits. Dragon had literally drilled into their heads how to conscious shift into their element. He had also taken the time to show them that just because they ate Loja devil fruits, that didn't make them invincible. That had been a lesson they learned the hard way. Using his Busashoku Haki, Dragon showed that he could get around their powers. Luffy had learned a lot under his father. First the Rokushiki, then Haki, then how to control his devil fruit, and finally how to use a pistol and a dagger. Dragon had gifted him a flintlock .44 caliber 6-shot revolver that he taught him how to shoot somewhat accurately. He also showed him how to use his devil fruit powers to create bullets that could pierce almost anything. The other gift that his father gave him was a dagger. The handle was a light blue and had small diamonds on it. The blade was black and curved at the bottom and had a light blue sheath. He hadn't really taken to using the dagger, but understood that his father wanted him to have another way to defend himself. The thing that Luffy came the furthest with was his High No My powers. The boy took to his devil fruit like it was natural, but he also had a problem that if he got angry he was likely to freeze everything around him. It was going to take him years to completely control the powers, but he was well on his way to becoming a strong pirate. Dragon was proud of the strong that his son possessed and was happy that he held the same personality that he started with. Ace had also come a long way since he came to the island. He had become less angry and had even revealed who his father was to Dragon, even though Dragon already knew. Dragon had gifted the boy with an orange cowboy hat as well as a dagger. His dagger had a black blade and dark red handle with rubies and was kept in a dark red sheath. The boy also had a similar problem to Luffy with his powers. Both of them had powers that reacted when they get angry, and both of them can destroy rooms on a whim. Sabo had taken to the Pika no My quickly and could travel around the room so quick that only Dragon knew where he was going. He had been adamant at continuing to use his pipe that he showed extreme proficiency with, so Dragon did the only thing he could. He gifted him a yellow pipe made out of stronger materials, and the boy continued to show how well he could use it. With the year up, he had decided to drop the boys back off at Fuchsia, and that's where they were now. Dragon was saying his final goodbyes to the 3 boys that had quickly wormed their way into his heart. He had talked to the Revolutionary Army about his choice to give the 3 boys the fruits that he stole, and they eventually came to the same conclusion he did. Even if they weren't a part of the army, the 3 boys would definitely play a major part in bringing the world government to its knees. As he sailed away with a final goodbye, the boys were talking about what they would do. They decided to wait until Luffy turned 12 to set out on a small adventure. The boys decided that they would visit the 4 Blues before they set out on their legitimate journeys. So they did what they thought was right for the next 4 years. They trained hard. "Where to next?" Ace asked as he walked away from a pool of magma. "There's not much left to do on this island. There's a small island near here that we can go to," Sabo told them. "Then let's go," Luffy yelled as he ran towards the boat they were sailing on. The past 4 years had been extremely hard on the 3 boys. They had trained extremely hard with their devil fruit powers as well as their Haki and their Rokushiki. They had become powerful enough that they believed they could sail the blues and remain relatively unharmed. The only problem with that was if they fell into the water they would die. They had also become proficient with their chosen weapons and had already sailed part of the East Blue. The problem that was recurring was that Ace was being insulted by pirates, and he soon unleashed his Magu Magu no Mai powers, turning everything nearby to magma. They quickly set out for the next island to hopefully have a better adventure and hopefully have Ace not turn something into lava. The next island was called Goat Island and was supposed to be uninhabited and would prove to be a place that the boys could take a break and hopefully not get noticed by the Marines. Sabo, being the smartest of the three boys, knew that if they spent much more time in the East Blue that they would be noticed by the Marines and hunted down for the devil fruits they possess. With him and Ace only being 15 and Luffy being 12, he knew that the three would be an easy target for the world government to come after. So, he decided that after they explored Goat Island, he would explain to his brother that they had to leave the East Blue for a while and travel to the other blues. They had already decided to travel them anyway, but he didn't think that they would have to travel to the other blues so quickly. He looked forwards to it anyway. Luffy had been enjoying his adventure so far. Except for Ace's anger, everything had been fun, and he had even got to test himself a couple times against pirate captains. He still had problems with controlling his devil fruit. His problem was very similar to Ace's. If he got angry, he was likely to turn the area around him into ice. He knew that the control would only come with time, and that for now he just needed to make sure his powers didn't hurt anyone that was his friend or on his crew. Ace was angry. He was also strangely terrified of his devil fruit powers. He had recently realized that he has a problem with his temper flaring and how his powers react to it. The only ones that could calm him for now were Luffy and Sabo. He was shocked the first time that Luffy used his ice to stop the flowing of Ace's magma. He didn't think that the young boy had the power to stop his magma, and that broke him out of his anger. He realized how much he could have hurt his brothers if he continued to let his power loose. That was when he heard Sabo yelled about the island that they were arriving at. "So, this is Goat Island?" Luffy asked, unimpressed. "Doesn't look like much." "This will be our last island in the East Blue," Sabo informed them. "We've brought too much attention to ourselves." "Where will we go next?" Ace asked as he looked at the smartest of the three. "We'll go to the South Blue," Luffy announced. "It will be so much fun." "Are you sure?" Sabo asked as he looked at Ace. He knew more about Ace's pet than Luffy and knew that Ace was really from the South Blue. "It's fine," Sabo, Ace stated. "After we finish with this island, we will head to the South Blue." "All right," Luffy yelled as he jumped off their small boat. "Let's explore." The three boys walked around the island, soon finding the center, on to notice a small camp that seemed to have recently been built recently. Luffy, being Luffy, quickly walked over to the camp and food recently cooked meat and started to eat it as quickly as he could find it, with Ace and Sabo doing the same behind him. They heard a startled gasp as a man entered the clearing and noticed three young boys eating their meat. "I'm going to kill you boys," the man growled. "Do you realize whose food you just ate?" "No, we just found it," Luffy replied with a grin. "Thanks for the food." "You brat," the man yelled. "This is the mountain bandit Haguma's camp. He's the one that Shanks scared off," Luffy yelled excitedly. "He knocked him out with a look and threw them onto a boat to be set off." "You're that brat," the man yelled. "The one that insulted Haguma." "Damn right I am, bastard," Luffy yelled back. "I'm going to beat you up now." Luffy charged the man at a speed that the bandit couldn't react to and kicked him in the gut, sending him flying through the woods and hitting a tree, instantly knocking him out. The grunt he let out on contact with the tree must have alerted some more of the bandits, as soon there was screaming and the rest of the bandits entered the area. The lead bandit was definitely the one from before, as he stunk of alcohol and had the same look. "You're the man that mocked Shanks," Luffy screamed as ice covered half his face. "You'll pay for that." "Ace, we have to move," Sabo whispered into his ear. "We know how Luffy gets." Agreed, Ace replied. "Let's go." Ace and Sabo took to the trees as the ground beneath them froze over. They watched as the bandits looked at their brother in fear. Luffy used a Zoro and quickly appeared in front of the first man and kicked him back and out of the clearing. The bandits overcame their shock and charged at the boy, stabbing their swords through his body. They smirked as their swords slid through Luffy's torso, only to watch in shock as the straw-hatted boy smiled at them and their swords froze in their hands. They pulled back as their blades broke apart and looked at the young boy in fear. "That's enough," Ace yelled as he jumped down from the tree with the ice melting under his feet. "Calm down, Luffy." Sabo appeared next to the youngest boy and put a hand on his shoulder and made the boy look him in the eyes. "Stop this," Sabo told him. "They're done." "Fine," Luffy muttered. "Their leader's not here." "Let's go," Sabo stated. "We need to leave as soon as we can." "Okay," Luffy yelled with a smile. "To the South Blue." "What are we going to do?" Sabo whispered to Ace as they watched their little brother. "Do you think he'll go for it?" "Of course he will," Ace replied. "But do you agree with it?" "I never wanted to be a captain," Sabo responded. "But I thought I'd sail under you." "So did I," Ace replied. "But I realize I don't want to be a captain either. I'd rather sail under someone else's flag." "So we agree," Sabo stated. "We will sail under Luffy." "Yes, but we will still set out on our 17th birthday and return to pick Luffy up for his 17th. And if we find any crew members, Sabo asked as he looked at his freckled friend. They can join us under Luffy, Ace replied as he smirked at Sabo. Only if they want to though. Sounds good, Sabo stated. It will be an interesting adventure. How do we tell him, Ace asked. You know he will think that we are only doing this because we think he needs help. We have to convince him otherwise, Sabo stated with determination. We have a few years before we set out anyway. Fine, but we have to get him to agree soon, Ash replied as he looked at the island they were approaching. The three young boys had spent the past week in the South Blue after escaping from the East Blue. Sabo was worried that the three had caused too much trouble in their previous adventures, but it seems like they had gotten away from the trouble that their powers caused. The blonde boy was still worried about his two hot-headed brothers. Ace and Luffy had realized the extent of damage their powers could cause when they lost control and were struggling with the idea that they could hurt someone they wanted to protect if they ever truly lost control. Sabo was using the map that they had pinched in the first town they visited to navigate their way around the South Blue when he noticed the name of the island that they were going to land on. He didn't know much about Ace's past, just what the boy had told him and who his father truly was. But he knew where Ace was born, and that was the very island that they were currently sailing for, Baratie. From afar, the island looked beautiful with palm trees that made it look like a tropical paradise. That was until they saw the large marine ship off to the side. Ace, we can't go there, Sabo yelled as he attracted his brother's attention. This is where you were born. I know, Ace whispered solemnly, but I need to see where my mother was from. But the Marines, Sabo protested. What if they recognize your last name? We'll be fine, Luffy shouted. If they recognize him, we'll just have to beat them up and escape again. That can't be your plan for everything, Luffy, Sabo shouted in frustration. No matter how much Dragon taught the three, they were still young boys. We have to think this through. Ace is already on the island, Luffy replied as he picked his nose. I made him an ice path so he could arrive before us. Luffy, Sabo yelled in fear as he noticed the path of ice next to the ship. Let's catch him. Luffy watched as his blonde brother shot towards the island in a beam of light and shrugged his shoulders as he froze around the ship so it couldn't go anywhere. He quickly jumped on his ice with a large grin and ran towards the island that his black-haired brother was born on. Sabo arrived on the island in a panic as he set out for his brother, knowing Ace the boy could set the island ablaze if someone said the wrong words. The problem was that the young blonde-haired boy didn't notice the pair of Marines watching his arrive in stunned silence, which they soon shook off and slowly followed the strange boy with the top hat. Luffy arrived in a similar situation as a small group of Marines were standing at the edge of the ice path that the young boy had created. They seemed to be trying to break free some of the ships that Luffy had accidentally encased in ice. As the group rounded on him, he smiled sheepishly at them as they stared at him in shock. Boy, do you know how this happened? One of the Marines asked as he stared at the small boy. I sort of froze it all, Luffy laughed as he smiled at the group. I can unfreeze them if you want. We're going to need to take you in, the Marine told him sternly. We've been ordered by main headquarters to arrest anybody that shows powers that resemble ice. I'm sorry, Luffy replied as he held a fist behind his attack. I hope I don't hurt you too much. Luffy threw his fist forward before the group could react and turned the ground in front of him into ice, freezing the Marines from their knees up. He then acted quickly and blurred through the group, knocking them out quickly. After he made sure all of them were knocked out, he released his ice and continued forward without realizing that a bystander had taken a picture of him during the fight with Ace. Ace was having a similar problem to his younger brother. As soon as he arrived on the island, he had tried to discreetly question the populace about his last name. At least he believed he was being discreet about it. Too bad the boy was incredibly blunt and aroused suction quite quickly. So, he found himself running out of the town with a small group of Marines following him and yelled at the boy to stop. As soon as Ace exited the town and found space where he would be able to go all out and not worry about civilian bystanders, Ace turned around and allowed the group to surround him as they all raised their pistols and ordered the boy to answer their question. Ace smiled at the group as he raised his hand and turned his hand into magma as he slammed it into the ground. Ace used his Bakuretsu Kazan to maximum effect as rocks exploded from the ground surrounded by small pieces of magma that knocked out the group. As the boy took in his surrounding, he decided that it was probably time to go. He didn't need any of these Marines waking up and calling in backup. With Sabo, if there was one thing that the young boy learned from Dragon, it was to be prepared for anything. That was probably the reason he worked so hard on his Kenbenshoku Haki. It was also the reason he was getting annoyed at the pair following him, and the explosions of power that could only be his brother aggravated him even more. So, he led the two out of the village without a problem and found the perfect place to plan his escape. Amaterasu, Sabo whispered as he turned on the pair and blinded them in a flash of yellow light. He knew that would only knock them down for a few seconds, so he jumped into action with his trusty pipe. Sadly, all it took was 2 blows to the head for both of them to go down, and for Sabo to make his escape, he activated his Kenbenshoku Haki and realized that Ace was head for Luffy. Sabo was the fastest of the 3, so he reached Luffy quickly and told him to get Ace back to the boat as soon as possible as they would need to set out. As he ran down to the ice path that his little brother had made, he smiled at the small amount of ice surrounding the Marines. Luffy must have gotten in a fight. He quickly took to the path and soon reached the boat, where he started to shoot beams of light to destroy the ice surrounding the ship. It didn't take long for Ace and Luffy to catch up to him. Much to his annoyance, the two were laughing and bragging about their fights with the Marines that they crossed. Although he couldn't help but smile as he thought about the strength that Luffy would possess when he was ready to set out on their real adventure. 1 week later, the three boys had once again decided that they had overstayed their welcome in this part of the sea. They had recently received a newspaper that had dire news for two of the three boys. Luffy and Ace had wanted posters, and it seemed that the Marines wanted them badly. The photo for Luffy looked somewhat terrifying as half of his face was frozen. But it also looked hilarious as the young boy had a giant goofy smile on his face. His reward was for 30 million Billa and referred to him as Straw Hat Luffy. The photo for Ace was terrifying. Magma run from his fingers and he scowled at the camera, causing the young boy to look like a threat. His reward was for 20 million Billa and referred to him as Magma Fist Ace. That was the moment that Sabo decided they should talk to Luffy. "Hey, Luffy," Sabo yelled as his brother sat on the front of the ship. "There's something we have to talk about." "Huh, what is it?" Luffy asked casually as he looked at the sea. "Me and Ace have been talking about what we want to do when we set out on our adventures," Sabo stated. "You both want to be captains, right?" Luffy replied as he turned around to look at his blonde brother and noticed Ace was with him. "We did," Ace told him, "but we don't want to anymore." "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Luffy asked, surprised at their change of mind. "We have decided that we will set out together when we turn 17, Sabo told him. "But we will come back and join you when you turn 17 and join your crew." "But what about your dreams?" Luffy asked. He didn't want his brothers to give up their dreams. "If you think you have to look after me, I promise you don't." "That's not it," Sabo replied. "I don't need to be a captain for my dream. I just want to see the world and hopefully somewhat help Dragon. And I want to be recognized as a strong pirate," Ace replied, "like Marco the Phoenix, and I don't want to be seen as a copy of my father." "Fine, if you are sure, I will allow you to join," Luffy replied with a giant smile. "But you can change your mind anytime and I won't force you to stay." "Thank you, Luffy," Sabo smiled as he hugged his little brother. "So, this is Swallow Island," Sabo stated as he walked around the small island. "Hopefully we can lay low here for a while." The three boys had escaped the South Blue after Luffy and Ace had seen their wanted posters. Sabo had decided the three could hide out in the South Blue for a while and hope they weren't spotted by any bounty hunters or Marines. They had arrived at Swallow Island quite quickly and decided that would be their rest area. The two older boys had decided that Luffy and Ace would stay on their ship while Sabo went and got supplies for them. He knew they would need plenty of meat as Ace and Luffy ate it like it was going out of style. And he himself had developed a similar habit. As Sabo walked through the small marketplace on the island, he noticed a commotion going on nearby. 3 young boys and what looked like a bear were running through the marketplace and getting chased by a small group of Marines. Sabo sighed as he watched the Marines surround the boys and draw their weapons. "Stop," one of the Marines yelled with a shaken voice. "Undo what you did to those people." "No," spat the one with a fur hat, which is white and has black spots on the bottom and along the rim. Sabo watched in shock as the young boy raised his hand and a blue circle surrounded the Marines. The young boy with the fur hat started to move his hands around and suddenly the Marines' bodies started to break apart and join different parts of their body and even other people's bodies. The 3 other boys watched in awe as the boy with the devil fruit dealt with the Marines. As soon as he was finished rearranged the Marines, they took off and Sabo decided to follow them and see what they were doing. Sabo cursed as he noticed the path that the 4 boys were taking. They were heading towards where the boat him, Luffy and Ace were sailing on. That's when he overheard the conversation the 4 boys were having. "Bippo, Shachai, Penguin. I noticed a small boat arrived on this island," the young devil fruit user stated. "I say we take the boat and get away from these Marines." Bippo is a white bear that is taller than the other children. He wore a jumpsuit that was orange and cut up as well as a pair of brown boots. Shachai was a small boy with red hair that he covered with a blue hat with a red brim and is wearing sunglasses. He wears a black short-sleeved jacket and a black and white striped shirt underneath. He also has on black short jeans and black shoes. He had bandages covering his left leg as well as both of his arms and cuts on his face. Penguin wears a black cap with a yellow brim, a red pompon on top and his name displayed on the front. He wears a yellow shirt with black suspenders and black 3/4 trousers, as well as black dress shoes. He has both legs covered in bandages as well as his arms. "Did you see if anyone was on the ship?" Law Bippo asked in fright. Law was a young boy, with faint shadows right under his eyes. He wears a tattered white shirt, dark blue shorts and green shoes that have white spots on them. "There were just some kids," Law shot back at him. "We'll just take the ship and go." Sabo had to bite back a snigger at that. While the boy's devil fruit powers were certainly interesting, he stood no chance against 3 Lojas as he was. If the boy knew Haki, they may be in trouble, but he knew that Luffy or Ace could solo all 4 boys. As they made their way down to the beach, Sabo had to let out a sigh. Of course, he couldn't leave the 2 of them alone and expect everything to be fine when he got back. The sight in front of him was utter chaos. The bodies of Marines and bounty hunters alike were sprawled all over the beach. It looked like Luffy created his own platform of ice on the water as there were bodies floating in the sea. The only thing he could be happy about was the sloop pirate ship that was sitting next to their small boat trapped by ice. "What the hell are those 2, Sabo?" hear one of the boys whisper. "Those 2 idiots are my brothers," Sabo stated loudly as Luffy and Ace looked up the beach and noticed their blonde-haired brother. "Are they joining us?" Luffy yelled in joy. "What are their names?" "We're taking your ship," Law yelled as he lifted his hand only to be hit by a bolt of yellow light. "What the hell?" "I wouldn't move," Sabo stated as he materialized in front of the group. "Let's make a deal." "Law, he has powers like you," Penguin yelled in surprise. "I know those 2," Law whispered as he looked at Ace and Luffy. "You guys are pirates." "Yeah, we are," Luffy yelled as he noticed a group of Marines running towards them. "Ooh, you guys might want to move." What Law stated as he turned around and noticed the Marines running at them. "I've got this." "No, I do," Luffy yelled as he jumped forwards. "Nope, these are mine," Luffy stated as he jumped forwards and reared his fist back. "Sorry boys," Sabo stated as his body turned to light and rushed forwards. "These are mine." The group watched as the young blonde-haired boy tore through the Marines. Every time they shot at him or attempted to cut him down, he turned to light. It wasn't long before Sabo had knocked out all of the Marines and turned towards the group. "Told you these guys were mine," Sabo laughed. "I don't think we can take their ship," Penguin whispered. "Then why don't you join us?" Luffy asked from behind him with his normal smile. "We're going to do a little more sailing and then go home and train." "Luffy, don't tell people our plans," Ace yelled as he punched the ice Loja in the head. "What do we do with them?" "I know who you are," Law stated once again. "If I sail with you, will I become stronger?" "Of course," Sabo stated. "We can help you train." "Then we will forge an alliance," Law stated. "But just for now." "Sounds good," Luffy yelled with a smile. "But we only have a small ship." "Ace, melt that ice around the other ship," Sabo stated. "That will be ours now." "Fine," Ace stated as he walked toward the ship and then jumped on. "Stand back." The 6 boys watched as Ace threw his hand over the side of the ship and launched magma out, melting the ice, preventing the ship from leaving. 4 of the boys stood on the beach in shock as the other 2 smiled at their brother. 1 week later, the boys hadn't spent long in the North Blue. Law had warned them that an insanely strong pirate was hanging around there lately, one that would kill them for their devil fruits. So Sabo had decided it was best for them to head towards the West Blue, the last part of their journey before they head home. As he was waiting for the daily newspaper, he looked around the deck and smiled. Luffy was running the 4 boys into the ground. He was currently running them through stamina training in hopes they would catch up soon. He winced in pity as the newspaper was dropped off and he flipped through it, stopping on the new wanted posters with a smile. "Blue Gentleman Sabo," Sabo stated with a large grin. "I'm wanted for 20 million Billy." "That means it's party time," Luffy yelled at hearing the news. Pirates always party. It had been 2 months since the 7 would-be pirates had fled to the West Blue, and it had been an interesting 2 months at that. The 4 new members of the band were at first less than happy to have the other 3 boys sailing with them, but that eventually faded away. All 7 boys started to get along and began to strain together. The only one who could keep up with the original trio was Law, and even then, they ran him into the ground. The small group had begun to make quite a name for themselves in the West Blue. They had been to a few small islands and had engaged a few small crews. Due to their age, most of the crews had underestimated the small band of boys and were quickly overwhelmed by the 4 boys' devil fruits. That's not to say that there weren't any problems. Having 4 devil fruit users on board made them extra careful on the water, especially after Luffy fell in for the first time and was saved by Penguin. The small crew had decided that they would head to one final island before they head back home, back to the East Blue, to continue their training until they were old enough to set out. The final island that they were landing out before setting back out for the East Blue was Taroa. It was a small island they planned on exploring before returning home. The other 4 boys were still unsure of what they would do after this island, but Luffy was trying to get them to join them. As they got closer and closer to the small island, the boys' eyes opened in horror. The small island was being ravaged by a small band of pirates. As the boys landed on the small island, they could hear one of the pirates barking orders. He was demanding that the people on the island give it up and was ordering his crew to tear the place down until they found it. "We have to do something," Luffy whispered as his small group snuck onto the island. "I know," Sabo replied as Law looked at the pirate crew in frustration. "I can do it," Law stated as he watched the crew get together. "This is the perfect opportunity to see how well I can control my powers." "Fine," Ace muttered, "but we are jumping in if we notice anything going wrong." "Well, what do we have here?" A menacing voice cut through their whispers. Gabapo screamed as the bear jumped into action. Even though all the other boys had seen the bear fight multiple times, they never could forget how the bear fought. The bear turned around quickly and jumped into action, his martial arts skills showing through. It was over quick. Popo was just too quick for the pirate as he kicked the pirate in the gut and then in the head. The pirate was slumped over and knocked out before he knew what had happened. I guess now is as good a time as any, Law stated as he walked forward and picked up the blade on the side of the pirate. This should work. This will be interesting, Sabo stated as he watched Law walk forward. Using the sword and his powers should make an interesting combination. Stop what you are doing, Law yelled as he arrived in front of the crew. If you don't, I'll stop you. Ha ha ha. And what's a little kid like you going to do? One of the pirates mocked. You're just going to get yourself killed. Not if I destroy you first, Law stated with a cold smile. Room. A blue aura extended from Law and covered most of the pirates. He cringed as he noticed the other pirates watching in fascination. He slowly walked forward as the pirates in his room looked at him in shock. This boy was in possession of a devil fruit. He could use its powers. It's over, Law stated as he stumbled forward with the blade. This should work. Luffy and the boys watched as Law swung the blade forwards and a blue aura arced out of it. As it hit the pirates that were in Law's room, they split in half, somehow still alive. Sabo smiled as he turned into light and hit the pirates that were standing outside of the room. Law smiled as he saw that and let the room go as he fell to his knees. He still didn't have enough stamina to use his fruit properly. That would be something he would fix as soon as possible. What the hell's going on here? A loud voice yelled. What are you kids doing to my crew? What's your crew doing to this village? Luffy asked in anger. Shut up, brat, the man replied. I'm guessing you and your friends believe yourself heroes. We're not heroes, Luffy yelled. We're pirates. Oh, you fancy yourself pirates? The captain laughed. Then I guess I will treat you like any other enemy pirate crew. The captain still had a mocking grin on his face. He drew his sword as he charged at Luffy. He was smiling as the captain charged him and ran the sword through his neck. The captain broke down in laughter as the boy's head fell from his shoulders. What are you laughing at? Luffy asked as the captain froze. You should be dead, the captain stuttered out in shock. The boy's head had returned to his shoulders. I'm not losing in one of the blues, Luffy replied as he appeared in front of the captain. Freeze. The captain felt it immediately. The boy's hand had touched his chest and ice covered his body, freezing him in place. Luffy looked him in the eyes and glared at him as he stopped the ice from covering his head. What were you doing here? Luffy demanded. Why were you ransacking this village? They have a devil fruit, the captain replied quickly. I wanted it. Luffy, we have to go, Sabo yelled as he picked up Law. The Marines are coming. I guess it's time to go, Luffy muttered. But you can stay here. Let me go, the captain pleaded. No, Luffy replied as he turned back and began to walk away. Hold on a second, one of the villagers yelled as he ran towards Luffy with a chest. Take this with you. Hopefully we won't have any more pirates come looking for us. Thanks, I guess, Luffy yelled as he grabbed the chest. Gotta run. The villagers watched the back of boy running away with the jeweled chest with a smile on their face. He may have been a pirate and just a child, but he had saved their village. The Marines crowded them and started to round up the pirates while questioning the villages about who saved them. Lately, the West Blue had seemed to be host to a group of boys who were clashing with Marine and pirates alike. Later that day, the group of boys were heading back towards the East Blue when Law's eyes fluttered open. The boy had been asleep since he fell to his knees and shot up ready for battle. He wasn't sure where he was waking up, but he didn't expect to be on the floor in the kitchen while the rest ate. I need to work on my stamina, Law stated as he stood up and sat at the table. Nice to see that you waited. If we waited, those three would have eaten all the food, Penguin replied as he pointed at Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. I guess, Law replied as he watched the three shovel the food into their mouths. So are you going to join us? Luffy asked as he stopped eating. I mean, we are heading back to the East Blue, so you may as well. I guess I will, Law replied with a small smile. At least with you three I can work on my stamina. Yes, Luffy yelled as he started at the other three, who nodded. Then back to the East Blue. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed as he held a poster in his hand. Guys, come look at this. What now? Ace asked as he grabbed the poster and then broke out in laughter. Show me, Sabo yelled as he grabbed the poster. Law, you're a wanted kid. Law grabbed the poster and looked at it with a small smile. He was wanted for 10 million Billy and was known under the moniker Death Surgeon. His picture could have been more intimidating. It really did make him look like a little kid, although he was one. So that make four of us, Law replied. I guess I made the right decision to join you. Of course, you did, Luffy replied with his trademark smile. We'll get stronger together as well. I look forward to it, Law told him with a small smile. Island ahead, Penguin shouted from the front of the boat. This should be Shimitsuki Village, Sabo told them. We'll make our last stop here and stock up on supplies before we head home. Sounds good, Ace replied as he watched the ship get closer to the island. Let's just try not to get into any trouble. Shishishishi, let's go, Luffy yelled as he jumped from the ship and created an ice path to the island. He can never be patient. Can he? Law asked as the rest of their small group directed the ship towards Shimitsuki Village. With Luffy had a large smile on his face as his feet left the ice he created, and he stepped on land. He quickly made his way to the closest restaurant and began to order all the meat he could find. As he sat down at the table, he began to hear strange stories about a monster in the village by the children nearby him. They claimed that the monster was taking the form of a green-haired little boy who wielded multiple training swords and one real blade. The monster was said to have beaten everyone at the dojo he currently resided at and was stronger than the men in the village. He heard them speaking about taking him on in a group only to be left with bruises and welts by the monster. With a quick smile, he left the waitress with an order to hold the meat for his return and ran towards the dojo. It sounded like the monster boy that they were talking about was strong, and he hoped to find him and recruit him for his crew in the future. He needed strong fighters for when he took on other crews to become the Pirate King. As he climbed the steps to the dojo, he heard wood slapping wood nearby. He quickly followed the noise and soon found himself looking at a green-haired boy training. He looked to only be a year or two older than Luffy was, but had an intensity that made him seem older. He was currently wearing a dark green training gi with a white sash on it. "Are you the one that they call Monster?" Luffy asked innocently. "Get lost," the boy replied. "I'm busy training." "What are you training for?" Luffy questioned in curiosity. "I'm going to be the world's greatest swordsman," the boy told Luffy. "Now get lost." "You should join my pirate crew," Luffy told the boy. "I'm going to be the Pirate King." You're interesting," the boy replied. "I'm Zoro." "Monkey D. Luffy responded with a large grin. "I can't join your pirate crew," Zoro replied. "Why not? You have to beat Mihawk, right?" Luffy replied. "How do you know that name?" Zoro asked. "He's the world's greatest swordsman," Luffy told him. "He's someone my swordsman should be stronger than." Let's fight," Zoro stated as he picked up a white-sheathed sword from a nearby rock and drew it. "Fine," Luffy responded with a smile as he pulled the dagger of his belt. Zoro charged forwards first and brought his blade down on Luffy, only for the boy to block it with surprising strength and headbutt him. Zoro growled as he swung his sword again, only to be stopped by the dagger. Luffy started to test him in strength, only to realize the boy may actually be physically equal with him. He quickly disengaged, only for a determined glint to appear in Zoro's eyes and for him to bypass the dagger and cut Luffy across the face. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed as Zoro stopped with wide eyes. His face was filling in what looked like a crack of ice. "You are strong." "What are you?" Zoro asked as he still held onto his blade. "I'm an ice man," Luffy replied as he put his dagger back onto his belt and formed an ice saber. So devil fruits are real," Zoro said aloud as he shrugged his shoulder. With the rest of the group, the rest of the boys had arrived on the small island and did the same thing that Luffy did first, went to a restaurant. The kind barmaid informed them of a boy who sounded a lot like Luffy rushing out of the bar and towards the story of a monster boy. The two boys who knew Luffy sighed as they knew what would happen. Luffy would want that kid for his crew, so that they set out to find their renegade little brother. It didn't take long for the crew to find Luffy, and who they suspected was the monster boy, laughing together and training. Sabo and Ace smiled as they entered the small training clearing. The two boys stopped and looked over. "Oh, Ace, Sabo, this is Zoro," Luffy told them. "He's going to be my swordsman." "Does he know you're not setting out for years?" Sabo asked. "Of course, I told him everything," Luffy replied with his trademark smile. "Although I need you to write down the Haki training for him." "Of course," Sabo replied with a smile. 2 days later, the boys had just set out and left Zoro to his training on the island. Luffy had told Zoro to meet him in Fuskia village when Luffy turns 17 to make sure they are together when they set out. Sabo had left him with instructions on how to train and how to get to Fuskia village. It had only been a little while since they had left, but Zoro had quickly grown on them. No matter how mean he could act and how aggressive he is. "I have something to tell you," Law spoke up. "It has to do with why I was so happy to leave the North Blue." The strong pirate Ace questioned. Him and Sabo had already spoken about this. "His name is Doflamingo," Law informed them. "He is an extremely strong pirate and a man I plan to kill when I get older." "What for?" Luffy asked in shock. "He killed the man I looked up to, and he'd kill me if he found me," Law told them. "So I want to sail with you, but if this stops, then I'd understand." "This doesn't affect anything," Luffy told him. "Thanks for trusting us," Sabo said with a smile. "Now let's get home," Ace yelled. Luffy had grown a lot since the group of boys had returned to the island and began their training for their adventures. The three brothers hadn't been able to train with their devil fruits and had taken to training in their Haki and Rokushiki. They had taken to lightly sparring with each other and improving in the use of the weapons Dragon had given them. They had also begun to teach the 4 other boys how to fight and help them increase their stamina. They had spent time with Law and were happy to see how much further he was advancing in his use of the Op no Mai. He was able to stretch his room out further than he could before and was even able to sustain it for a short period of time. He had taken to using Busashoku Haki as well. He had also increased his ability in swordsmanship. Penguin, Shanchai, and Bippo had also been sparring with each other. It was comical the first few times the brothers watched Bippo fight. The polar bear used a form of kung fu that looked funny in a fight, but it was effective. Shanchai and Penguin had also taken to using a weapon. Shanchai had taken a liking to katanas and Penguin had started to use a spear. The 3 boys and Law had left 2 years ago to travel the blues and would meet him back on the island when Luffy turned 17. Ace and Sabo had set off a little after the others, telling him there was something they had to do. They had promised to be back in time for the start of his journey, but Luffy could see that no one was arriving today, and he wasn't waiting, especially since he had to find Zoro. Luffy had grown to 6 feet tall and had noticeable muscles that he gained from his training. He had short, messy black hair, and his scar with 2 stitches was noticeable under his left eye. He wore short, blue trousers with cuffs, sandals, and a sleeveless red vest. He also had his trusty straw hat on his head, his dagger attached to a belt behind his back, and his flintlock strapped to his right leg. As the boy in the straw hat walked through the village, he could hear the villagers cheering for him. He felt a swell of pride and happiness as he knew these people would support him. As he arrived at the dock, he saw the small boat that he owned. He walked forwards and turned around to get one last look at the village and villagers. With a wave, the boy jumped backwards and landed in the boat as he started to set out. As his small boat started sailing away from his home village, the water next to him bulged and the Lord of the Coast rose out of it. Luffy looked at the Sea King that had caused the villagers so much terror over the year as he jumped into the air and landed on the Sea King that began to thrash. "Asutemu," Luffy muttered as he placed his hand on the Sea King's head. Luffy could hear the gasps of shock from the villagers as half of the Straw Hat Boy's face changed to ice and the Sea King beneath him began to freeze. It was over in a second as the Lord of the Coast was encased in ice and stuck out of the water. The boy's look hardened as his hand was covered in Busashoku Haki. He squeezed his hand as the beast cracked under him and shattered to pieces. Luffy jumped back on his boat and continued on his way. Hours later, Luffy was laying on his back and staring at the sky as his boat drifted in the open sea. All he could think about was finding a Den Mushi at Logtown and finding out their number. As he was lost in his thoughts, he failed to hear the rushing water nearby, and by the time he noticed it, it was too late. His small boat had sailed into a whirlpool and was currently getting taken by the sea. Luffy frowned as he started to use Jeppo to escape the rushing water and certain death, and was curing his luck. As he ran through the air, he noticed a small island with a pirate ship docked in its port. As he neared the ship, he noticed the activity that took place in a nearby building and dropped down onto the island. Luffy walked through the forest on the island and heard shouting in the distance as well as the move of large things. As he walked through the forest, he spotted a poorly built dingy with a young boy standing over it. "What are you doing here?" the boy asked in terror. "Lost my ship, so I was looking for a new one," Luffy replied. "You have to leave," the boy told him. "This island belongs to Alvida." "Alvida?" Luffy questioned as he cocked his head to the side. "Who's she?" "She's a pirate," the boy told Luffy. "She's dangerous." "I'm a pirate too," Luffy said with a large smile. "I'm the pirate that will become the Pirate King." "No way, that's impossible." "Impossible, impossible," the pink-haired boy shouted. "Shut up," Luffy yelled as he slammed his hand down on the boy's head. "That's my dream, so I don't care if I die trying to fulfill it." While the boy whispered in awe, "My name's Kobe." Kobe was a small, timid, chubby boy with pink hair and round frame glasses. Kobe wears a white shirt with 2 blue stripes down the sleeves, a pair of black trousers, and red and white shoes. "Monkey D. Luffy," the straw-hatted boy replied with a smile. "Do you think I can fulfill my dream?" Kobe asked him with a stutter. "I want to become a marine." "But you're on a pirate ship," Luffy asked as he looked at the boy. "I thought it was a fishing ship." 2 years ago I accidentally got on the wrong ship, and ever since Alvida has held me captive," Kobe told him. "Damn, you're stupid," Luffy laughed. "But I think you can do what you want." "Really?" Kobe asked in shock. "Of course," Luffy replied. "Then I'm going to become a great marine and catch pirates like Alvida," Kobe yelled in a determined tone. "You're going to catch who?" a woman asked from behind Kobe. Alvida," Kobe yelled in shock and fear. Alvida is a tall and very obese woman with long wavy black hair and freckles on her cheeks. She wore a white cowgirl hat with a large red plume, a red neckerchief, a pink plaid shirt, and a blue captain's coat over it with the arms and the sleeves unlike many other pirates. She wore rings on her fingers, and her long sharp fingernails had red polish. She had a purple sash with a flintlock pistol tucked in it and some jewels. She also wore graying pants and red shoes with gold buckles. "I asked who you're going to catch," Alvida growled out. "Wow, I didn't know whales could walk," Luffy said as he looked at the large woman. "What did you say, boy?" Alvida yelled. "I can tell you're not Roronoa Zoro, so what are you doing here?" "You know Zoro?" Luffy asked in shock. "Do you know where he is?" "Of course, I don't," the large woman yelled. "He's a pirate hunter." "Damn," Luffy muttered. "Now, Kobe, who is the most beautiful woman in the world?" Alvida asked as she held her iron mace. Kobe stuttered out before he remembered Luffy's words. "Not you, whale." "Kobe," Alvida yelled in rage as she jumped forward. Kobe couldn't move as the woman who had terrorized him for the last few years leapt at him in a surprising amount of swiftness for her size. The young pink-haired boy had steeled his resolve as his knees were shaking and his skin had paled. He heard Luffy laughing as the straw-hatted boy appeared in front of him. Alvida brought her club down on Luffy, and much to Kobe's shock, when it hit Luffy, shattered into pieces. Luffy Kobe shouted as a sudden jolt of fear entered his system. That wasn't so hard, Alvida laughed. What a weak little boy. Shishishishi, they heard Luffy laugh as his body reformed using the ice pieces on the ground. That was fun. What are you, Alvida and Kobe yelled in shock. I ate the hi no mai. I'm a freezing human, Luffy told her as he noticed her crewmates entering the clearing. I guess I better end this. Luffy appeared in front of the giant female pirate with his fist reared back. He threw it forward and embedded it into her gut as her eyes rolled into the back of her head. Her crew's eyes widened as Alvida was shot backwards and left the clearing in tremendous speed. They turned their eyes to the strange boy and immediately placed their weapons on the ground. We give up, the crew yelled. Good, Luffy replied. Find me and Kobe a boat. Of course, the pirates yelled. The crew prepared a boat for Kobe and Luffy in haste to get the two off the island. The two boys got on the boat and set out for the next island as Luffy told Kobe to set out for Shell's town. It was the Closet Marine base, and if Zoro was a bounty hunter, maybe he could find information on him there. He was shocked to hear Kobe tell him that Zoro was on the island and supposedly imprisoned. But that didn't stop the smile from appearing on Luffy's face as he thought about his crew member. Are you sure that you want to do this? Kobe asked timidly as their boat arrived in the port. Of course, Luffy replied with a smirk as he stepped off the boat and into Shell's town. But he's the most bloodthirsty man in the East Blue. He'll cut you down just for fun, Kobe yelled in a panic-filled voice. He's also a pirate hunter. Is that what they are saying about him? Luffy laughed as Kobe looked at him in shock. Roronoa Zoro, the future world's strongest swordsman and my first mate. What? Kobe yelled in shock as they began to walk through the town. Roronoa Zoro is your first mate. That's weird, Luffy stated as he watched the townspeople jump in fright. But yes, Zoro is part of my crew. So, you're going to break him out of jail? Kobe asked as he looked at the straw hat wearing boy. He's captured here for his reason. He let himself get captured, Luffy replied. What do you know about this marine base? It's run by Captain Morgan, Kobe told him as the villagers once again jumped in fright. That's weird. He's not a good guy, Luffy stated as he scanned the area. He's a marine, Kobe yelled back at Luffy. Marines are always good. And pirates are always bad, Luffy asked as he watched the pink-haired boy nod his head. That's where you're wrong. Pirates can be good. They can be better than some of the Marines. What do you mean? Kobe questioned in curiosity. Do you think I'm a bad person? Luffy questioned as Kobe shook his head. Now what about a man that would wipe out a country because of a small amount of people? They wouldn't do that, Cody adamantly stated. It's happened before, Luffy told the shocked boy. You have to know that the Marines aren't always the good guys. Let's just go find out then, Kobe stated in a sudden boost of confidence. Let's, Luffy sighed as they arrived at the gates of the Marine base. I'm going to take a look around. Zoro will most likely be in the dungeons, Kobe told him as Luffy climbed the wall. He's out in the open, Luffy shouted as he jumped from the wall and walked towards Zoro, who was tied to a cross. Zoro is a muscular young man of average height with lightly tanned skin and messy green hair. He has 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe and keeps a black bandana tied around his left bicep. He wears black trousers tucked inside black boots, a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar, and his green haramaki. It has been a while, Zoro, Luffy said as he stood in front of his first mate. What are you doing here? Zoro asked as he looked up at Luffy. I thought we were supposed to meet in your hometown. That was a week ago, Luffy deadpanned. So what did you do? I cut down a brat's wolves, Zoro replied with a smirk. And why would you do that? Luffy asked as he looked at the moss-haired man. Because they were attacking people, Zoro explained. I have to stay here for 1 more week and then they'll let me go. So, you want to live out your sentence, Luffy stated as the swordsman nodded. Fine, I'll be waiting for you. As Luffy left the courtyard, he noticed a small girl climb up the wall and jump into the courtyard. Mr. Zoro, I made you these rice balls, the girl said as she held out the rice balls towards him. Leave, brat, Zoro growled as he glared at the seemingly unflinching girl. Before you get hurt, Luffy, Kobe yelled as he looked at the Straw Hat pirate. Is Zoro going to hurt her? No, the Straw Hat boy replied as he looked at the entrance. But I think someone is. Is that an intruder? A nasty voice yelled from the entrance. I hope she knows that Daddy has ordered all intruders to death. She's just a girl, Helmeppo, one of the Marines stated in disgust as he looked at the boy. Helmeppo is a skinny and lanky-looking young man with light blonde hair shaped like a sideways oval on top of his head. He wears dark purple uniforms with white shoes and a rubber band ring on his left hand. Ah, are those rice balls? The boy asked as he grabbed one and bit into it, only to spit it back out and throw the rice ball onto the ground. Why do they have sugar in it? You put salt in it, brat. I wanted them to be sweeter, the girl told him with tears in her eyes. Helmeppo glared at the small girl as he grabbed the remaining rice ball from her hand and threw it onto the ground. He stomped on the 2 rice balls as the girl began to outright cry as the suit-wearing boy turned her rice balls into dirt. Throw her out, Helmeppo ordered as he turned to the guards. Do it or I'll tell Daddy. I'm sorry. Tuck into a ball, the Marine that grabbed the girl whispered as he threw her the air. Shit, Luffy muttered as he jumped into the air and caught the girl. It'll be alright. I'm surprised you lasted this long, Helmeppo mocked as he looked at Zoro. You only have to survive one more week. Zoro bit his tongue as he glared at the blonde brat in front of him. All he wanted to do was break free of his ropes and cut him down, but that had to wait. Later. So, you're stuck here for a week, Kobe asked as Rika served them a plate of meat. What do you plan on doing? I'll just wait here, Luffy replied as he smiled at Rika. Then me and Zoro will begin our journey. You have to be careful, Rika muttered as the two boys looked at her. Captain Morgan may just kill the both of you. Captain Morgan, Luffy muttered as he looked towards the Marine base. Why are the villagers scared of him? He makes everyone pay him a large amount of money and will kill anyone he doesn't believe respects him enough, the girl cried as Luffy's eyes hardened. Barkeep, get me a meal, a voice yelled as Helmeppo entered the restaurant. And it better be free. Of course, Rika's mother muttered in fear. Nothing's happened this week, Helmeppo whined to his Marine bodyguards. It's so boring, you know I may just execute Zoro tomorrow. What did you say? Luffy roared as a chill filled the room. I thought you were releasing Zoro at the end of the week. I said I'm going to have Zoro executed tomorrow, Helmeppo laughed. And you can't do anything to stop me, or I'll tell Daddy. Tell him, Luffy roared as he jumped at Helmeppo and punched him out of the restaurant. Luffy, Rika screamed as her mother grabbed her. Luffy ignored everything around him as he placed his straw hat back on his head and walked out of the restaurant. He could feel Kobe walking behind him but kept quiet as he walked to the courtyard and jumped over the gate as he walked towards his first mate. Your swords are in the base, Luffy guessed as he received a nod from the swordsman. Helmeppo just told everyone you're getting executed tomorrow. That brat, Zoro roared in anger as he watched Luffy's fingers turn into a blade of ice and cut the rope. Wait here, the boy muttered as he jumped into the air. Marine base roof. Father, I need you to kill someone, Helmeppo cried. On the roof, he hit me. I don't care, Captain Morgan replied gruffly. Morgan is a very tall and muscular, intimidating man with blonde hair and a steel jaw. His right hand is replaced by a huge steel axe, the handle of which seems to go right through his forearm. He wears a large, billowing coat like a cape. Under the cape he wears a black collared shirt, striped blue trouser and brown boots. Do you know why I haven't hit you? Captain Morgan asked as he backhanded his son. It's because you aren't worth it. Daddy, Helmeppo cried as Luffy landed on the statue. It's him. There you are, Luffy stated as the statue beneath him was covered in ice. Take me to Zoro's swords. Kill him, Morgan roared as the Marines raised their weapons. Luffy smirked as he felt the bullets leave the barrels of the guns. He dashed past them all as they went through him. The Marines began to cheer as the boy was riddled with bullet holes but went silent as ice filled the holes. Luffy grabbed Helmeppo and entered the base as the Marines looked on with their jaws touching the floor. Captain, a Marine said as he looked over the edge of the base. There's a boy in the courtyard with Zoro. Traitors, the captain muttered in anger, a village full of them. With Luffy. Where are the swords? Luffy growled as Helmeppo trembled in terror. In my room, Helmeppo replied with clattering teeth, the one with the pink door. You should have said that earlier, Luffy replied as he slammed the boy's head into the wall. Now for the swords. Courtyard. You've known him that long, Kobe exclaimed as he looked at the most feared bounty hunter in the East Blue. We meet on my island, Zoro replied with a small smile. I wonder where his brothers are. Brothers, Kobe muttered. Yes, they are also part of his crew, Zoro replied. Stop right there, Morgan ordered with a large bloodthirsty smile as he had a fire crew behind him. Good, now fire. Kobe screamed as the Marines raised their rifles. Zoro forced himself to his feet and began to shield the boy before their view was obstructed by a straw hat-wearing boy with 3 swords on his back. Kobe's jaw dropped as Luffy took an exquisite blade of his belt and began to cut the bullets in half. The Marines were once again left frozen as a chill took over their body. Are all 3 yours? Luffy asked as he handed the blades over to the swordsman. Yes, Zoro muttered as he put the blade back where they belong and unsheathed them. Kill him, Morgan yelled as he raised his axe hand and charged the straw hat boy. This should be easy, Zoro stated as the Marines charged in front of their captain, Santoryu Onigiri. The Marines that were charging were suddenly stopped in their tracks as Zoro charged them. Zoro had crossed his swords in his hand across his chest and placed the blade in his mouth horizontally behind them. He dashed past the group as he swung the sword in a descending diagonal crossing slash from his hand swords while the mouth sword performed a horizontal cut from the left. Morgan froze in place as the green-haired swordsman had single-handedly taken out his firing squad. A look of rage covered his face as he put his head down and dashed the trio. As he closed in on them, Luffy smiled as he took his flintlock off his waist and opened the swing-out chambers. Tori no Dangan, Luffy muttered as he breathed into the gun and fired a single shot hitting Morgan in the leg. Tenkai Suru. Luffy smirked as the bullet inside Morgan's leg began to expand. The man stopped in his tracks as ice began to work its way up from his wound. It wasn't long before the ice had covered the man as Luffy looked on with a bead of sweat covering his forehead. "Undo that, Helmeppo screamed as he held Kobe with a gun pointed to the pink-haired boy's head. "Undo that or I'll kill him." "Don't," Kobe yelled. "Don't let him terrorize anyone anymore. I'll happily die." "Those are good works, Kobe," Luffy stated with a smirk. "Kori Buraku, Ken." Helmeppo froze as he saw the Straw Hat Boy throw his fist forward and create a small ice fist. The fist shot through the air and hit Helmeppo square in the face and sent him flying away from Kobe and hit the ground knocked out. "Let's get some food," Zoro stated as he fell onto his back and his stomach growled. "I haven't eaten in 3 weeks. Restaurant." "I'm sorry for eating so much," Zoro told Rika's mother as a sweat drop ran down his head. "And I'm also sorry about him." Everyone that was in the restaurant in hoped of seeing their heroes were in awe of the Straw Hat Boy's appetite. As soon as the boy had begun to eat, it seemed like he'd never stop. He had eaten at least 3 days' food but still seemed to be hungry as he stuffed food down his throat. "It's fine," Rika replied as her mother smiled at the group. "Everything is free for you guys." "Excuse me," a Marine interrupted them. "Is it true that you are pirates?" "We are," Luffy replied with a smirk. "Then I'm sorry to have to do this, but I have to ask you to leave." The Marine informed them as they were swore at by the townspeople. "But as thanks I won't report your actions to Marine headquarters." "That's fine," Luffy told them as him and Zoro stood up and began to leave the restaurant. "Hold on," the Marine yelled. "Isn't the boy with you?" "No, he's not," Luffy replied with a smirk, "but I can tell you a bit about his past and who he spent time with." "No," Kobe yelled as he rushed out of his seat and punched Luffy in the jaw. "That was a mistake," Luffy stated as he punched Kobe in the face and knocked him onto the ground as he continued his onslaught, much to the shock of everyone else. "Stop, you filthy pirate," the Marine yelled out. "I can see that you aren't friends." "Luffy's still helping me," Kobe thought as he stood up. "It's time for me to stand up for myself." "Sir, please allow me to join the Marines," Kobe shouted with determination filling his voice. "I don't care what you think and where I start, but I will be a great Marine." "That sounds convincing," the leader replied with a small smile. "But don't expect it to be easy." Luffy's boat. The duo was setting out as they heard shouts from the port. The pair turned around and saw their pink-haired friend standing on the port and waving at them. "Thank you, Luffy," Kobe yelled. "I'll see you again." As Kobe yelled out to the pirates, the Marines of the town appeared behind him and saluted the saviors of their town. "I'll see you again as well, Kobe," Luffy yelled back with a large smile. "What do you mean you don't know how to navigate?" Zoro yelled at his captain. "Sabo always did it, so I sort of forgot what I learned," Luffy admitted sheepishly. "Then, where are they?" Zoro asked the Straw Hat Boy. "Well, they didn't arrive, so I'm going to find a Den Mushi and call them before we enter the Grand Line," Luffy told his first mate. "Even Law, Bippo, Penguin, and Shachai haven't come back yet." "Did they go out for the Grand Line?" Zoro asked in surprise. "I don't know. I think they were going to explore the Blues for a bit," Luffy admitted truthfully. "The last time I heard from him he was in the North Blue." "I haven't heard much of them either," Zoro muttered before his eyes went wide. "But I have heard about Ace and Sabo." That's right. They called you a pirate hunter," Luffy remembered. "I had to feed myself somehow," Zoro replied with a smirk. "They just started calling me a pirate hunter after I turned in a few bounties." Shishishishi. "So what do you know about my 2 brothers?" Luffy asked in curiosity as he wondered what his brothers were doing in the Grand Line. "You know that they joined up with Whitebeard, right?" Zoro asked as Luffy cocked his head to the side. "No, I haven't been able to see anything about them." "How did you find all this out?" Luffy asked his first mate. "I turned in a few bounties at the Marine base in Logtown and saw their bounty posters," Zoro told Luffy. "They still go under Magma Fist and Blue Gentleman." "How much are they worth?" Luffy asked as he thought about his older brothers. "Ace is worth 550 million Billy and Sabo is worth 500 million Billy," Zoro told Luffy, whose eyes went wide. "You have some catching up to do." "I really do," Luffy replied with a smirk, "but we'll get up there soon enough." "Sounds fun," Zoro stated as he looked ahead. "There are people calling for help." "Jump in," Luffy yelled as the pair rowed over to them. "Thanks for that," one man said with a sinister look. "Now, give us your ship," the second man said. "Or Captain Buggy will kill you," the last one stated with a smile. "Fuck off," Zoro told them. "We'll kill you," the 3 men yelled as they jumped at the pair only to be knocked back by one of Zoro's sheathed blades. "You'll row to your island now," Zoro stated darkly. "We didn't know you were Zoro," the men yelled as they took over rowing. "We'll take you to Orange Town." "This Buggy you talk of, does he have a big red nose?" Luffy asked as the men's eyes nearly came out of their heads. "Yes," one man muttered out in fear. "This guy is going to get himself killed," the man thought as he looked at Luffy, "especially if he calls the captain that." "He knows Shanks," Luffy told Zoro. "We're nearly there." Luffy and Zoro sat back and relaxed as the 3 pirates rowed them to their next destination. It was no use talking more about his brothers or his friends near these 3. He didn't want anyone to know that they were meeting up with Ace and Sabo until they actually did. He knew that if the Marines found out about it, they would likely send someone high up to kill them all, and that's something Luffy didn't want to risk. It didn't take long before they arrived at Orange Town and docked their small boat. The straw-hatted boy couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Buggy's ship and barely restrained his laughter. The thing looked like it was built by a circus. Luffy watched from the corner of his eyes the three men scurry away as soon as they touched the island. He assumed that they were just going straight to their captain. Something feels wrong here, Luffy stated as he looked at the village. Do you want to go check it out? Zoro asked as he got out of the boat. Yeah, Luffy replied as they began to walk into the town. The duo heard a woman scream as they walked through the town. The two pirates broke out into a run in the direction woman screaming and noticed three men chasing an orange-haired woman. Luffy appeared between them before they could even blink and spun around with a kicking, knocking the three men out easily. What the hell? The woman yelled in disbelief. How the hell did you take them out so easily? They were quite weak, Luffy replied. My name's Luffy. Do you have any idea what's happening in this town? Nami, the woman replied simply. Buggy's taken over the town and the villager are hiding out somewhere. Nami is a slim young woman of average height, with short orange hair with a particularly curled strand over the left side of her face and brown eyes. She wears an orange mini-skirt with two white rings on each side filled in with orange in their centers and a white shirt with short sleeves reaching halfway down to her elbow. That has blue stripes on it. And why were these men chasing you? Luffy asked as he looked at the orange-haired woman. I stole a map of the Grand Line from them, Nami admitted sheepishly. They caught me leaving. So, you're a navigator? Luffy asked in interest. The best damn one in the world, Nami replied in confidence. Then join my pirate crew? Luffy asked as a sour look appeared on the woman's face. You're pirates? Nami asked in disgust. I hate pirates. But we need a navigator, Luffy replied. I'll take out Buggy if you join my crew. You can't do that, Nami replied quickly. Buggy's one of the big three in the East Blue. The three strongest, Zoro muttered as he looked at his captain. You just had to tell him about them. Huh? Nami asked in confusion as she looked at Luffy, who seemed too happy. What the hell's wrong with him? I'm going to take them all out, Luffy muttered to himself. I'll be the strongest pirate to ever sail in the East Blue. That's ludicrous, Nami yelled as she looked at the boy. No, it's what I'll need to do to become the king of the pirates, Luffy stated with determination. Tell us where Buggy is, Zoro asked as the orange-haired girl appeared to be lost in her thoughts. I will, Nami replied with a cocky smirk. But we will be partners, 70% to me and 30% to you. Sure, Luffy replied without actually hearing her. Let's go. The three teenagers walked through the town towards where Buggy was currently staying. Luffy was giddy with excitement as he thought about the battle that would be sure to happen. The clown was once a member of the Pirate King's crew and Luffy was sure he'd be strong like Shanks. Maybe the clown could even use Haki or had an insane devil fruit. As Nami led them closer to the place that Buggy was currently residing, they heard loud footsteps. Who the hell is that? Nami yelled as a giant lion with a rider walked around the corner. I am Moji the Beast Tamer and I'm the first mate of the Buggy Pirates, Moji told them. Moji was sitting on a lion. He had white fur-like hair that made him look like a teddy bear. The fur covered his shoulders and chest as well as his upper back. He wore blue trousers with a yellow sash around his waist. This is Richie, Moji told them. Richie is a large lion who shows a fierce expression. He has scarlet-red scary eyes and has golden-brown fur and a pink mane. You're the thief and even better the two people who hurt our crewmates, Moji stated as he noticed the three properly. So, you're part of Buggy's crew? Luffy asked as he stared at the man. I'm his first mate, Moji admitted with a large smile and pride in his voice. You are, Luffy replied with a smirk. Zoro, take him out, I'll take the lion. Sounds fair, Zoro replied as he drew his three blades. Hori Buraku, Ken, Luffy yelled as he threw his arm back. Nami and Moji watched in shock as Luffy's right arm seemed to turn into ice before he threw it forwards like he was throwing a punch. Nami gasped in shock as a fist made of ice shot forwards and hit the lion in the face, knocking it completely out and causing Moji to fall off. Richie. Santoryu, Onigiri, Zoro muttered as he charged forwards. Zoro seemingly disappeared as he passed Moji and delivered three quick slashes across the man's chest. As he appeared behind the man, blood spurted out of his chest and Moji collapsed to the ground completely unconscious. What the hell are you two? Nami screamed. I'm a freezing man, Luffy told her simply. I'm going to be the world's strongest swordsman, Zoro told her as he flicked the blood off his swords and then sheathed them. That doesn't explain anything, Nami yelled in frustration. Let's go find the big-nosed guy, Luffy told them as he continued to walk forwards. Fine, Nami muttered, knowing these would give her more headaches. Nami walked in front of the pair to make sure they were going in the right direction. It didn't take them long to reach a tavern where they could hear laughter and noises that could only be coming from a party. Luffy walked in front of the pair with a large smile as he remembered the way that Shanks had described the clown. Oi, Big Nose, Luffy yelled as they heard a loud crashing noise from inside the tavern. Who the hell called me that? A man that could only be Buggy yelled as he appeared in front of them. Buggy is a slim, yet muscular man with blue hair that comes out the top of his pirate hat. His appearance resembles a clown as he has a big red nose. His face is covered in makeup. That results in him having crossbones going down his face forming an X, has two blue lines near both of his eyes and red lipstick. He wears a striped white and red shirt with short sleeves, white gloves, a sash around his waist and a pair of loose pants reaching his calves, just above a pair of striped socks and pointy shoes. He also wears a scarf around his neck. Hanging from his shoulders there is an orange, fur-lined captain's coat. On his head, he has an orange hat with his Jolly Roger on it, over a bandana with the same pattern of his shirt. "So, you're Buggy," Luffy stated as he looked at the clown. "I thought you would be bigger." "Who the hell are you?" Buggy yelled in anger. "You know what? Who cares? Fire a Buggy ball." With shouts of "Yes, Captain," the trio were met by the Buggy pirates wheeling out a large cannon and pushing a cannonball inside it. Buggy rushed back inside as one of his pirates lit the cannon and it fired straight at the trio. Luffy rushed the cannonball with a smirk as he coated his fist in Busoshoku Haki and slammed it into the cannonball, sending it flying back towards the tavern. The cannonball exploded in front of the tavern and blew it to pieces. "You're going to have to explain how you did that," Nami muttered in shock as the smoke cleared to reveal Buggy and another man protecting themselves with their own crew members. "Kill them, Kabaji," Buggy growled. "On it, Captain," Kabaji replied with a smirk as he jumped on a tricycle. Kabaji is a tall, slender man with a unique hairstyle that covers half of his face. It is long on one side and a parallel shaved design on the other. His hair is light green where it is shaved and dark green where it is longer. He wears a large blue and white checkered scarf that covers the lower portion of his face, a sleeveless brown coat reaching down to his knees, white pants larger near the end and held up by a light blue sash, and white shoes. "Zoro, take him out," Luffy ordered as he watched the strange man ride his unicycle down the collapsed building. "On it at once, Captain," the green-haired swordsman replied as he drew his 3 blades. "So, you're Roronoa Zoro," Kabaji yelled as he rode at Zoro. "I'm going to kill you to make my name heard throughout the East Blue." "I doubt it," Zoro told him as Kabaji's unicycle hit the ground. "Santoryu, Toragari." Zoro placed the swords in his hands over the blade in his mouth and watched as Kabaji closed in on him. As Kabaji got closer to him, Zoro jumped at the man as a tiger head appeared behind him. As he got in front of Kabaji and brought his swords down across the man's chest, cutting him as he passed. "Easy," Zoro muttered as he placed his blades back in their sheaths. "What the hell are you?" Buggy yelled in surprise. "How the hell did you do that?" "You aren't anything like Shanks said you were," Luffy stated as he walked past his first mate. "I can't believe you sailed with him." "I knew that straw hat looked familiar," Buggy shouted in outrage. "He gave it to me," Luffy admitted. "That bastard gave the hat to you," Buggy growled menacingly. "Then I'll destroy it. If you do that, I'll make sure you regret it," Luffy stated as he glared at Buggy. "Asu Sabaru," Luffy muttered as he formed an ice blade in his hand. "A devil fruit," Buggy muttered. "Bara bara ho." Luffy watched as the clown shot his hand at him. As it got close, Luffy dodged it and charged the man. As he got closer, he slashed at Buggy, cutting him in two, much to the shock of Nami. Luffy turned around and watched as Buggy reformed himself. Disintegrating the blade in his hand, Luffy charged at Buggy with his fist reared back. "Bye," Luffy yelled with a smirk as he slammed his hand into Buggy's chest and sent him flying away. "Good job," Zoro told Luffy as he watched Buggy fly off the island. "Let's go," Luffy told them as he watched Nami loot the place. "After she's finished, we need to plan things more," Nami stated as she looked the boys. "What do you mean?" Luffy asked as he sat on the front of the ship. "Are we going to the Grand Line like this?" Nami questioned as she looked at the 2 ships. "We need more meat and booze," Luffy replied with a large smile. "I'm not talking about food supplies," Nami yelled in annoyance. "Of course you don't," Luffy laughed as the woman glared at him. "We need to get a bigger ship. The Grand Line is a dangerous place after all." "Good. There is a small due north," Nami told the boy as she showed them on the map. "We'll go looking for a ship there first." It didn't take long for the trio to arrive at the island that had a small village called Syrup on it. As the trio got off the boat, Luffy's Kenbenshoku Haki flared as he began to stare at a bush on top of the hill. Luffy looked to Zoro as the man nodded at him and a smirk appeared on the bloodthirsty man's face. "Tamangi, Ninjin, Pim and get back here," the 2 pirates heard from someone in the bushes. Tamangi is a boy with straight brown hair with a tuft sticking up at the top, making his head reminiscent of an onion in appearance, and tiny eyes. He wears square glasses, a yellow shirt with a blue vest jacket over it. He also wears a dark yellow sash, dark brown pants, and black shoes, with gray on the very top and bottom, with tan buckles. Ninjin is a freckled boy with short spiky purple hair that covers his eyes, a red hat with a frill at the top and the Usopp Pirate's Jolly Roger on the front, and a face that ends in a pointed chin. These 3 features make his head resemble a carrot. He also wears a black sweater, a reddish-brown sash, light orange pants, and dark brown shoes, with light brown on the bottom. Pimmin is a boy with dark green hair shaped like a pepper. He wears a lightly green short-sleeved shirt with the Usopp Pirate's Jolly Roger on the front. He also wears a light blue sash, dark blue pants, and black shoes with gray laces, and gray on the bottom and very top. "What do you think they are doing?" Zoro asked as he heard 3 screams and a trio of boys run away. "I am the great fleet leader Usopp, who is in charge of the security of this village," a boy yelled as he stepped out from behind the bush. "I am also known as Captain Usopp. it is best you don't try and attack this village, because my 80 million men will never forgive you. The boy is a slim tan-skinned teenager with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips and a long nose. He wears an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm, brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath. He also carries with him a yellow satchel. "You're lying, right?" Nami asked as she stared at the man in disbelief. "Wah, I've been caught," Usopp screamed in shock. "See, you even said it yourself," Nami told him with a sweat drop. "Ah, did I just say that?" Usopp screamed. Bad planning indeed." "Shishishishi, you're so funny," Luffy laughed as the boy glared at him. "Hey, don't underestimate me," Usopp yelled as he drew his slingshot. "I am a man with high self-esteem. People call me the Honorable Usopp. Now that you've drawn your weapon, are you going to fire it?" Luffy asked as he glared at Usopp. "Weapons aren't a toy to use to make yourself intimidating." What Usopp stuttered as he lowered his weapon. "This is a real pirate." "Shishishishi. That's just something I heard Shanks say." Luffy laughed as he smiled at Usopp. "You're Usopp's son, right?" "You know my dad," Usopp replied in shock. "Of course, he stopped at my village with his crew years ago," Luffy told Usopp. "Do you have any food?" "Follow me," Usopp replied as he led the trio to the village and to a restaurant. "So what are you doing here?" Usopp asked as they took their seats and ordered food. "We're looking for a ship," Luffy replied as he eyed off the meat being served. "We need one strong enough to sail the Grand Line." "Oh, that sounds like a big adventure," Usopp stated with a small smile on his face. "There's only one place you can find the stuff you want in this village. Although it's not a big ship, it's not small either." "Where?" Nami asked. "There's a mansion not far from the village that belongs to a wealthy family. The ship belongs to the owner," Usopp informed the trio. "Although she is the owner, she is a pitiful young girl, a weak and sick girl that always lies on her bed." "Hey, then how come she's the owner of the mansion?" Nami questioned. "I think it happened more than a year ago. The girl's parents died and left her a large inheritance. The mansion and servants," Usopp stated. "Even if you are rich, that doesn't exempt you from sorrow." "Never mind," Nami sighed. "Let's forget about searching for a ship in this village and search for one elsewhere." "Okay, but we're not in a hurry anyways," Luffy stated. "We may as well stock up on food supplies." "Oh yeah," Usopp said, drawing Luffy's attention. "You said earlier you were looking for companions. Do you know of anybody?" Luffy asked the long-nosed boy. "Let me be the captain and I will join you," Usopp declared as he pointed at himself. "Never mind," the three stated as they turned their attention to their food. "It's that time again," Usopp said to himself as he stood up. "Leave your meal on my tab." The trio nodded at the boy as he left the restaurant and they returned to finishing off their meals. As they took the last bite of their food, three young boys rushed through the door with wooden weapons. "The Usopp pirates are here," the three boys screamed. "Who are they?" Luffy questioned. "The captain's not here," Tashigi said in shock. "That was a delicious meal," Luffy stated with a smirk as he tapped his stomach. "He ate the captain," Ninjin screamed in terror. "Your captain," Zoro stated as he smirked at the trio. "We just ate him." "Ah, demon," the three boys screamed as they looked and pointed at Nami. "Why are you looking at me?" Nami screamed at them with shark-like teeth as she turned on Zoro. "And you, why did you tell them that?" "So you didn't eat the captain?" Pimmin asked. "No, he said it's that time again and then left," Nami told the boys with a kind smile. "Oh, so it was time to go to the mountain again," Tashigi stated. "Where the sick girl lives?" Nami questioned. "Yep," Ninjin replied. "Why does he go there?" Luffy asked in confusion. "To tell lies," Payman told them. "Isn't that a bad thing to do?" Luffy asked. "That's not bad," Tashigi stated with a smile. "It's actually great." "Yes, it's very good," Payman said. "He lies to make her feel better," Ninjin told them. "He's been doing it for a year. So he's a good guy," then Luffy said with a smile on his face. "So to restore her spirits, he's been going up there to amuse her for the past year," Nami replied with a small smile. "Yep," Payman said with a smile. "I like his nosiness," Ninjin said with a smile. "I like his cowardice," Payman told them. "I like his lies," Tashigi stated. "What kind of strong points are those?" Zoro asked with a sweat drop. "So the lady is feeling better?" Luffy questioned. "Yeah, and it's all thanks to the captain," Tashigi told them. "All right, then we'll go to the mansion and ask for a ship," Luffy declared as he stood up. "Didn't you just say you were giving it up?" Nami asked. "Let's go," Luffy yelled. "Mansion, we're here for a ship," Luffy yelled as he arrived at the front gate. "Let's just go in." "We can't stop him," Nami sighed as she watched Luffy climb over the fence. "Since we can't stop him, we may as well follow him," Zoro stated. The trio looked around the grounds of the mansion before they spotted the long-nosed lair sitting in a tree speaking to a young woman who was laughing and smiling with him. Luffy had a smirk on his face as he approached the tree and heard the three boys who had led them to the mansion shout out to their captain. "Huh, what are you guys doing here?" Usopp asked in shock. "We bought these guys here," Ninjin stated. "Who's that?" the young woman asked. "Oh, so she's the rich lady," Luffy said with a smile on his face. "These guys heard about my reputation and traveled all the way here to join the Usopp pirates," Usopp gloated. "That's not right," Luffy stated in annoyance. "We're here to make a request." "A request?" the woman questioned in confusion. "Of me?" "Yeah, we need a big ship," Luffy yelled. "What are you doing here?" a man shouted, cutting of their conversation. You can't just barge into the mountain like this. Who's that? Luffy asked. Klahadore, the woman replied as she looked at the man. Shitty butler, Usopp complained while glaring at the man. Klahadore is a slim man with round glasses and slicked black hair. He wore a black suit with 2 golden markings on it over a white shirt with a curious collar, with spiral-like protrusions on the edges, and a standard black tie. He also sports striped shoes. Listen, Klahadore. These people are the woman started before Klahadore cued her off. Kaya, you don't have to explain. I will ask you about it later, Klahadore told her as he glared at Usopp. Kaya is a slim and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair. She has wide brown eyes that are of a sort of lighter shade. She was wearing a long pink dress and held a medical journal in her hand. Please get out, Klahadore told the group, or is there something you want? We want a big ship, Luffy proclaimed. No, Klahadore simply stated as he continued to glare at Usopp. Ah, Usopp, I've heard some rumors about you. The villages talk about you all the time. Oh, thank you, Usopp replied, unsure of himself. You may call me Captain Usopp. After all, that's what everybody calls me. The guard said you were lurking outside the gates, Klahadore said as he used his palm to push his glasses back up. What do you want here? I heard there was a giant mole here and I wanted to check it out, Usopp replied. Haha, I see you can lie fairly well, Klahadore told him with a small smile. I've heard about your father too. You're the son of a filthy pirate, so I'm not surprised that you ended up this way. But you better stay away from Kaya. Filthy pirate, Usopp muttered in shock as Luffy glared at Klahadore. You and Kaya belong to totally different worlds, Klahadore stated. Is it her money you are after? That's enough, Klahadore, Kaya screamed as she slammed her hands onto the window frame. Apologize to Usopp at once. There's no need to apologize to this uncivilized person. I'm just telling the truth, Klahadore told Kaya. I feel sorry for you. You hate your father, don't you? Because he's a dumb treasure hunter who deserted his family and village. Klahadore, Kaya screamed in shock. I won't let you say another bad thing about my father, Usopp roared in anger as Luffy twitched in annoyance. Why are you so angry? You're not very smart, are you? Klahadore questioned. You should have just told your usual lies and say that your father was a traveling merchant or that you and him aren't blood related. Shut up, Usopp yelled as he rushed forwards and punched Kuro in the jaw. You're so violent, Klahadore told Usopp as he spat out a glob of blood, like father, like son. Shut up, Usopp roared. I'm proud that my father is a pirate. I'm proud that he is a brave warrior of the sea. You're right that I like to lie, but I'm proud that I have pirate's blood in me. I don't have to pretend that I'm not. I'm the son of a pirate. You said pirates are brave warriors of the sea. Don't twist the truth, Klahadore told the teen. It's because you have that savage bloodline that you like to lie so much and use violence whenever you are enraged. I believe you only got close to Kaya for the money. Who cares what your motive is, Klahadore roared. The fact that your father is a pirate is more than enough reason to kick you out. I dare you to say that again, Usopp yelled as he held the butler by the collar. Usopp, please stop, Kaya yelled. Please don't use violence. Klahadore isn't a bad person. He's just concerned about me. That's why he's a little extreme. Get the hell out of here, Klahadore told Usopp as he slapped the boy's hand away. Savages like you aren't welcome here. I'll let you off this time, but I warn you, don't ever come back here again. Fine, I understand. I'll leave even without you telling me, Usopp replied as he began to walk away from the mountain. I'll never come back here again. Usopp, Kaya whispered in sadness. You bastard, Captain is not like that, Tamengi yelled. Yeah, stupid, Ninjin shouted. Baka Payman yelled. All of you, get the hell out of here now, Klahadore roared as he watched the group leave the area. The man looked at where they were standing. Why has the grass turned to ice? Later, I've known your dad since I was a kid, Luffy told Usopp as he sat down next to the boy. He never shut up about you. Really, Usopp asked with wide eyes. Yeah, he loved talking about you, Luffy replied. Do you know where he is, Usopp questioned. Probably somewhere in the Grandline, Luffy replied with a smile. He is sailing with red-haired Shanks after all. Oh, so he's on that guy's ship, Usopp replied with a smile before his eyes bulged. He's on Shanks' ship. You've heard of Shanks? Luffy questioned in shock. Not many people knew of the Yonko and the Blues. Of course, he's a great pirate, Usopp shouted back. And my dad's on that crew. Yep, he bragged about never missing anything in his range, Luffy told Usopp. He was a really popular pirate. Is that true, Usopp asked with a large smile as Luffy nodded. To tell you the truth, even though he left me behind for the sea, I'm always proud of him, but that bastard looked down on him. He looked down on my pride. I don't like him either, Luffy told Usopp with his arms crossed. Are you really never going to see Kaya again? Don't know, maybe if the butler apologizes, Usopp replied. And begs me, then I'll reconsider. That butler, Luffy asked as he pointed down to the man on the beach. Yeah, that butler, Usopp replied before his eyes widened. Why is he here? Django, I told you not to draw the attention of the villages, Klahadore told the strange man. So why did you sleep in the middle of the road? Django had a strange appearance. He had long gray hair and a stripped goatee. He wore heart-shaped glasses, a blue trench coat with discs on it, and a big hat of matching color, white shirt under his coat, and green-brown gloves. He also has light brown pants with a black belt and black shoes with big white socks. How can I attract any attention? Django questioned in confusion. It's not like I look weird or something. So, are you ready for it? Klahadore sighed as he pushed his glasses up with his palm. Of course, Django replied. The plan to assassinate Kaya can start any time. Assassinate is such an ugly word, Klahadore told the man. Ah, that's right, we'll call it an accident, Django replied. Isn't that right, Captain Kuro? Captain Kuro, I gave up that name 3 years ago. Don't call me by that ever again, Kuro growled. You're the captain now. I still remember that day. It still shocks me, Django stated. And Kuro replied. You said you were going to give up being a pirate and made me the captain, Django stated. Everyone thinks that Captain Kuro has been executed by the Marines, but in truth he is hiding in a little village that he told us to come to in 3 years. Before, when I worked for you, there was a lot of benefits. It's the only reason I worked for you. Can I get a good share this time? Yes, Kuro replied. If you succeed, you'll get your share. Then I'll take care of the girl, Django told him, brimming with confidence. It looks like you're not ready yet, Kuro said to the man. Shut up. I'm completely ready, Django shot back in annoyance. When you send the signal, we charge into the village and kill Kaya. Then you can claim her inheritance. I wonder if your mum actually gave you a brain, Kuro questioned in frustration. I have no relation to her family, so how can I claim her inheritance? We can work on that, Django replied. It's no use. Before you kill her, make sure to hypnotize her and make her write a will, Kuro told Django. Make sure it says I will leave all my wealth to my butler Klahadore. This way I can openly claim her wealth. After all, this is what I've been working on for the past 3 years. Is this why you didn't just rob the place? Django asked. If I just robbed it, the Marines would be after me forever, Kuro replied. This way I can live a normal life here. So you killed her whole family for your normal life? Django laughed. Her parents died normally. It was outside of my plans, Kuro stated. Whatever, we don't need to argue over this. Anyways, you just need to send the signal, Django replied. We've been anchored close by for almost a week and they can't wait much longer. This is horrible, Usopp whispered to Luffy. They're going to ravage the village and kill Kaya. What are you going to do about it? Luffy asked Usopp. I don't know. The villages will be killed. Kaya will be killed. People I love, Usopp replied with tears in his eyes. I have to tell everyone. Wait, Luffy whispered. Are they going to believe you? What do you mean? Usopp asked as he stared at Luffy in shock. Are they going to believe you? You do lie a lot, right? Luffy questioned. They have to, Usopp replied. It's the only way to save the village. No, it's not, Luffy told Usopp. Let's find my crew. Fine, Usopp sighed. I hope you have a plan. I do. We're going to defeat his crew, Luffy replied with a smile on his face. With Nami and Zoro. Nami, Zoro, Luffy yelled as he approached the pair. We're fighting a pirate crew tomorrow. What? Nami screamed in shock. How is that even possible? The butler's a pirate, Luffy replied. His name's Kuro. The butler, Zoro muttered in disbelief. Fine, where are we fighting them? I know where they'll come up, Usopp told the trio. What are you guys good at? I cut, Zoro replied simply. I freeze, Luffy informed Usopp, who looked at the pirate in curiosity. I steal, Nami told him. Good. I hide, Usopp stated before Nami slammed her fist into his head. You're fighting too, Nami yelled. Now let's find where they'll enter. We can even set up traps, Usopp stated. The next morning. Okay, we're done. We've sprayed a massive amount of oil here and now those guys won't be able to get up this slope, Usopp stated. This is the most effective way to battle them. No matter what, we must protect this slope with our lives. Just don't fall down there, Nami stated as she pointed at the oil, or else you're screwed. Don't worry, Usopp yelled with a large smirk. I have a lot of confidence in myself. The sun's up, Luffy stated as he looked down the slope. They'll be here soon. Guys, Nami asked. Can you hear something? What do you mean? Usopp asked. I swear I can hear people screaming. Go from the north, Nami replied. The north? Usopp asked in shock. What's going on? Zoro asked Usopp in confusion. There's another entrance for the village to the north, Usopp admitted. We're on the wrong slope, Luffy asked. They talked about the plan here, so this is where I thought they'd attack, Usopp told Luffy. Which way are they attacking from? Luffy asked. Going in that direction. It will only take 3 minutes, Usopp told Luffy as he pointed towards the other slope. Oh no, that's where we docked out ships, Nami yelled out in fear. They're going to take my treasure. I'll be there in 20 seconds, Luffy yelled as he blurred away. Damn it, Nami screamed as she stared, slipping backwards. Nami, what are you doing? Zoro asked. Help, I'm slipping, Nami pleaded as she began to fall down the slope. Zoro yelled as he felt Nami grab onto him. Let go, idiot. Oops, sorry, Nami yelled as she pulled herself up. I got up. Zoro shouted as he slipped to the bottom of the slope. Sorry, but my treasure's in danger, Nami yelled as she began to run to the north. I'm going to kill her, Zoro yelled as he pulled out 2 of his swords. North slope. Usopp broke out of the trees and drew his Jinga Pachinko as he noticed a large amount of pirates charging at him. He quickly put a lead pallet in his slingshot and shot the pallet at the first pirate he saw, sending the guy flying backwards and causing the other pirates to stop in shock. "There's someone up on the slope," one of the pirates yelled out. "I'm Captain Usopp. I've been waiting here for you guys," Usopp yelled out. "I've made all the preparations. If you don't want to die, then retreat." "Where the hell is that guy?" Usopp thought in fear as he scanned the area for Luffy. "He left before me." "I'm warning you, retreat now," Usopp shouted at the pirates. "I have 100 million crewmates ready to kill you." "Does he think we'll believe that?" a pirate muttered in disbelief. 100 million, Django screamed in shock and fear. "Captain, he's lying," a pirate told his captain. "Ah, they saw through my lie," Usopp yelled in shock. "You bastard, how dare you lie to me?" Django roared in anger. "Captain Django, we have good news," a pirate yelled out. "Did you find food?" Django questioned. "Not food, treasure in that boat," the pirate replied. "They have about 5 million Billa worth on their boat. You can have it if you leave this island," Usopp yelled out. "That treasure is mine, and if you retreat I'll give it to you." "You're an idiot," Django replied. "Of course we are going to take that treasure, but we aren't leaving." "You idiot," Nami yelled as she arrived at the slope and slammed her pole into Usopp's head. "All that treasure on that boat belongs to me. Don't you dare take anything. Put it all back. Do you hear me?" "Why did you hit me?" Usopp complained as he rubbed his head. "How could you try and give away someone else's treasure?" Nami shouted at him. "Watch out for the weird one. He's a hypnotist." "A hypnotist?" Usopp muttered as he looked at the weird man. "Where's Luffy?" Nami questioned. "I don't know," Usopp replied. "He was running in front of me." "Maybe he got lost," Nami said in frustration. "At such a bad time." "Look, you charge down there and I'll back you up," Usopp told Nami. "Why me? How can I beat them?" Nami yelled at Usopp. "Just because I'm a man don't think I'm stronger than you," Usopp shouted bad as his legs trembled. "They forgot about us," Django said in disbelief. "Everybody charge and destroy the village." "They're coming," Nami shouted. "I've got spikes," Usopp told her as he fished around in his bag and pulled out spikes. "We can throw them." "This should work," Nami screamed as Usopp handed her some spikes and the pair threw them, stopping the pirates in their tracks. "It works. Now for my special technique," Usopp yelled as he put a pallet in his slingshot. "Namari Boshi." Usopp smiled as his shot hit one of the pirates in the middle of the forehead and the man fell to the ground. The long-nosed sniper fired a few more shots off and knocked out a few more of the pirates before he felt Nami tap him on the back and say something about taking a break before she screamed out. "There are spikes behind us too," Nami screamed in shock. "What?" Usopp yelled as he turned around. "You were the one who threw them, idiot." "You're blocking our way," a pirate yelled as he jumped the spike with a giant club in her eyes. "Now die." Nami gasped in shock and her eyes widened in fear as the pirate slammed his large club into the back of Usopp's head. She watched as the long-nosed liar spat out a glob of blood before he stared to fall over. She could see the back of the young man's head slowly being covered in blood and she let out a shriek of fear. "Haha, did you really believe you could stop us?" the pirate mocked before he felt something pulling on his pants. What do you think you're doing?" I will not let you into the village," Usopp forced himself to say. "I will save them and stop you guys. I'm going to shut you up," another pirate yelled as he charged forwards with his sword drawn and ready to pierce Usopp through the back. Nami quickly jumped at the man and slammed her pole into the pirate's head and knocked him out. She quickly turned around and was forced to stop another pirate swinging his sword at her. She blocked the strike but was thrown backwards into the cliff, hitting it back first. "We may as well kill you both," the pirate with the giant club stated. "You idiot, just go and attack the village," Django yelled out. "Did you forget Captain Kuro's plan? Do you really want to screw it up?" An audible gulp was heard throughout the slope as the pirates started to run up the cliff and towards the village. The pirates ran past Usopp, who kept trying to stop them only to be kicked in the head and forced back to the ground. The young sniper watched the pirates advancing towards the village as he tried to force himself to his feet. The boy let out a gasp of shock when he heard the air getting cut and felt the temperature plummet before the pirates were forced back down the slope. "Usopp, did these guys do that to you?" Luffy asked with dark eyes as the boy nodded. "Zoro, stand back. Just don't do any lasting damage," Zoro muttered as he walked over to Usopp and helped the sniper to his feet. "Who are these guys?" a pirate asked in shock as he stared at Luffy and Zoro. "Nobody told us people this stronger were here." "You guys are going to pay for what you did to my friends," Luffy told them as he walked forwards. The pirates started to shake and stare at Luffy in fear as they felt an immense pressure filling the area, and the temperature becoming really cold. They watched as the boy pulled his dagger from his back and smirked at the men before he disappeared in a blur. The pirates only knew what was happening by the blood that was shooting out of the men falling to the ground. It wasn't long before all of the pirates were on the ground bleeding and Luffy came to a stop. He bent down and touched the ground with a large smile on his face. "Asutemu," Luffy muttered as he froze the blood and encased the pirates in ice. "Shit," Django yelled in fear as he stared at Luffy. "Nayab and brothers, get out here." "You called for us too," Figure asked as they appeared on the figurehead of Django's ship. "Butchai and Sham, you have to take these guys down," Django yelled out. The first to jump from the ship was Butchai, who is an overweight man who wears an outfit based loosely on a black and white cat. He has pale skin, sharp teeth, tiny eyes, wears a hat that covers one of his eyes that has cat ears on it. His pants are stripped black and white, with a yellow sash and dark brown shoes. He wears a blanket-looking cape on his back that is stripped light purple and dark purple with a white fluffy brim. He wears a shoulder pad on his left arm and pale blue gloves with claws at the end. The second was Sham, who is a man of regular height who is very skinny. He also has a hunched back, making him look smaller than he actually is. He has green hair that is parted to the side and curls at the end, with 2 other parts of hair on the sides of his head growing downwards in a curly-looking way. He also has cat ears sticking out from the top of head. He has green, cat-like eyes, and is usually seen with a grin. He wore a navy blue shirt with light gray buttons and a magenta bow tie. He also had light blue shorts, brown shoes and white socks that stick out of them. He is also seen having dark brown gloves, with claws growing out at the end. Luffy, these 2 are mine, Zoro stated as he drew Wado Ikemanji. Fine, Luffy replied as he stepped back. Zoro smiled at the pair of pirates as they quaked in their shoes before they charged him. As they closed in, Zoro noticed the pair speed up and stop acting scared as they raised their claws. A smirk formed on Zoro's face as he drew a second sword and swung them both as the man get close to him. The pair ran past him before they stopped and looked at their hands in shock. The claws they had on their glovers were severed off. This is too easy, Zoro muttered. Nedoryu, Sai Kuru. Zoro held his sword up and rushed at the pair of pirates as he began to spin around. As he appeared in front of them, his blades began to cut their chest up and blood spurted from them as the pair fell to the ground. Zoro stopped his attack and flicked the blood from his blades as he sheathed them. What the hell is happening here? Kuro yelled as he arrived at the scene. How were you beaten by children? They're no ordinary kids, Django yelled out. We need help. Do you? Kuro asked as he revealed the small bag that he bought with him. I guess I have no choice then. Clahador Kaya yelled out in anger as she arrived at the slope and held a gun to Kuro's head. What do you think you're doing? Mary told me what you did to him. Too bad he lived, Kuro replied. I had hoped he was dead by now. Remember everything we did together. Remember how you've looked after me these last few years, Kaya yelled in sadness. You can't be this evil. I never cared for you. The only reason I pretended to care for you was to get your money, Kuro stated as he smirked at her. I have simply been waiting for the day I could kill you. Kaya dropped the gun she had in shock as she heard him say those words. As soon as Kuro seen the girl drop the gun, he lifted his hand only to receive a second fist in the face from the long-nosed liar. Kuro glared at the heavily bleeding young man as Usopp attempted to punch Kuro again, only for it to be blocked and Kuro to hit Usopp across the face. As he brought his hand back to deliver another punch to the sniper, he felt a hand on his forearm before he felt it rapidly get cold. Ah, what the hell? Kuro screamed as Luffy let go of his hand. What the hell are you? The end of what you're doing, Luffy stated as he kicked the man down the cliff. Zoro finished the weird-looking dude. On it, Zoro replied with a bloodthirsty smirk. Kuro got to his feet as he glared at Luffy before rushing him with gloves with 5 blades on them. He appeared in front of the boy and cut through him as he smirked in victory, only to receive a punch in the back of the head. The man turned around and looked at Luffy in shock as the boy showed no signs of damage from his attack. Luffy smirked as he drew his dagger once more and cut through the blade on Kuro's hand with ease, much to the shock of the older man. Luffy placed his dagger back as he stared to punch Kuro in the stomach and chest before the man started to cough up blood. Luffy smirked as he brought his leg back and kicked Kuro in the stomach and sent him flying down to his ship as he watched Zoro finish off Django with a single sword strike. Luffy walked around and froze the pirates as he forced them downhill and onto their ship as he threw Kuro on there as well. Don't come back, Luffy ordered as he backed the statement with his haki while Kuro weakly nodded at him. What the hell? Usopp muttered in shock as he stared at Zoro and Luffy. How are you so strong? Let's get some food first, Luffy replied. One day later. This is the going. Mary told the crew. Mary was a tall, formally dressed butler whose most distinguishing feature is his lamb-themed appearance. His hair is curly like a lamb's fleece and has 2 lamb horns sticking out of it. His lips also resemble those of a lamb's. Even his collar has a fleece around it. The Going Merry was a caravel-class ship and possesses a sheep figurehead. The Going Merry has a jib and a central steer rudder. The ship's armaments consisted of 4 cannons, 1 in the bow pointing forward, 1 in the stern, and 2 pointing to either side. It's awesome, Luffy shouted with stars in his eyes. We would give you more, but you keep turning us down, Kaya replied. Just promise to look up after Usopp. We will, Luffy replied. I should tell you how to navigate this ship, Mary stated as he looked at Luffy. Tell Nami I would just forget, Luffy told Mary. Ah, they heard scream from the slope as a ball rolled down. Stop it, Zoro, Luffy yelled as he put his foot up at the same time as Zoro. Ouch, Usopp muttered as his face was pressed against Luffy and Zoro's foot. Usopp, Kaya said worryingly. I'm fine, Usopp stated as he looked at the Straw Hats. Am I still invited to join you? Of course, Luffy stated. We'll leave when you're ready. Thanks, Usopp stated as he turned to Kaya. I guess this is goodbye, but I'll be back and I'll tell you all about my adventures. I look forward to it, Kaya replied with a blush and a smile. I'll be waiting. Usopp smiled as he hugged the blonde girl and climbed on board the Going Merry and set out with the crew. He continued to wave at Kaya and Mary until they were out of sight and then turned around and saw his smirking crewmates. "What are you bastards smirking at?" Usopp yelled. "All right, our pirate flag is done," Luffy announced as he held up a horrendously painted skull and crossbones. A straw hat was on the skull and the bones were painted ice blue. "Shishishi, I put a lot of effort into it." "Our symbol," Nami muttered in shock. Calling him artistically challenged would be an understatement, Usopp stated in shock. "A pirate's flag should be a symbol of death and terror," Zoro muttered as he stared at the strange symbol. "I guess it is quite scary." "Leave the drawing to me," Usopp yelled. Zoro and Nami stood over the long-nosed sniper and watched as he painted a second symbol. This one clearly represented him. The pair gave him a punch to the back of the head and forced him to paint a much neater version of Luffy's. "That looks good," Luffy told Usopp as he watched the boy climb the mast to hang the flag. "Now let's check out the cannons." Zoro watched as Luffy loaded a cannonball into the cannon and with a smile on his face fired it out at a rock in the middle of the sea. Luffy sighed as he saw the cannonball miss the rock formation completely. "What are you doing?" Zoro asked as he watched his captain load another cannonball. "Just testing it out," Luffy replied. "Stand aside," Usopp told Luffy as he adjusted the cannon. "Judging by the distance between here and there, this should do it." Luffy watched in curiosity as the long-nosed liar fired the cannon and caused a direct hit on the rock formation, blowing it to pieces. Luffy smiled in amazement as he saw the young sniper already bragging about his shot. "That was amazing," Luffy told Usopp. "I didn't know you were that good of a shot." "Well, of course, I'm an expert at all things aiming," Usopp bragged. "You may as well bend down and start calling me captain." "You can be the sniper of the crew," Luffy stated, ignoring the last bit of Usopp's sentence. "What about vice captain?" Usopp asked as he followed Luffy into the kitchen. "We already have two of them that you haven't met," Luffy revealed before he broke out in laughter. "But I tell you what, when we meet them you can fight either one for their spot." "Why does that sound scary?" Usopp muttered to himself. "So where to next?" Nami asked as Usopp and Luffy entered the kitchen. "Well, we still have one position we need to fill," Luffy stated. "Of course, we do," Nami replied with a smirk. "After all, we have such a wonderful kitchen." "That's why we need a musician," Luffy told her with a large smile. "I meant a cook, idiot," Nami yelled out. "Oh, yeah, we need one of them as well," Luffy replied, right after a musician. "Damn it," Nami shouted in annoyance. "Come out, you damn pirates," the four straw hats heard a man yell. "I'm going to slaughter all of you." "What the hell?" Luffy muttered as he heard a crash from the deck and ran outside of the cabin. "Hey, who the hell are you?" "Who am I?" the man roared in anger. "I should be asking who the fuck you are." The man charged at Luffy with his sword drawn as he attempted to slash at Luffy's throat. The straw hat boy jumped backwards as the stranger's sword went through where he was just standing and crashed into deck railing. "How many people are out there?" Zoro asked groggily. "Just one, I think," Nami replied. "Luffy will be fine then," Zoro replied with a smirk. "I've killed countless infamous pirates," the man roared at Luffy. "I'm going to add your head to that list." "What the hell are you on about?" Luffy asked as he dodged another slash of the blade. "You killed my partner, you bastard," the man yelled in anger. "Your partner?" Luffy asked in confusion. "When did I do that?" "Stop being an idiot," the man yelled as Luffy jumped over his head. "Stop attacking me," Luffy yelled in annoyance as he grabbed the man and threw him into the ground. "Now, just what the heck are you shouting at me about?" "Is it over already?" Zoro asked as he walked out onto the deck and noticed the stranger man that was attacking Luffy. "Hey, Johnny, what are you doing here?" "Big bro Zoro, is that really you?" the man now known as Johnny yelled out. Johnny is an average-sized man with somewhat tanned skin. He is seen wearing a pair of sunglasses and has a black tattoo on his left cheek that reads C. He has short, black hair and is carrying his sword. His eyebrows always seem to be pointing down to make a scowl. "Where's Yasaku? He's normally with you?" Zoro asked. That's right," Johnny yelled. "We need to go get him, he's really sick." The crew quickly sailed over to the pulverized rock and found the man that was Yasaku laying on the ground moaning in pain. Luffy and Zoro quickly brought the man onto the ship as Johnny was telling the crew the man's symptoms. Nami's eyes darkened as she shook her head and ordered Luffy and Usopp to run into the kitchen and get her limes. "Limes?" Johnny asked in surprise. "He has scurvy," Nami told him. "If we're not too late he'll be fine in a couple of days." "Are you telling me the truth, big sis?" Johnny yelled out in happiness as tears flowed from his eyes. "Don't call me big sis," Nami grumbled in annoyance. "This is a pretty well-known disease. It used to be pretty dangerous, but with modern medicine and the technology to store fresh vegetables it isn't that common anymore." "Wow," Johnny muttered in shock. "You really should know this," Nami yelled out. "I'm all charged up," Nami heard a man yell out as she watched the sick man jump to his feet. "I'm ready for action." "Haha, my partner's fine," Johnny yelled as he began to dance with him. "Like hell you can recover like that," Nami shouted at the pair with shark-like teeth. "Sorry for the late introductions," Johnny stated as he turned around. "The name's Johnny. I'm Yasaku," the formerly sick man stated as he lit up a cigarette. "Zoro used to bounty hunt at us." "Nice to meet you all," Johnny said with a smile. "Yasaku has a black shirt with a green coat and red headgear. He has plaid yellow shorts over unshaven legs and dark shoes and, like his partner, carries a sword. I don't know how to thank you. I thought I bit the dust, Yosaku said. So, I'm guessing that you finally found the man that you were going to sail with, Johnny stated as he looked at the crew. I can't believe you became a pirate. As the man finished his sentence, Yosaku began to spit out blood and fell to the ground once more. Zoro yelled at the pair and Johnny began to freak out. Usopp led the man to the bed to lay down while Johnny discussed what was going to happen in the near future. This should be a lesson to all of you, Nami stated once Usopp walked back outside. These are just the dangers that we will face on the sea, Zoro replied. This is why we need a chief, Luffy stated as he looked to the shy. We just need to make sure he can fight. Big bro, I know just the place, Johnny cut in. Is it close? Zoro asked as he looked at the man. It is, but getting one to join you is going to be quite hard, Johnny stated. I've even heard about a hawk-eyed man being seen around it. Alright then, Luffy yelled. Let's go to find a cook. To the Baratie, Johnny told them. 2 days later. We're here. This is the Baratie, Johnny yelled out. Brother Zoro, Brother Luffy, Brother Usopp and Brother Nami. Why am I Brother? Nami grumbled in annoyance. Ah, that looks awesome, Luffy yelled out as he noticed the fish-like ship. Luffy, Usopp yelled out. The Marines. When did they get there? Luffy asked in annoyance as he noticed the cannons lining up with their ship. They're not going to attack us, Usopp asked in fear. Ah, someone is coming out, Yosaku yelled out. I've never seen that pirate flag before, the Marine stated as he eyed Luffy and his crew. I'm the lieutenant of the Marine headquarters known as Iron Fist Fullbody. Who's your captain? Name yourself. The lieutenant was an average-sized Marine that wore a white pinstripe suit. His hair was well combed and he had a scar under his right eye and bolts attached to his knuckles. I'm Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy stated as he stared at the Marine in annoyance. Wait, I think I've seen you two before. You frequent the government office on some small business, Fullbody stated as he stared at Johnny and Yosaku. If I remember correctly, you're small-time bounty hunters. Yosaku and Johnny, I think your names were. I see you've finally been caught by pirates. Yo, Yosaku, I think this bro is trying to stick it to us, Johnny said as he looked at the Marine. Well, we can't just let some guy go walking around and talk about us if we are small-time, Yosaku replied as he pulled out his blade. This ain't going to make us a single bully, but I think we have to show this guy a lesson. You're nothing but a cocky little yuppie, the duo yelled out as they jumped from the Going Merry onto the Marine ship. Luffy frowned as he watched the two swordsmen get beat down quite easily by the Marine lieutenant. The bounty hunter duo were eventually thrown back onto the Going Merry as they groaned in pain. Almost had him, Johnny moaned out in pain. What the hell were you two doing? Zoro asked the pair. Darling, enough beating up on the weaklings. Let's get going already, a woman's voice told the Marine. Yes, let's do that, Fullbody replied with a smirk. Consider yourselves lucky pirates because I'm on a break today. I only came here to eat at a restaurant. But consider your lives forfeit when you run into me next time and I'm not off duty. What a blowhard, Usopp muttered in distaste as Nami looked at the pieces of paper that the bounty hunters dropped. It can't be, Nami muttered in shock as she picked up a paper with a young boy on it. Guys, we're in deep shit, Usopp yelled out. The bastards are aiming their cannon at us. Luffy, Zoro muttered. You or me? Me, Luffy replied with a smirk as he jumped through the air and landed on the deck of the Marine ship. What the hell, Fullbody shouted in shock. Fire at him. Asu Ig, Luffy whispered to himself as ice took over half of his body. And the ice covered the boat deck and water surrounding it. What the hell, Fullbody screamed in shock as he noticed the ice around his feet. You're lucky I have enough control over it to not freeze you, Luffy told them. Don't ever try to fire upon my ship or crew again. It is him, Nami thought in fear as she watched Luffy jump back onto the Going Merry. Let's go inside, Luffy told the crew with a giant smile on his face. I'm starving. That little brat, Fullbody thought in anger. I'm going to get him back for that. Get me out of this ice, Fullbody yelled out. Inside Baratie. So, this is the Baratie, Luffy said aloud. I want all your meat and booze. Double the booze, Zoro yelled out as he smirked at Luffy. Oh, a beautiful lady, a man yelled out as he noticed Nami walking with the crew. My name is Sanji and I'll be your chef today. Sanji is a slim, yet muscular, long-legged young man with blonde hair and keeps his hair brushed over the left side of his face. Among Sanji's physical traits are his distinctive eyebrows. Both form a spiral but at different ends. His right eyebrow forms a spiral at the outer end, while his left eyebrow forms a spiral at the inner end. Both resemble the numeral 6. He wears a black, double-breasted suit with a tie and an orange long-sleeved button shirt. We need a table, Sanji-kun, Nami purred out. Can you do it for us? Why, of course, Angel, Sanji replied with hearts in his eyes as he led the group to a table. Hey, waiter, Sanji heard a man shout from behind him. Don't seat those pirates, they're about to be arrested. You can arrest them after, Sanji replied. They're customers. Get out of the way, Fullbody shouted as he tried to push past Sanji only for the cook to not move. Get out of the way. You have money, Sanji asked the pirates as Luffy nodded at him. Good, they're customers. Fine then, the Marine spat as he reared back his fist. You'll join them. Luffy went to stand up before he noticed the blonde cook lifting his right leg off the floor. Luffy started to smile as the cook quickly kicked the Marine in the face and sent him flying through the air. Sanji continued the attack and delivered 3 more quick kicks to the Marine's face that sent the man into the floor covered in his own blood. Sanji, what the hell are you doing? A man yelled as he noticed Marine on the ground. Was that a customer? No, Patty, Sanji replied as he lit up a cigarette. This man wasn't a customer. Patty is an average-sized, muscular man with a lot of hair on his arms and legs. He has a shaved head, large lips, and a short black beard. He wears a navy blue short-sleeved shirt with yellow buttons on both sides, and light blue on the end of the sleeves. He has knee-length shorts that are the same color as his shirt, along with brown shoes. He also wears a white apron, a pink ascot, an earring in his right ear, and a white rope tied around his head. He has 2 heart tattoos on his left arm. He could have been a customer, Patty yelled. Head chef Zeph is going to be annoyed at you. What's the eggplant done this time? A man asked as he noticed the bleed man on the floor. Oh, another one. Zeph is an elderly-looking man who has blonde-colored hair, which he keeps underneath his extra-long chef's hat. His mustache is long and braided and he also has a beard. He wore his chef's uniform with a blue ascot and white apron. Also, since he lost his right leg, he has a peg leg and he seems to have no trouble walking with it. What kind of restaurant is this? The Marine shouted in disgust. I'm going to get this place shut down. Get the fuck out of here, Zeph roared as he kicked the man out of the Baratie with his peg leg. As the Marine was sent flying out of the door, he hit another Marine and the pair tumbled to the ground. The Marine quickly jumped to his feet and looked at who hit him only to gasp in shock. Lieutenant Fullbody, the ice has caused damage to the ship and the prisoner escaped, the Marine yelled in terror. The underling of Krieg has escaped his cell. That's impossible. He shouldn't even have the strength to move, Fullbody yelled out in shock. He was on the verge of death when we captured him 3 days ago and we haven't fed him at all. A member of Krieg's crew, a man yelled out in fear. The same Krieg that's supposed to have the strongest crew in the East Blue, another man yelled out. As the most of the people in the began to panic about the escaped prisoner, a gunshot rang out through the air. A bullet pierced the Marine as the man spat out a glob of blood as he fell to the floor. A man walked past the fallen Marine and took a seat at a nearby table as he rested his pistol on his shoulder. Anything will do. Just bring me some food, the man ordered. This place is a restaurant after all. The man Demon Jin Fullbody thought in shock. I'm meeting too many monsters today. The pirate is a relatively thin man of average height with short, scruffy hair, a scruffy beard, and a slight mustache. He has dark circles under his eyes, as though he lacks sleep. He wears an open white jacket with a red sea serpent design on each side with a green shirt underneath, gray pants matching with his jacket, a gray headband with blue stripes design, and 2 spherical earrings on each ear. This will be interesting, Luffy thought aloud. I like this place. Welcome, you squid-faced bastard, Patty said to Jin as he smiled at him and rubbed his hands together. What several customers yelled as they looked at Patty in shock. I'm only going to say this one more time, so listen up, Jin told Patty as he leant back on his chair. I'm a customer and as such you'll bring me food this minute. That cook's going to get killed, Fullbody muttered as he watched the scene unfold. Pardon my dumbass, but do you have any money? Patty asked as he stared at the man. You accept lead? Jin asked as he pulled a pistol out and held it to Patty's head. So, you don't have any money? Patty replied with a glare. In the blink of an eye, Patty had lifted his arms above his head and locked his fingers together before slamming his hands down onto Jin and forcing him through the table beneath him. The customers looked on and as the cook smiles and Fullbody looked shocked at the strength the cook possessed. What Fullbody screamed in shock as he watched the pirate go down. Damn that Patty. How dare he break a table? Zeph cursed in annoyance. He's a bit strong, Luffy stated as he watched the scene unfold in front of him. If you can't pay your bill, you ain't no customer, Patty stated as he stood above the man with the customers cheering behind him before he heard Jin's stomach rumble. Oh, is that your stomach rumbling? That was just me farting, you bastard, Jin shot back with a glare. Now hurry up and feed me. If you're not a paying customer, get the hell out of here, Patty yelled at the man as he began to kick him in the gut. This is a restaurant for paying customers and I'm not even going to give a single breadcrumb to a broke-ass pirate scum like you. I don't want to involve myself with this restaurant anymore, Fullbody muttered as he left with his fear and shock showing all over his face. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Patty yelled out as Luffy noticed Sanji leaving the area. Enjoy the rest of her meals. Jin forced himself outside of the restaurant by crawling out the door and forced himself to lean against the railing on the deck. He heard a plate touch the deck in front of him. He looked up and saw the blonde cook with a cigarette in his mouth looking down on him as he took a seat next to him. Eat, Sanji told Jin as the pirate shot up and quickly devoured the food in front of him. I don't know what to say. I've never had food this great in my entire life, Jin told him with tears flowing from his eyes. I'm so grateful. I thought it was over for me. I thought I was going to die. It's damn good, right? Sanji asked him with a smile on his face. Looks like I found a good cook, Luffy stated as he watched the scene unfold beneath him with a smile on his face. Lucky you got some food. The pair's chat was broken up by the shout from above them as they looked up and noticed a boy with a straw hat watching over them. "Hey, cook, will you join my crew? Become the cook for my pirate ship," Luffy shouted at the blonde man. Sanji muttered as he looked up at the pirate in shock. "Oh, so you're a pirate?" "Yeah, and I need a cook," Luffy replied as he jumped down and landed next to the pair. "In any case, you better not try anything funny at this restaurant," Sanji warned Luffy. "The owner of this place used to be the cook of a pretty infamous pirate crew." "Ah, that old man used to be a pirate," Luffy replied with a smirk. "This restaurant is the old geezer's treasure," Sanji told Luffy. "And all the cooks that came to work for the geezer are hot-blooded enough and crude enough to be pirates, but it's quite appropriate with all the pirates that frequent this place. So not a quiet moment in this place," Luffy replied with a smile. "Yeah, but it's daily routine for us. There's even been some customers lately that come to see the pirates and cooks fight," Sanji said with a small smile on his face. "Thanks to that, all the waiters got scared and ran away." "You want to join my crew then?" Luffy asked as Sanji looked at him. "I'll have to refuse that offer," Sanji replied as he took a drag on his cigarette. "I've got my own reasons for working here." "I refuse," Luffy replied as he noticed Sanji's confused look. "What?" Sanji asked the straw hat wearing teen in confusion. "I refuse your refusal," Luffy told the cook. "You're a good cook, so we'll be pirates together." "Hey, at least hear me out," Sanji stated. "Fine then, what's your reason?" Luffy asked. "No need to tell you," Sanji replied as he looked away. "But you just told me to hear you out," Luffy yelled. "All I meant was that you should hear other people's options when talking," Sanji shouted back. "Don't make me chop you up, you damn straw hat wearing bastard." "What did you say?" Luffy yelled in reply. "If you insult my straw hat again, I'll send you flying." Sorry to cut into the conversation, but Jin started as the pair rounded on him. What? The pair yelled at Jin. "My name's Jin. I'm a member of the Krieg pirates," Jin stated. "You said you're a pirate. Can I ask what your goal is?" "I'm going to find the One Piece and become the king of the pirates," Luffy replied with a large smile. "That's why I'm going to the Grand Line." "If you're still looking for a cook, I'm assuming you don't have many people in your crew," Jin asked. "With him, that makes 11, Luffy replied, "only 5 of which are here." "Why are you counting me?" Sanji shouted in annoyance. "You don't seem like a bad guy, so let me give you a piece of advice. Give up on going to the Grand Line," Jin stated with a dark look. "You're still young. No need to recklessly rush into things. Besides, the Grand Line is just one part of this world. If you want to be a pirate, there are plenty of other seas to roam." "I'm guessing something happened to you on the Grand Line," Luffy replied as he stared at the man. "No, I don't know anything," Jin replied as he held his head. "That's why it's so terrifying." "For a member of the Krieg pirates, you sure are a scaredy cat," Sanji said. "Krieg," Luffy muttered as he tried to remember where he heard that before. "Baratie kitchen. The hors d'oeuvre is ready for table 3, a cook yelled out. "Then take it already, you bastard." "We have no waiters," another cook shouted at the first one before he turned to Patty. "Are you sure that was all right?" "What?" Patty asked. "That dude you wailed on earlier was a member of the Krieg pirates," the cook stated. "Yeah, I recall hearing something like that," Patty said as he continued chopping the fish. "Don Krieg's the strongest and baddest pirate that roams this part of the ocean," the cook replied in fear. "That's right," another cook cut in. "He's a pirate admiral that commands 50 ships. He's a monster." "So what Karn?" Patty replied in annoyance. "Karn is about average sized, has an unshaven face, and brown hair. He is a chef who wears the usual clothes for his job along with dark sunglasses and a chef's hat. I heard the Krieg pirates are over 5,000 strong, so if that guy goes back and tells Krieg what happened to him here, then like a herd of elephants stomping ants, we'll be crushed," Karn said in fear. "I see. Then you're suggesting we should have given them a warm welcome. Don't you think that's a little rude to our other guests?" Patty replied in anger. "As a fighting cook that the Baratie is known for, I am ashamed by that idea. Just how many pirates have we chased off before now? If you're scared, then why don't you just quit?" "What? It's because of those words that the waiters quit," Karn yelled at Patty. "This is your fault that we're so busy, Patty." "HMPH, as if we needed those spineless sacks of craps," Patty shouted back. "Hey, you blockheads," Zeph yelled as he walked into the kitchen. "Everyone back to work." "Yes, sir," the cooks yelled as they began to work once more. "On deck." "See ya then," Luffy said to Jin as the man stood in a small ship. "I just wanted to warn you," Jin replied. "But I'm still going to the Grand Line," Luffy shouted down to the man. "Haha, well, you are free to do what you want. It's not like I have a right to stop that," Jin told the teen. "And Sanji, thank you so much for the food. You're my savior. That meal was really the best I've ever had. Would it be all right to eat here again?" "Sure, come anytime," Sanji replied as he took a drag on his cigarette. "Hey, so that's where you are, eggplant," Zeph yelled down to the pair. "Go Jin," Sanji told the man as he turned around to look at Zeph. "Aw, sorry, just because you gave me food, you're going to get in trouble," Jin said in an apologetic tone. "What do you mean?" Sanji asked as he kicked the plate into the ocean. "How can I get scolded if there's no proof?" "Don't you get caught again, Jin," Luffy yelled out to the man as he sailed away. "Eggplant, get back to work," Zeph shouted at the blonde. "Later." "So that's his crew," Sanji muttered as he watched them. "So how long are we staying here?" Zoro asked. "This food is quite expensive." Just until we convince him to join us, Luffy replied as he watched Sanji. Can't we find another one? Zoro asked. The guy's an idiot. But he's the strongest one here, Luffy told Zoro. And he probably cooks the bet from the sound of things. Though blessed are the oceans for bringing me this fine day. Oh love, laugh if you will, at my poor self who cannot endure his torturous passion, Sanji yelled as he appeared in front of Nami. As long as I can be with you, I'm prepared to walk across any path, be it the path of a pirate or the devil. But alas, 'tis tragic there is such a great obstacle standing between us. By obstacle, do you mean me? Sanji Zeph asked as he heard the boy's words. Shitty geezer, Sanji muttered in annoyance. It's a good chance to go and be a pirate, Zeph stated. I don't need a guy like you in this restaurant. On an island. I see. So that cook saved your life, a man stated weakly, and you were able to come back here. Why yes, but I could never have imagined that our mother's ship would have been in this condition, Jin replied. Don Krieg. What? Krieg replied. Allow me to guide you, sir, Jin asked. To the restaurant of the sea, Baratie. On Baratie. Hey, you shitty geezer, Sanji said. I'm the assistant head chef to this place, so just what exactly do you mean when you say I'm not needed? You cause too much trouble with the guests. And if they happen to be female, you drool all over them, Zeph told Sanji. You also can't cook a decent meal to save your life. You're just unnecessary baggage holding down this restaurant. And as you probably know, none of the other cooks want you here, so whether it be as a pirate or something else, it's just better for you to get out of my shop. So that's what you wanted all along, you damn shitty geezer, ignoring all your other comments. If there's one thing I can't stand, it's someone insulting my cooking, Sanji shouted as he grabbed Zeph by the collar. No matter what you say, I'm staying here, you got it. How dare you grab the collar of the head chef, Zeph yelled as he picked Sanji up and threw him through the table the Straw Hats were sitting at, who all held their plates in their hands. Damn it, Sanji muttered as he stood up. HMPH, Zeph grunted as he turned his back on the man. You can try and chase me out all you want, but I'll continue to be a cook here, you hear, Sanji yelled in annoyance, until the day you die, at the very least. I ain't dying yet, Zeph told the boy. I'll live for another 100 years. Pretty mouthy for a shitty geezer, aren't you, Sanji muttered in annoyance. Shishishi. All right, he gave you permission, Luffy stated as he appeared next to Sanji. Now you can join my pirate crew. As if Sanji yelled at Luffy as he moved the crew to a new table. Forgive me for the ruckus just now. As an apology, please enjoy this fruit, Macedonia, Sanji told Nami as he appeared behind the woman and handed her a glass, and this glass of Grand Marnier. Oh, thank you so much, Nami replied with a smile. You're so nice. Hey, Usopp yelled at the cook. What about us? This is gender discrimination. I'll sue you, you damn crazy love cook. I already gave you some tea, Sanji told the sniper as he got in his face. You could at least say a word of thanks for that, punk. What, you want to start something? Is that it? Usopp asked as he looked towards Zoro. I ain't going to go easy on you, Zoro, get him. Get him yourself, Zoro replied as he kept downing his booze. Delicious, Nami said as she ate her fruit. You haven't even cleaned my plates away yet, Usopp complained to the cook. But you still have mushrooms left. Finish it, Sanji told the sniper. I left them on purpose because I hate mushrooms, Usopp said in anger as he got in Sanji's face. I was poisoned by one as a kid. Well, this one ain't poisoned, so eat it. Long nose, Sanji stated in frustration. Please don't fight just because of me, Nami told the pair. Anything for you, Miss Sanji replied with a goofy smile and hearts in his eyes. Just who the hell's fighting for you, Usopp yelled out. By the way, Mr. Cook, Nami said, ignoring Usopp. Yes, Sanji asked. The food here is just a tad too expensive for me, Nami complained. Then it shall be free of charge for you, Miss Sanji told her. Thank you, Nami yelled in glee as she hugged the cook who had smoke coming from his ears. You're still paying though, Sanji told the men of the group. What, Usopp yelled in anger. You're a real witch, aren't you, Zoro stated as he watched the cook walk away. Ah, this tea is great, Luffy stated as he watched Sanji. You fellas better watch out as well, Nami told them with a cheeky smile. 2 days later. Can you feel that, Luffy asked Zoro as he continued eating his food. You think it's him, Zoro replied. Don Krieg and his men. You need to work on your Kenbenshoku, Luffy told Zoro with a small smile. I guess you'll find out soon. It's Don Krieg's pirate ship, a customer yelled out in fear. A skull with 2 hourglasses on each side. To threaten his enemies, another customer screamed. There's no doubt about it. That's Krieg's flag, a third customer shouted. Why is he here? Another customer yelled. Look what you did, Patty. They actually came here. So are you going to chase them off for us? Mr. Strong Guy Karn yelled at Patty. It can't be. The fleet admiral who commands over 5,000 pirates, Patty yelled in fear, is coming all the way out here to avenge one of his underlings. Well, you better believe it. His ship is coming this way, another cook yelled out. This is bad, Usopp shouted in fear. Shouldn't we be running away? Bro, let's set sail, Johnny yelled out. We don't want to die. Talk about a huge ship, Luffy said as Sanji appeared near the group. Do you think Jin came back to pay you back? Somehow I don't think that's the case, Sanji replied, but it's strange. That ship, Zeph stated as he got a complete look at it. It's in complete shambles. To turn a gigantic galleon of that size into such a sad state. That's no work of humans, Sanji said to Luffy. They must have been caught up in some sort of natural disaster. The door to the Baratie was kicked open and caused most of the people in the restaurant to go deadly quiet and stare at the figure in fear. They watched as the figure they all feared entered the Baratie leaning on the pirate that Patty had beaten up. Sorry for intruding, but could I have some food and water? Don Krieg asked weakly. If it's money you want, I've got plenty. Krieg is a tall, muscular man with short-cut gray hair and long sideburns. His head is wrapped in gauze and his attire features many different fur-lined parts. Krieg is wearing a fur-lined coat over a yellow vest with black spots. Around his neck is a large golden chain. He also has on long purple pants and black shoes. He also is wearing brown gloves. What a cook asked in confusion as he looked at Krieg. The heck, that weak, worn-out-looking guy is Krieg, Patty said in a semblance of relief. He looks like he's starving, Luffy stated. Wonder what happened, Sanji thought aloud as he watched Krieg fall to the floor. Don Krieg, Jin yelled in fear as he tried to help him up. I'm begging you, Krieg asked weakly. Please give me some food and water. Please save my captain, Jin yelled in desperation. He'll die at this rate. Ha ha ha. This is just perfect, Patty laughed, drawing everybody's attention. So this is what the infamous pirate Don Krieg looks like. We have money this time, Jin shouted at the cook. We're paying customers. Hey, contact the Marines immediately, Patty yelled out. This is the perfect chance for the government to arrest him. Don't let him have a single bit of food. That's right. Who knows what he'll do once he is on his feet, one of the customers yelled out. This is payback for all the crimes he has committed, another shouted. It's only right he should die after what he has done, another bellowed. If we give him food and he recovers, it's only obvious that he'll attack our restaurant, a cook yelled in fear. I ain't giving him a single drop of water. I won't do anything if you give me food. I promise I'll quietly retreat from here, Krieg pleaded. So please help me. Don Krieg, stop. A great man like you shouldn't be bowing his head, Jin shouted at his captain. This is too shameful. I'm begging you, Krieg cried as his forehead touched the deck. I don't mind if it's leftovers or anything. Please just give me anything. Jin cried. HMPH, Patty grunted, trying to earn some sympathy points. Hey Patty, move it, Sanji stated as he kicked the cook in the head and walked to Jin. Here, Jin, give this to him. Sanji, Jin said in shock. Thank you, Krieg shouted out as he stuffed his mouth. Hey Sanji, take that food back for him. Do you have any idea what kind of man he is? Karn yelled at the blonde. The ruler of the East Blue, the king of deception, that's Don Krieg for you. He started out by disguising himself as a Marine after escaping from prison. He then killed the Marine officer in charge and took control of the ship. That's how he became a pirate. Since then he's attacked ports, towns, and other ships by hanging the Marine flag. And when attacking enemies he waves the white flag to take them by surprise. He's a man that would stoop to anything to win. And that's how he made his way to the top. His strength ain't no exaggeration either. You really think he'll just leave after eating? That's impossible for him. Letting a demon like him starve to death is good for the world. Krieg forced himself to his feet after the cook stopped talking and clotheslined Sanji, causing him to be thrown backwards. Don Krieg, this is different than what you promised. I guided you here because you promised not to harm this restaurant, Jin yelled at the man. Not only that, that man is our savior. That was a great meal. I feel like myself again, Krieg stated as he squeezed Jin's arm. So, he reveals his fangs at last, Sanji stated as he rubbed the blood off his lip. Nice restaurant you got here, Krieg told them all. I think I'll take it. I told you so. This is the real Krieg, Karn shouted. And now he's going to take over our ship. Get on the boat, a customer yelled. We've got to get out of here before we're surrounded, another customer yelled out. Ugh, Patty moaned in pain. What happened? Don Krieg, what about your promise? Jin cried out. Hey Jin, are you okay? Luffy asked as he stared at the pair. My ship's all worn out, so I've been waiting on a new one. Once my business is done with you, I'll have you get off of this ship, Krieg stated with a smile. Right now, I have about 100 subordinates on my ship, and they're all starving and critically wounded, so prepare enough food and water to feed all 100 of my men. There are a few who have already starved to death, so make it quick. You're asking us to willingly feed 100 men, knowing they're going to attack us and steal our ship later, Karn yelled in disbelief. We refuse. Refuse. Looks like we have a misunderstanding on our hands. I wasn't asking whether or not you'll do it, Krieg stated with a dark look. I'm ordering you and nobody disobeys my orders. Sanji, I'm sorry. I never meant for things to turn out this way, Jin cried as he let his head rest on the floor. Sanji, you bastard. It's because of you we're in this. Patty began to yell before he noticed Sanji walking towards the kitchen. Hey, where do you think you're going? To the kitchen, in order to prepare enough food for 100 people, Sanji stated. What the cooks yelled in shock. Sanji, Jin shouted in surprise. Wise choice, Krieg stated with a large smile. Sanji, Luffy muttered as he watched the cooks raise pistols and point them at Sanji. Who the hell do you think you are, Sanji? Krieg's secret agent or something, one of the cooks asked. We ain't gonna let you take one step into the kitchen. We've had enough of your insane and reckless actions. Fine, stop me if you wish. Go ahead, shoot, Sanji told them as he held his hands out. I know that they're nothing but scum who aren't worth a dime saving. But to me, none of that matters. Thinking about the consequences of feeding a person, it's all such a big hassle. A cook should be able to feed anyone who's starving. Isn't that ideal? As Sanji finished his speech, he didn't notice Patty sneak up behind him and hit him over the head, forcing him to the ground. Patty, the cooks yelled out in surprise. Hold him down, Patty ordered. Sanji, I know you feed the customers that I chase away from time to time, and I'm not going to say who was right or wrong all those times, but this time it's all your fault. So don't you dare do any more unnecessary things. I'll protect this restaurant myself. Fortunately, we only have Don Krieg alone to deal with. Just what can he do against all of us? This is Baratie, the restaurant that deals with all sort of pirates daily. We're more prepared to handle any customer that might come. If you're finished with your meal, how about having an iron dessert? Indigestion meatball cannon. The cooks watched as Patty pulled a large bazooka out of a bag and fired it straight at the startled pirate. The cannonball collided with Krieg and blew up on impact and forcing the man out of the door. Og, damn it, I ended up destroying the entrance, Patty complained. The owner's going to have my head. It's fine. It's just collateral damage from protecting the restaurant, Karn told Patty to reassure the man. What are you planning to do to the underlings on his ship, Sanji asked Patty. Well, maybe we ought to butter up his ship and roast it on fire, Patty replied. That's the best dessert you've got. You lousy cook, Krieg stated as he walked back in the entrance and revealed his gold-plated armor. It can't be, Patty yelled in shock. Serving that pile of crap for dessert, Krieg said as he smirked at the cooks. This is the worst restaurant I've ever been. Gold armor, that's a waste, Luffy muttered as he stared at the pirate. That bastard and his fancy armor. Get him, Patty yelled as he began to charge Krieg. Let's go, Karn shouted as the rest of the cooks charged behind him. Annoying pricks, Krieg screamed as he revealed multiple guns in his armor and drew 2 pistols. As soon as Krieg pulled the trigger on the 2 pistols, all of the guns went off and began to shoot down the advancing cooks. It wasn't long before they were on the ground holding their wounds as Krieg laughed at them. Guns from all over his body, Luffy and Sanji said in shock. You damn worms think you can defy me. I'm the strongest. This steel arm is more powerful than everything else. This body of steel is stronger than anyone else's, Krieg screamed in pride. And this diamond fist can pulverize everything. My entire body is a finely tuned weapon. I'm the fleet admiral of 50 ships and 5,000 men. I've won every single battle I'm in. There is no other man worthy of the title Don like me. So if I tell you to prepare food for my men, then you shut up and do it. Nobody goes against Don Krieg. Owner Zeph, the cooks yelled as the man walked between them and placed a large bag of food in front of Krieg. There's enough food for 100 men in there, Zeph told Krieg. Spy, hurry up and bring it to your crew. Did they just say, Zeph? Krieg said in a shocked tone as he stared at the man. Sir, how could you give them food? Just what's the mean of this? A cook yelled out in shock. Once those pirates recover on the ship, they'll take over our restaurant, another shouted out. That's only if they have any fighting spirit left, Zeph stated as the cooks looked at him in confusion. Isn't that right? Defeated warriors of the Grand Line. What? Don Krieg defeated, a cook screamed out. The strongest man of the East Blue. The pirate fleet of 50 ships, another muttered in shock. Even he was utterly defeated by the Grand Line. Your red leg, Zeph, Krieg stated in shock with his eyes wide. So you're alive, red leg, Zeph, the peerless captain and cook of his own pirate crew. So, what if I'm alive, Zeph retorted. It's got nothing to do with you. As you can see, I'm living as a mere cook now. Haha, interesting to hear you put it that way. But the way I see it, you're living as a cook not by choice, but because it's the only thing you can do now, because with the way you're today, you can't even wear your red shoes, Krieg mocked with a sadistic smile. To speak of red leg, Zeph, is to speak of the master of kicking who doesn't use his hand. The pirate whose devastating kicks could pulverize bedrock and leave a clear imprint on steel. Your nickname, Red Legs, referred to your legs that would be dyed by your enemy's blood. Though I've heard enemies that you died in a shipwreck, it seems you managed to survive at the cost of one of your legs. With one of your legs gone, you shouldn't be able to fight anymore. I may not be able to fight anymore, but I can cook as long as I have these hands, Zeph replied as he ignored the man's mocking tone. But just what exactly are you getting? Red Leg, Zeph, you're a man who braved the Devil's Playground, the Grand Line, and not only that, you returned alive, Krieg stated as he pointed at Zeph. You must have kept a log during your time in the Grand Line. So what I'm getting at is, hand that log over to me. Huh, you've been to the Grand Line, Luffy asked in surprise as Zeph nodded at him. You are correct to assume that I have a log, and I indeed have it still, but I shan't never hand it over to you, Zeph told Krieg. That log is the pride of me and my men that braved the Grand Line together. It's much too valuable to give to the likes of you. Then I'll just steal it from you. It's true that I came back defeated from the Grand Line, but even so, I'm still the might, Don Krieg, the pirate yelled. That ocean is shrouded by darkness, the mention of which alone makes weak men tremble in their boots. I had enough power to conquer that sea, enough manpower, enough ambition. The only thing I lacked was information. That was my only flaw. I simply did not know enough, which is why I'll steal your log and ship. Like hell we'll let you, Patty shouted in anger. If we lose this ship, we have nowhere to go. That's right, Karn yelled. All the cooks here were chased out by other restaurants before finally finding their home here. Owner Zeph is the only one who accepts us. He's our savior, another cook screamed out. We ain't letting you steal away our home, another cook bellowed. Silence. The difference in strength between us is as clear as night and day. I even prove it to you just now. Don't you dare forget who is the strongest, Krieg shouted at the cooks. Once I take Zeph's travel log, I'll resemble my fleet and find the One Piece to become the king of the pirates. Hold it right there, Luffy yelled as he pulled his dagger out and threw it across the Baratie. The one who will be the king of the pirates is me. What did he just say? A cook yelled out as he noticed the dagger cut Krieg's cheek. Hey, stand down, kid, Patty yelled in shock. He'll slaughter you. I'm not standing down, Luffy replied. There's no way someone this weak could be anything other than a failure of a pirate. What did you just say, brat? Krieg growled as he rubbed his finger against the cut and noticed the deep red of blood. You just committed suicide. Why? Do you have someone actually worth a fight on your ship? Luffy asked. This ain't a game, Krieg warned the boy. Of course, Luffy replied with a smile. Did you hear that? A pirate in the Baratie said. Even Krieg couldn't make it in the Grand Line. I wouldn't say anything bad. We'll just give up on going there, another pirate replied. Let's keep our mouth shut for now, a third pirate told them as he noticed Krieg's glare. You planning to rumble? Luffy, Zoro asked as he rested Wado Ikamanji on his shoulder. Need a hand? Oh, hey Zoro, Usopp, Luffy said as he noticed the pair. No, it's fine, you can stay there. Ha ha. Those are your crewmates, Krieg laughed. A rather small bunch, aren't they? I have more than them, Luffy replied, as well as that cook. Stop counting me, Sanji shouted in annoyance. Don't joke with me, punk, Krieg screamed in anger. Even my fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 men were utterly decimated by that devilish sea in just 7 days because we lacked information. You're weak, Luffy told him. It's not your men, it's you. You're a weakling. Even as a bluff, your comments show how ignorant to reality you are. If there's one thing I hate, it's empty boosting like you, Krieg yelled at Luffy. Keep saying things like that and I'll kill you when I get back from feeding my men. Feel free to try, Luffy replied. I'll happily take down your whole crew. As for the rest of you, I'll give you a little more time. I'm going to give this food to my crew and then return here. I'd suggest you leave this place by then if you don't want to die, Krieg warned as he began to walk out of the Baratie. The only things I need are this ship and Zeph's log. If any of you still feel like dying after I warned you, then so be it. I'll send you to the bottom of the sea for eternity. Sanji, please forgive me. I had no idea, Jin pleaded with tears flowing from his eyes. No idea that all this would happen. There's no need for you to apologize, Zeph told the pirate, much to the shock of everyone in the room. The cooks of this restaurant acting of their own free will, and this is what happened. Sir, how could you of all people side with Sanji on this? Patty yelled. Just what's the meaning of this? That's right, he's the one to blame for this, another cook yelled. He just wants to destroy the restaurant that is so important to you, Sir, Karn shouted. Sanji, were you planning on using this mess to become the next head chef? Patty yelled at the blonde. Or have you just completely lost it? Which is it? Silence, you numbskulls, Zeph bellowed in anger. Have any of you ever been hungry enough to die? Do any of you know how painful and terrifying that is, to be stuck in this ocean, deprived of food and water? Well, what do you mean, Sir? Patty asked in shock. If you've got time to cry over spilt milk, then leave from the back door, Zeph told all of the cooks. I'm going to stay here, Patty decided. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just left without a fight. Same here. This is the place I live and work at, another cook stated. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, Karn said. What are you all doing? Jin asked in confusion. Haven't you all realized how powerful the Dawn is by now? You need to run away. Hey Jin, Sanji said. Let me tell you something. It's my duty as a cook to feed anyone who's starving. But the ones who are attacking this ship are the ones who have already been fed. So you better not complain when I kill them. If someone is planning on stealing this ship, then I'll kill that person without a second thought. Even if it's you got that. HMPH, you save a person, only to kill him afterwards, Patty stated with a chuckle. Some guy you are. Shut up, you shitty cook, Sanji replied to the man. Hey, what do you think of him? Pretty good, right? Luffy asked Zoro and Usopp as he pointed at the cook. Who care about him? Usopp muttered in shock. If we don't get out of here soon. Calm down, Zoro told Usopp. They're just weak pirates. That's right, Luffy replied with a smile. Oh, that's right, Jin. You said you didn't know anything about the Grand Line, but you guys went there. What I don't know is the truth. I just can't believe it. I just don't know if those 7 days we spent in the Grand Line were real or just some dream. I'm still wrestling with it in my mind, Jin told them as he started to break down. He just appeared all of a sudden. To think all 50 ships of the Krieg fleet were taken down by one man. The entire fleet was destroyed by one man, a cook yelled in shock. While we still didn't know what was going on, our ships sank one by one, and if it wasn't for that storm that whisked us away, our main ship would have sunk as well, Jin cried. I don't know how man of our ships managed to survive. It's just too terrifying to believe is real. I don't even want to think about it. That hawk-eyed man with a glare that's enough to kill a man, I don't want to think about him. What Zoro yelled as his eyes went wide. How could our fleet be sunk by a single man? Jin asked in shock. That had to be the work of Hawkeye. Without a doubt, Zeph stated. You're saying you witnessed a man whose glare was as sharp as that of a hawk doesn't necessarily prove it was him, but the fact that he sunk your entire fleet proves it. Hawkeye's Usopp muttered. Who is that? Asked Zoro. Luffy stated as he stared at his swordsman. He's the man I'm searching for, Zoro simply told the sniper. Did he bear a grudge against you? Sanji asked. For him to destroy your entire fleet like that? I don't remember anything like that, Jin replied. He just attacked out of nowhere. Perhaps you disturbed his afternoon nap, Zeph told him. That's bullshit. You mean to tell me he destroyed the entire fleet for that? Jin yelled in shock. No need to get irritated. It was just an example, Zeph replied. That's the type of place the Grandline is. A place where even the abnormal is the normal, Zoro thought aloud. I can't wait to get there, Luffy said from beside him. Could you at least try to think of the danger? Usopp pleaded. But with this, it looks like my own goal is tied with the Grandline, Zoro stated. Consider that he is there. Bunch of idiots, Sanji told them. You lot are the type to rush to their deaths. True, but I'd rather have you leave out the idiot part, Zoro retorted. Ever since I decided to become the world's greatest swordsman, I threw away my attachment to life. The only person who has the right to call me an idiot is me alone. HMPH, what a load of crap, Sanji muttered, missing Zeph's smile. Hey, retards, haven't you seen the situation we're in? Patty yelled in fear. The gigantic galleon that's parked right in front of our restaurant belongs to the pirate fleet Admiral Don Krieg, the ship of the strongest man in the East Blue. You got that, so you can continue your little conversation after we've gotten ourselves out of this mess. Don Krieg's ship. On the deck of the ship, all of the men were shoveling the food down their throats and making sure to drink all the water possible. They were making sure to eat as quickly as possible to fill their empty stomachs. We're saved, one of the pirates shouted. Haha, we're alive, another screamed in joy. We finally escaped from that nightmare, a third man screamed. We've returned alive from the pirate graveyard, a fourth man yelled in joy. Yes, and we'll set sail to the Grandline once more, Krieg stated, causing the pirates to go silent. What they yelled is once in shock. What's with your expressions? Krieg asked as he stared at his crew. We're going back, a pirate said in fear before Krieg shot him through the chest. Well, any other who disagree? Krieg asked as he kept his gun pointed in their direction. And no sir, a pirate screamed. All hail Don Krieg, the pirates yelled. First, we'll abandon this broken ship before it sinks and take over that ship, Krieg told them all. Your enemies are just a bunch of measly cooks. This should be a piece of cake. Inside the Baratie, I can hear them coming, a cook yelled. Brace yourself, this ship is our restaurant, another cook yelled out. Move it, you damn cooks, a pirate yelled as he prepared to enter the Baratie. The entire battlefield stopped at once as everybody heard what they thought was powerful gust of wind. They soon realized it wasn't, as the Krieg's galleon was cut smoothly apart into 3 different pieces and began to sink to the bottom of the sea. What all the cooks and straw hats screamed in shock. What the hell was that? Krieg screamed out. Don Krieg, our ship's been cut in half, a pirate from the deck screamed. Cut? How the hell do you cut a galleon? Krieg shouted in disbelief. That's impossible. Crap, our ship was outside too. With Nami, Yasaku, and Johnny still inside, Zoro stated as he looked over the rails of the Baratie. It may be too late already. Raise the anchor, Zeph yelled at the cooks, or we'll be dragged under. Yes sir, the cooks yelled as they got to work. Bro, Yasaku yelled from the water. Big bro, Johnny yelled from next to him. Yasaku, Johnny, are you a light? Zoro asked. The ship? Where's our ship? What happened to Nami? About that? We're sorry, big bro. She's not here anymore, Johnny cried out. Sister Nami took the treasure and sailed away, the pair cried out together. What? The 3 straw hats yelled in disbelief. We're sorry, big bros, the pair continued to cry after they were dragged onto the deck. Damn that woman, Zoro cursed in annoyance. Just because she was acting all nice recently, I'll let my guard down for one moment and this happens. How dare she pull a fast one on us, Usopp yelled, especially during a crisis. I can still see the going merry, Luffy stated. Johnny, Yasaku, where's your ship? We still have it, the pair replied. Zoro, Usopp, the captain said. Just let her go, Zoro cut him off. No good will come of chasing that thief. But she took our ship, Usopp shouted at Zoro. That ship's important. I want her to be our navigator, Luffy declared to stop the argument. No matter what. Fine, Zoro replied. Why'd I have to follow such a troublesome captain? Hey Usopp, let's go. Alright, Usopp said as he began to follow Zoro. Brother Zoro, we're ready to set sail, Johnny yelled out. Luffy, what about you? Usopp asked. Sorry, but I can't, Luffy replied. I still have something to do here. Be careful, Zoro warned. This situation is getting a bit out of hand. Yeah, don't worry, Luffy replied with a smile. It's him, the crew heard a shout as they directed their attention to the source. Don Krieg, it's him, the man who sunk our fleet, a pirate screamed. He's followed us all the way out here. He's come to kill us. That bastard, Krieg said with a fear-laced voice. It can't be. Is it? Zoro faltered as he saw a figure. That man is, Zeph stuttered as he noticed a figure sailing through the wreckage. The hawk-eyed man. He's the one who sank a fleet of 50 ships, Patty said in disbelief. Then he's also the one who destroyed Krieg's ship right now, Karn muttered in shock. He looks like a normal guy, a third cook said. And it doesn't seem like he's carrying any special weapon. If you're looking for his weapon, it's on his back, Zeph told them all. What, do you mean he cut the galleon by swinging that? Karn asked in surprise. Yes, that hawk-eyed man is a renowned swordsman, Zeph informed them, more renowned than any other swordsman in the world. Kakashi Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, Zoro declared as he watched the figure closely. Damn it, what did we even do to you? One of Krieg's pirates yelled out. Why did you even follow us all the way here? To kill time, Mihawk replied simply as he continued to float forwards. Mihawk sat on a small-looking raft with his large word on his back. He was floating towards the Baratie as the Krieg pirates began to freak out. A group of them drew their gun as Zoro walked forwards and fired the guns at Mihawk. They gawked as the man simply raised his blade and seeming cut through all of the bullets. What? It missed, the pirate muttered in shock. He deflected it. It will be the same no matter how many shots you fire, Zoro told the pirates as he walked past them with one hand on Wado Ikamanji. He changes the bullet's trajectory by using the tip of his sword. Who the hell are you? The pirate asked as Zoro walked past him. I've never seen a blade handled with such grace, Zoro told Mihawk with a smirk. A sword without grace is a weak sword, Mihawk responded as he looked at the teen. I'm guessing that was the sword you used to cut this ship, Zoro stated as he looked at Yoro. I did, Mihawk told him. Then you really are the world's strongest, Zoro said as he looked at the precise cuts on the ship. You're the reason I set out to sea. Is that one of the pirates asked as he noticed the three swords? Roronoa, Zoro, the strongest swordsman in the East Blue. What do you aim for, Mihawk asked Zoro. To be the strongest, Zoro declared to Mihawk as he took his bandana off his arm and put it on his head. And you just said you have some free time, so let's have a duel. Luffy, we're going to lose ship, Usopp yelled at his captain who was staring intently at Zoro and Mihawk. He's not ready yet, Luffy thought as he stared at the pair. If he survives this, it will push him even harder than before. Pitiful. Weakling, Mihawk told the moss-haired man. If you're a swordsman of any caliber, you should be able to see the clear difference between the two of us without having to cross blades. But still you dare to challenge me. Does your bravery come from conviction, or is it arrogance? It's ambition, Zoro stated as he watched Mihawk get off his craft, and a promise to a friend. Mihawk is a tall, lean man with black hair, a short beard, mustache and sideburns that point upwards. His nickname comes from his strangely colored red eyes, which resemble a hawk's eyes. He wears black and red ornate clothing with a crucifix pendant. His attire consists of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar. He wears white pants held up by a decorated belt and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. He has his sword Yoru on his back. Mihawk stared at the green-haired swordsman as he watched the boy place one of his swords in his mouth and hold the other two in his hand. The boy looked confident, and he could tell that he was at least above the standard of the weakest sea. He had a presence that felt like it belonged in paradise, and so did his captain. With Nami, the orange-haired navigator had tears streaming from her eyes as she sailed away from the Baratie without knowledge of what was happening there. She looked out over the ocean as she continued to cry. She was currently heading home to do what she had done numerous times before. They were good people. I wonder if they'll count me as a friend the next time we see each other, Nami cried to herself. I wonder if we can meet again, because I just want to hurry up and be free. Belmere. Baratie. To be honest, Zoro stated as he placed one of his swords over his shoulder, I never thought I'd meet you so early. It's a waste, if you ask me, Mihawk replied with a bored face. The world's strongest swordsman, Patty muttered as he stared at the man in disbelief. Versus pirate hunter, Zoro, Karn stated as he stared at the pair. There's no way that big bro is going to lose, Johnny yelled with complete belief in Zoro. That man, what did he do to my ship? Krieg muttered in shock. What are you doing? Zoro roared as he watched Mihawk pull a small knife from his necklace. What are you planning on doing with that? I'm different than the stupid brutes that would go all out just to hunt small fry, Mihawk told Zoro as the green-haired man glared at him. Though you may be a swordsman of some renown, this is the East Blue, the weakest of the seas, that are separated by the Red Line and the Grand Line. Unfortunately, I don't have a blade smaller than this. There's a limit to just how much you can underestimate me, Zoro yelled as he charged forwards. I'll make you regret this. Hear me, little frontin' as well, Mihawk stated as he saw Zoro cross his arms to have one sword behind the one in his mouth. It's time for you to realize that this world is bigger than you realize from your little well. Santoryu, Onigiri, Zoro roared as he slashed out towards Mihawk. Zoro's eyes widened in shock as he felt all three of his words and his body come to a stop. He looked at the face of the world's strongest swordsman who just looked bored as he held back Zoro's attack with a small knife. I can't move, Zoro thought in shock. There hasn't been a Singe man who could see through this attack until now, so how can he toy with me so easily? Zoro leant backwards and freed his swords from the knife as he began to attempt to strike the man down. He couldn't believe the gap between them as every time he swung one of his swords at Mihawk, the man easily stopped it with his small knife. Such ferocity, Mihawk stated as he continued to block the attacks. I've trained to win, Zoro roared at the man as Mihawk continued to stop all his attacks. I've come to beat this man. Zoro's past flashed through his mind. His promise with Kuna on that fateful day. His cries to the heavens once he was granted her sword. His first meeting with that strange straw-hatted boy. Promising that he was going to be that boy's first mate when he set out to be the Pirate King. To meeting the swordsman duo after he set sail, and then to proving his worth against anyone he went up against in the East Blue. What burdens you so? What do you still desire at the extent of your strength? Mihawk asked causally, weakling. How dare you call our big bro a weakling? Johnny yelled in anger as he began to jump forwards. We ought to teach you a lesson, bastard, Yasaku yelled as he attempted to jump forwards. Johnny, Yasaku, stop, Luffy yelled as he pinned the pair to the deck. This is Zoro's fight. Luffy, Usopp muttered as he noticed the air around the captain begin to freeze. Santoryu, Toragari, Zoro shouted as he charged forwards. The green-haired swordsman charged forwards with his two swords behind his Wado Ikemanji. As the swordsman slashed his swords forwards only to completely miss the attack as Mihawk pushed the small blade forwards and straight into Zoro's chest. Bro, Johnny and Yasaku screamed as they felt the air around them begin to freeze. Do you wish me to pierce your heart? Mihawk asked with a little bit of surprise when he noticed that Zoro hadn't stepped backwards. Why do you refuse to step back? Beats me. I'm not really sure myself, but something is telling me that if I take even one step back, I'd lose something dear to me, Zoro told the man. A promise or an oath, or whatever it is would be irreversibly broken, and that I'd never be able to return to where I'm standing right now. Yes, such is defeat, Mihawk replied. Haha, then that's why I can't step back, Zoro stated as blood began to come out of his mouth. Even if it means your death, Mihawk asked. I'd much rather die, Zoro stated with conviction. What conviction he possesses, Mihawk, though in shock, to rather chose death than defeat. Kid, tell me your name, Mihawk asked as he placed his hand on his sword. Worno Azora, Zoro replied as he held his swords in front of him. I shall remember it, for your strength is oft not seen in this world, Mihawk stated as he took his blade off his back. And to pay my respect to you as a fellow swordsman, I shall end this duel with my black sword, the world's strongest sword. This is something I haven't quite mastered yet, but I guess it's something I have to use, Zoro stated as his swords were coated in a black sheen. Yusashoku Haki Mihawk, though in surprise. So, this is it, the final blow. If I miss here, I'll die, Zoro thought to himself. To be the world's strongest, or to die? Die, Mihawk shouted as he charged Zoro. Santoryu Ogi. Sanzen Sekai, Zoro yelled as he spun the two swords in front of him in a circle. Zoro continued to spin the Haki-coated swords as he met Mihawk halfway. The two clashed swords as they passed each other and came to a stop. Zoro's eyes opened in pain as a large cut opened on his chest and began to gush blood. He spat blood from his mouth as the two swords in his hands broke in half. He sheathed Wado Ikemanji as he stood back up and looked at Mihawk. He held his arms up to his side as he stared at Mihawk. What? Mihawk asked in shock as he stared at the boy. A wound on one's back is a swordsman's shame, Zoro stated as Mihawk smirked at him. Splendid, Mihawk stated as he once again ran forwards and cut Zoro across the chest, causing him to lose even more blood. Zoro's grip on Wado Ikemanji loosened as he fell backwards and into the water. Mihawk watched the boy fall with a small smile on his face. He couldn't believe that he found a boy with such conviction and strength in the weakest of the seas. Don't rush to death so fast, young one, Mihawk thought before he felt the other aura come to life. Zoro, Usopp shouted in disbelief. Big bro, the swordsman duo yelled as they jumped into the water. Why, Sanji thought as he watched the swordsman fall. This is the power of the Grand Line. The power of the world, a pirate shouted in fear. Even pirate hunter Zoro couldn't come close. That damn bastard is out of his mind. That was the world's strongest, Sanji thought. The result was obvious. If it's going to result in your death, then throw your ambition away. It's simple, Sanji screamed at the green-haired man. Just throw your ambition away. Damn you, Luffy roared as he realized an uncontrolled burst of Heishoku Haki and began to jump over the water. The results were instant. The water beneath the straw-hatted pirate froze. Don, Krieg, Jin, Usopp, Sanji, the swordsman duo, Zeph and Mihawk dropped to their knees. The rest of the pirates and the cooks around them fell to the ground and passed out instantly as Mihawk looked at the boy. An ice saber formed in Luffy's hand as he clashed with Mihawk. The swordsman smirked at him as he easily broke through it and forced Luffy to jump backwards. A conqueror in the East Blue, Mihawk though in surprise. And with that straw hat, that must be the boy that Shanks spoke about. That brat, Krieg gritted out. He must have eaten a devil fruit. A comrade of that young swordsman, Mihawk said as he stared at the boy. So you've also just witnessed what transpired. You'll pay for that, Luffy threatened as the broken ship they were standing on froze over. Fear not, Mihawk told him. That man is still alive. Bro, answer us, Johnny yelled as they pulled Zoro from the water. Zoro, Luffy yelled in concern. Hurry up and get him on the boat, Yasaku yelled as they dragged the man over to the boat. I am Dracula Mihawk. It is still too early for you to die. Know thyself, know thy world, and become strong. Roar Noah Mihawk yelled out. No matter how many months or years pass by, I shall stay here at the top of the world and wait for you. So forge on ahead with that fierce conviction and try to surpass my sword. Surpass me, Roar Noah. To think Mihawk would say such a thing, Zeph said aloud to himself. Boy, what do you aim for, Mihawk asked Luffy. Pirate King Luffy replied with a smirk. A tough path indeed, Mihawk told him. Even tougher than surpassing myself. I'll do it, Luffy told the man before he turned to Usopp. Usopp, is Zoro alright? Like hell he'd be alright, Usopp shouted back. But he's still alive, he's only lost consciousness. Zoro, Luffy yelled in shock as he noticed the man pointing his sword to the sky. Luffy, can you hear me? I hope you weren't worried. If I fail to become the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro muttered as his voice got louder and tears filled his eyes. Never again, I will never lose again. Not until the day I beat him to become the greatest swordsman. I will never lose again. Got a problem with that, Pirate King? Nope, Luffy shouted back with a smile. You make a good team, Mihawk told Luffy. I'd like to see you two again, sometime in the future. Hawkeyes, the pair heard Krieg yell out. Did you come all the way here for my head? The head of the infamous ruler of the East Blue? Don Krieg. For a while, yes, Mihawk replied in a bored tone. But I've enjoyed myself here, and so I'll return back to my nap. No need to be so curt, Krieg told him. You may have had your fun, but I sure haven't. Don Krieg, Jin yelled out weakly. Why are you trying to stop him from leaving? How about you die before leaving, Krieg yelled out as he revealed multiple hidden guns. HMPH, you never learn, do you, Mihawk said in a dismissive tone. Farewell. A single swing of the man's sword, a gust of wind surrounded him and blew the bullets away. When the wind faded, it revealed that Mihawk and his raft was gone. The rest of Krieg's ship was cut to pieces and his crew was just floating in the water. HMPH, gone already, Krieg spat in anger. Usopp, go on ahead, Luffy shouted to his sniper. Alright, Usopp yelled back. Zoro and I'll bring Nami back. Just make sure to bring a cook with you. Once we have 5 people in our crew, we'll head to the Grand Line. Yeah, let's, Luffy replied with a large smile. You really did a number on them, Sanji told Luffy when the pirate had jumped back to him. We've only got 2 of them to deal with now. No, there's Anther 1, Luffy stated. He's still on the ship. Pearl, get out here, Jin screamed. We need your help. Sanji, take this one, Luffy told the cook. The captain's mine. Easy enough, Sanji replied as he watched a strange man jump from the destroyed ship. Pearl is a towering man. Pearl's ensemble includes 2 large iron plates covering his front and backside, as well as 2 small plates with large pearls embedded in them for strong, blunt attacks. Ha ha, behold my invincible iron wall, Pearl laughed out as he looked around. What happened to everybody? The straw-hatted boy took them out somehow, Jin told the man. Then he's mine, Pearl yelled out as he charged Luffy before being stopped by Sanji. Your battle is with me, Sanji told him as he placed a cigarette in his mouth. Haha, you won't be standing after my lethal punch, Pearl mocked. You think you can take me down? I'm afraid that just ain't happening. In the last 61 fights I've been in, I've won them all without a scratch. Just shut up, Sanji told the man as he took a drag of his smoke. I've never lost a single drop of blood in all the fights I've ever been in, Pearl told the man. Not a single drop. I said shut up, Sanji yelled as he jumped forwards and kicked Pearl in the face. I'm bleeding, Pearl said in shock as he began to slam the 2 plates on his hands together. Danger, danger, danger. Huh, fire, Sanji said in surprise. I'll burn this place down, Pearl shouted. No, Krieg yelled at the man. We need this ship. Stop it, Sanji roared as he kicked the man in the head once more. How could you attack me? Pearl screamed in fear. Even the wild beasts in the forest are scared of fire. You idiot, why would a cook be scared of a little fire? Sanji told him with a smirk. Damn you, you dandy son of a bitch, Pearl yelled as he prepared to lam one of his hand plates into Sanji. Sanji dropped to the ground and used his hands to thrust his foot into Pearl's face, forcing him to slide back slightly. Sanji then sounded around once more and delivered another kick to the man's face, knocking him to the ground. And my face. Danger. He's too dangerous, Pearl yelled as his nose bleed. More fire, more fireballs. A shocked look appeared on Sanji's face as the man shot out small balls covered in fire right at the Baratie. Zeph stood in the way of the incoming fireballs as Krieg and Jin screamed at Pearl. Zeph simply spun around with a kick and blew the fire out and stopped the fireballs in their place. I may have lost one leg, but this can be easily handled, Zeph stated. That idiot Pearl is more trouble than he is worth, Krieg complained. Before that fire spreads to the rest of the restraint, I'll destroy those fins. Luffy looked up and noticed that Krieg had pulled out a spiked ball and was getting ready to slam it down onto the fins of the Baratie. Sanji, watch out, Luffy yelled as he appeared above the cook and punched the spiked ball away. He hit it back, Krieg muttered in shock as the ball landed next to him. Please stop fighting, Sanji, the pair heard Jin yelled as they heard the crack of wood. I don't want to kill you. Jin, Sanji yelled out as he noticed the man had a gun pointed at Zeph's head. No matter how great of a pirate he was in the past, he's now just another cook that can be easily killed, Jin stated. Sanji, Luffy muttered. Get ready. Wait, Sanji told the pirate as he held out his arm. Hear him out. You want to save this man, don't you? Jin asked. Then leave this ship. Leave this ship, Sanji replied. As if, old man, you're pathetic. You're just lucky the other cooks are out cold. HMPH, I don't need to hear that from an eggplant like you, Zeph yelled at the blonde cook. Who are you calling an eggplant? You shitty geezer, Sanji shouted back. You can't treat me like a kid forever. Now Jin, take your gun and point it at me. Let me help, Luffy asked as Sanji shook him off. But why? Jin asked in shock. If you want to die, then I'll kill you, nice and flashy, Pearl mocked as he walked up behind the cook. Now don't move or the old man will die. Chotenin, Pearl present. Sanji stood completely still as Pearl slammed one of his iron hands straight into the cook's face. The impact sent Sanji flying and into the wall of the Baratie as he bled from his mouth. How dare you tarnish my battle legacy, Pearl stated as he looked at Luffy. Sanji, Luffy growled. Let me help. No, if you do anything the old bastard will die, Sanji replied as he spat out a glob of blood. Jin, you cheap son of a bitch, there's no way I can accept your conditions. Why not? It's simply, just leave the ship and you all leave, Jin pleaded. All you have to do is leave. This ship is the geezer's treasure, Sanji stated. I took everything from that geezer, his strength, his dreams, which is why I don't want him to lose anything else. Damn pipsqueak, Zeph cursed. Now's not the time to ramble on about ancient history. Shut up, Sanji roared. And I told you not to call me a kid anymore. Pearl close, the iron-armored man yelled as he slammed the two iron-plated hands into Sanji's head. Your story has nothing to do with me, Pearl mocked as he watched the blood cover Sanji's face. Service, Pearl Ishibijin present. Luffy watched as Pearl jumped into the air and slammed down on Sanji as the man continued to laugh. The moment he could get Sanji to agree to fight was the moment that he would take these guys down. This is dirt, Jin, Luffy shouted in annoyance. This is how we fight. This is all your fault anyway, Jin yelled. All you need to do is hand over this ship and it would be over. Luffy looked on as Pearl landed another service, Pearl Ishibijin present. Sanji spat out another glob of blood as he sunk further into the deck. Luffy noticed Sanji lock eyes with the gun in Jin's hand and stay down as he groaned in pain. He could hear Pearl continue his mocking as he stood atop Sanji. What do you mean you took everything from him? Luffy asked aloud as he looked between the pair. The memories of what happened that fateful day flooded Sanji's mind. The attack from the pirates, they were captained by Zeph. He was thrown from the boat when he tried to fight back only to be saved by Zeph. The pair washed up on a rock that left them far above the water. By the time that Sanji woke up, the man had sorted their food into 2 bags, with Zeph's being much larger than Sanji's. After an argument, Sanji went to the other side of the rock to look for a passing ship in hope of getting of the rock. The young boy sat on the rock for days as he rationed his food in hopes of surviving long enough for a ship. He sat on that rock for 70 days, long after he had run out of food. He drank out of a small puddle the rain filled up and make a shelter out of wood from a smashed boat. He finally gave in and decided to see if the old man was already dead. As he crept over to the other side of the rock and to where Zeph was, his eyes widened as he noticed the large bag of food still sitting next to the man. He jumped at the bag with his knife and cut it open. Much to his shock, only treasure fell out of the bag. As Sanji jumped at the old man and shook him down, he noticed how he had survived. Zeph was missing his right leg. The man admitted to eating his own leg and giving Sanji all the food they had due to the pair of them having similar dreams. The pair spent the next 15 days together and ended up getting found by a passing ship. After that, they used the gold that they had to open the Baratie. You ate your damn leg for me, Sanji cried out. You gave me all the food. Sanji, Luffy muttered in shock. I'm not handing over this restaurant. And I won't let you kill the damn geezer. He's a geezer who gave up everything for one little brat, Sanji stated as he forced himself to stand up. If I can't even put my life at risk to save him, then I can never repay that debt. Sanji, don't do any more unnecessary things, Zeph pleaded to the boy. I'm not so old and feeble that I need a little eggplant to look after me. HMPH, you're one to talk. If I hadn't taken your leg, then these guys wouldn't give you any trouble, Sanji replied as he noticed the chef regaining consciousness. Why do you still stand, Sanji? Jin asked in shock. Ha ha, still haven't had enough of my Pearl presence. You ain't got no chance of winning, Pearl mocked the cook. The final result is all that matters in this world. If you lose, then you're a loser. No other way about it. It doesn't matter if you take hostages. All that matters is that the last man standing is the victor. Isn't that right, Don Krieg? Exactly, the captain replied. Right, Jin? Pearl asked the man. Guess it's not even necessary to ask. You are the one holding him hostage after all. In any case, you'll lose without laying a hand on us in the end. So why do you still stand? You'll only be beaten to a bloody pulp if you do. I want to preserve this restaurant, Sanji stated with a smile, if even for just 1 second longer. Damn brat, Zeph cursed in annoyance. Well, ain't that a flashy last stand? But the time to close this restaurant is now, Pearl stated with a laugh. From now on, it'll be a pirate ship. Demoshi, Pearl present. Pearl slammed his plate into Sanji's face, sending the man back and into the railing of the Baratie. Luffy clenched his fist as he watched the action happen in front of him. This was Sanji's decision and he wasn't going to do anything until the man wanted it. Haha, feel free to fight back. That is if you want the old man to die, Pearl mocked before he felt the air run cold. Stop it, you idiot, Sanji yelled at Luffy as he noticed an ice ring forming around the pirate. You're going to destroy the ship. Jin, kill the geezer, Krieg yelled out as he watched the ice spread across the fins. But Jin stuttered. I haven't laid a single finger on any of you, Luffy stated. I'm not interfering in the battle at all. What the hell do you think you're doing? Sanji screamed at Luffy. If you keep doing what you're doing, I'll destroy this ship, Luffy told Sanji. Jin, Krieg shouted out. Don't just stand there, kill the geezer already. Are you out of your mind? Sanji yelled in anger as he jumped to his feet and grabbed Luffy. Just what the hell do you think I've been working in this restaurant for? If it sinks, then their plans are ruined, Luffy replied simply. You have no idea what this restaurant means to me, Sanji told Luffy, nor the gravity of my debt. So, you're planning to die for it? Luffy asked as he stared at the cook. How stupid could you be? What? Sanji yelled in confusion. You won't be paying any debt by dying, Luffy screamed as he grabbed Sanji by the collar. That's not what he saved you for, to throw away your life like this after being saved. That's what a weakling does. Well, it's not like you know a better way out of this mess, Sanji screamed back in anger. Now, you two can stop fighting. It's just your bad fortune to have gone up against the Krieg pirates. You picked the wrong enemies, Pearl mocked as he walked towards the pair. There's nothing you can do against us, as long as we have a hostage, that is. I'll burn you to death with my fire pearls. A sadistic smile covered Pearl's face as he walked towards the pair with his hand plates on fire. The pair heard a gun hit the deck behind them and noticed Jin rush past them with his tonfa in his hands. He drove one of them into the center plate of Pearl's armor. The armor instantly crumbled, and Pearl's eyes rolled to the back of his head as the man fell to the ground. Sorry, Pearl, Jin apologized, but I needed you out of the way for a while. Jin, you dare betray me, Krieg roared as rage filled his core. I apologize, Don Krieg, Jin replied as he turned towards Luffy and Sanji. But please allow me to put an end to our saviors with my own two hands. Have you lost your mind? Krieg asked as he stared at the man. My pirate fleet's battle commander, Jin. Sanji, I wanted you to leave this ship without hurting you, Jin told the cook. But it seems things can't be that way. No, they can't, Sanji replied as he lit up a cigarette. So, the least I could do is kill you myself, Jin stated as he smiled at Sanji. That's the solution I've arrived at. Haha, why thank you, Sanji replied after he took a drag of his smoke. Now kindly eat shit and die. You two straw hat, Jin said. It would have been best if you left with your crewmates earlier. Why? Luffy questioned. It's not like I could be beaten by the weaklings in your crew. How dare you, Krieg yelled out. We're the strongest crew in the East Blue. You're the biggest, Luffy replied as he stared at the man. That's the only reason you're feared. And Krieg growled as he glared at Luffy, getting me all worked up. I guess the final result of who's strong or not will be decided today. He has no idea what he's up against, Zeph muttered as he looked at Luffy. You there, brat, Krieg yelled at Luffy. Who do you think is going to be Pirate King, you or me? I am, Luffy stated with confidence. It's time to teach that dreamer of true strength them, Krieg stated as he pulled out a shield. The MH5, Jin yelled in shock. Well, wait, Don, wait, please let me kill this man with my own hands. Whether you kill him or not, the result is the same. You know there's nothing I hate more than the foolish ideas of honor and compassion, Krieg stated as he held the strange shield in front of him. Listen well, this is a battle we're in, and in a battle, you fight to kill. Shut up, Luffy told the man as he appeared in front of him and laid his hand on the shield. You can't use this shield anymore. Krieg's eyes widened at the boy standing in front of him as Luffy's arm turned white and the shield in his hand got covered in ice. He quickly dropped the shield and stepped back in shock as he looked at the straw-hatted boy in front of him. Not so tough now, Luffy mocked with a smirk. Jin, kill the cook, Krieg yelled in anger. I'm going to kill this boy. Understood, Don, Jin replied as he looked at Sanji. Sorry for this. I was just about to say the same thing, Sanji replied as he continued to smoke. Sanji's eyes widened as Jin rushed him at an incredible speed. The cook was forced to jump into the air as Jin swung his tonfa where he was previously standing. The tonfa collided with the deck and caused it break apart as Sanji attempted to kick Jin in the back of the head. The tonfa-wielding pirate simply leaned back and dodged the kick as he smiled at Sanji. Let me tell you my nickname. The man Demon, Jin stated as he spun around and pinned Sanji to the deck with his tonfa. I don't have a shred of sympathy for you anymore. So long, Sanji, and be happy I can kill you without leaving a disfigured corpse. Sanji blew a small amount of smoke out as Jin spun his tonfa around and began to bring them down towards Sanji's head. The cook quickly spat his cigarette out of his mouth and hit Jin in the face with it, slowing the man down for a second. That was all Sanji needed as he slipped out of under the tonfa and dodged what would have been a fatal blow as he used his hands to power a handstand kick straight to Jin's cheek. Jin's head was forced backwards as he spat out blood. He quickly recovered and swung his tonfa around, aiming for Sanji's ribs. The blow collided at the same time Sanji kicked Jin in the chest and sent the pair flying in opposite directions of each other. The pair forced themselves to their feet as they looked at each other. You're unexpectedly weak, Mr. Battle Commander Sanji stated. I guess the Might Krieg pirates are all talk and no substance. Jin charged at the man once more and dodged Sanji's first kick. He quickly drove the tonfa into the cook's chest, taking the breath away from him. As Sanji tried to regain his breath, Jin slammed his tonfa into the cook's ribs again and caused him to spit out blood. The next swing on his tonfa collided with Sanji's jaw and sent him flying to the ground and covered the tonfa with blood. Jin brought the tonfa to his face and licked the blood as he looked down at Sanji and heard Krieg's order to kill him. These skewered dango of yours ain't so great, Sanji said weakly as he forced himself to his feet. You, small fry. Damn it, he's freaking strong as hell, Sanji thought in annoyance as he felt the pain flowing through his body. Time to put an end to this, Jin roared as he charged at Sanji. Don't bother struggling anymore. Sanji quickly dropped to his hands as he dodged the tonfa that Jin swung at him. He quickly threw himself into the air and kicked Jin from above and straight into the deck as he cursed the man. Were you going easy on me or something? Sanji asked as he kept his leg on Jin's face. To hell with you. Sanji's small smile was quickly changed with a look of pain as he fell of Jin and held his ribs with a scream of pain. It seemed the cook couldn't handle the stress from his own kicks as they brought pain to his body. Die, Jin yelled as he jumped on top of Sanji and held his throat as he raised on of his tonfa. You son of a, Sanji started before Jin squeezed his throat harder. I just can't, Jin cried with tear rushing down his cheeks. Don Krieg. What? Krieg roared as he stared at Jin. The straw-hatted boy was simply watching the fight and somehow dodging everything that he threw at him. I simply can't kill this man, Jin yelled out. What did you just say? Krieg roared in anger. Say it one more time. I've never been treated so kindly by another person, Jin cried as he dropped his tonfa. In my entire life, that's why I can't kill him. You're a coward, Krieg yelled in rage as he pulled a cord and revealed multiple hidden guns. Die, Jin, you're no longer a part of my crew. Like I'll let you do that, Luffy stated as he stood near the water. Asuoro. A giant wall of ice rose from the water as Luffy froze everything around it. The wall stopped everybody from seeing what happened on the other side. All they could hear was dozens of bullets being fired and making contact with the wall. Soon the unmistakable laughter of Don Krieg broke out as the wall fell and revealed Luffy riddled with bullet holes. Luffy, Sanji screamed in shock as he noticed of the straw-hatted boy. Ha ha, that weakling may have saved you for now, but you won't be living for long, Krieg yelled in pride. Shishishishi, Luffy laughed, shocking the rest of the people there as the holes in his body reformed with ice. What are you? Krieg screamed in shock. I'm a freezing human, Luffy told the shocked man with a smile. Leave now. I'm going to kill you, brat, Krieg replied. You're nothing to me and my weapons. Zoro, Luffy muttered to himself as he appeared in front of Krieg with his hand back and one finger sticking out. Shigen. Luffy pushed his hand forwards and drilled a hole in Krieg's shoulder with a single finger. He pulled his hand back and hit his other shoulder with his finger. He jumped back from the man and lifted his left and started to kick forwards with Rankyaku. The Rankyaku made quick work of the man's armor as it slid off him and revealed 2 holes in his shoulder and multiple cuts across his torso. Luffy then rushed at the man with his hand held back and slammed it into Krieg's head, forcing him into the deck and knocking him out cold. I warned you, Luffy told the man as he turned around and noticed most of Krieg's pirates and the cooks had woken up. Take your captain and leave. Don Krieg. We've lost, Jin stated as he stood up. Let's retreat for today and start anew. Battle Commander, the awoken Krieg pirates yelled as the man worked his way over to his captain's side and picked him up. Thanks for everything, Sanji, Jin yelled to the chain smoker. Yeah, don't ever come back, Sanji replied with a small smile. And you, Jin shouted to Luffy. We'll meet again on the Grand Line. Of course, but are you sure about this? Luffy replied. I am. I guess I never realized my ambitions became the same as Don Krieg's, Jin stated with a smile. Hattie, Karn, give them the boat we used to get our ingredients, Sanji told the 2 who started to argue with him. Just do it. Fine, the 2 replied as they went and got the boat. It wasn't long before the pirates were on the boat and set out with Krieg still knocked out. Sanji and Luffy watched as left the horizon and then turned back to the Baratie. So, you wanna? Luffy started before Sanji interrupted him. I'm not becoming a pirate, the cook told him. I'm going to stay here and be a cook until the old geezer acknowledges me. Fine then, Luffy replied sadly. But I'm not giving up. Hey, have you ever heard about the All Blue? Sanji asked suddenly with a large smile on his face. No, Luffy replied as he looked at the cook. What, you've never heard of the Ocean of Miracles? Well, you see, in the All Blue all of the seas meet and all of the world fish can be found there. Sanji started with a goofy smile on his face as Zeph watched on from above. Talking with such a stupid grin on your face, Zeph muttered to himself with a smile. Idiot. Later. Where's our seat? Sanji asked as he walked into where the cooks eat with Luffy. And the food, Luffy quickly added. There ain't no chairs for you, one of the cooks told them. Just sit on the floor, another cook said. No chairs. This is a freaking restaurant, Sanji replied in annoyance. How is that even possible? Fine, whatever. Something strange about them, Luffy said to Sanji as the pair grabbed their plates and sat on the floor. There's always something strange with them, Sanji replied as he began to eat. Hey, who was in charge of making today's soup? Patty suddenly shouted as he stood up with his plate. Oh, that would be me, Sanji responded with a big smile. Pretty good, right? I make it. How am I supposed to pass this crap down my stomach? Patty yelled at Sanji as he slammed the plate onto the ground. What is this? Pig feed. What? Sanji muttered in shock. Hey, does proper human food not suit you? This is pure crap of the highest quality, Patty told him with a disgusted look. It makes me want to puke. Did you actually put shit in this, or what? I'm perfectly confident about my soup, Sanji stated with a dark look. Maybe it's you shitty tongue. Yuck, this is disgusting, Karn said as he tipped his soup onto the floor. How can you expect us to eat this? Another cook asked as he spilled his on the floor. This was followed by more and more of the cooks tipping out their soup. What the hell do you think you're all doing? Sanji roared out. You being the assistant head chef was always a sham, Patty stated as he looked at Sanji in contempt. It's only because you've been here the longest. I'm sick of your violent ways, another cook said to Sanji. If something tastes bad, then it's my right to say it, Karn told him in disgust. What did you? Sanji growled out before he heard another plate break and turned to see Zeph. Geezer, what's with this disgusting soup? Is it supposed to taste like sludge or what? Zeph asked the blonde. We'd go out of business if we served this to our customers. Don't joke with me, you damn geezer, Sanji yelled in anger as he grabbed Zeph's collar. How's this anything different from the soup you make? Well, speak up. The soup I make, Zeph muttered before he punched Sanji in the face and sent him to the floor. Don't get cocky. The owner, Patty muttered in complete shock. He punched him. It's 100 years too early for a little eggplant like you to compare your soup to mine, Zeph told the boy in anger. I've cooked all around the world. He didn't kick, Patty muttered again, but punched him. Damn it, Sanji roared as he got up and glared at Zeph before he left the room. This soup is amazing if you ask me, Luffy said after Sanji left as he finished his food. Yeah, we know, Patty replied. Phew, that was scary, Karn said as he left out a sigh of relief. He sure was mad. Everybody here knows how good Sanji's cooking is, another cook told him. But if we didn't do that, that little idiot would never listen to us. So Kit, would you mind taking that little eggplant with you? Zeph asked. Take him to the Grandline, it's his dream. Unbeknownst to the cooks inside, Sanji was sitting at the door listening to them. He could hear every word they spoke. He could hear their asking more and more of the soup. He heard the geezer's plea for Luffy to take him with him. I can hear you all, Sanji muttered to himself. You bastards. Take Sanji along, Luffy responded with a smile. I don't wanna. What's the meaning of this? Zeph asked in anger. Didn't you want to cook for your ship? Are you not satisfied with him? No, he's not like I'm dissatisfied with him or anything. I do want him to come alone, but he wants to stay here and be a cook, Luffy told Zeph as he continued to eat the soup. So even if you tell me to take him with me, I won't. Oh, and more soup. So, you won't accept unless he asks you himself, Zeph replied as a cook handed Luffy another boy. Yep, Luffy responded as he got another bowl of soup. Well, you do have a point, Zeph conceded, but the is whether that rebellious brat will be honest with himself or not. He's too hard-headed, Patty added. What's that? Sanji asked himself as he noticed something approaching him. Oh shit. A shark jumped from the water with a man in its mouth and crashed into Sanji, sending him back into where the cook were eating. The cooks looked at the strange sight in confusion as they noticed Sanji under the shark. Sanji, a cook yelled in surprise. Is that a mermaid? Another cook asked in confusion. Did he come all the way from Fishman Island to taste out cooking? Third cook asked. You idiot. This is just a guy and a shark, another cook yelled out. Yasaku, Luffy shouted in surprise as he noticed the man. What the hell? Sanji muttered as he got out of under the shark. Brother Luffy, Yasaku groaned. What are you doing here? Luffy asked. Where are the others? What about Nami? We couldn't catch up with her, but we know where she's going, Yasaku told him once he was out of the shark. Good, then let's wait, Luffy said as he got up. It's a dangerous place, Yasaku started to warn. Don't worry about that, Luffy cut him off. Let's go. Wait, I'll go to Sanji, told the pair as he was leaning against the wall. Sanji, the cooks muttered in glee. I'll help you become Pirate King, Sanji told him, and I'll accomplish my goal along the way. After all, we both have crazy dreams. That sounds good, Luffy responded with a large smile. That's how it's going to be, guys, Sanji told the other cooks. Sorry for all the trouble I put you through. HMPH, I don't like it at all. I wanted to throw you out of here with my own hands, Patty complained. Sorry for making you put on a shitty performance, Sanji stated with a smile. You knew, they yelled in shock. I was just outside the door, Sanji deadpanned. So you wanted to kick me out that badly, geezer? HMPH, that's exactly right, Eggplant. I've always hated brats, Zeph replied. There hasn't been a single day when I didn't regret saving a brat like you. Whatever you say, geezer, Sanji said. Enjoy your last few years. It didn't take long for the three to get everything packed up and outside to the ship they would be taking. They had enough food and water to last the trip, and Luffy and Yasaku were watching Sanji say his final goodbyes. They watched as the blonde cook walked out of the restaurant, and between all the cooks he worked with, they watched as Patty and Karn unsuccessfully tried to sneak attack Sanji. The cook got to the end of the boat and smiled down at the pair as he got ready to get in. Let's go, he told the pair. You're not going to say anything, Luffy asked as he noticed Zeph standing on the top floor. It's fine, Sanji said with a smile. Hey Sanji, don't catch a cold, Zeph called out. Owner Zeph, Sanji cried as he bowed down and pressed his forehead to the deck. I'm eternally grateful to you for taking care of me for so damn long. I shall never forget for the rest of my life the debt I owe you. You bastard, Patty cried as Sanji got onto the ship. God damn it, we're going to be lonely without you. Really lonely, Karn cried. I'll miss you, the other cooks cried out. You're making us cry? Damn it. You idiot, Zeph muttered to himself with tear running down his face. Men should day their goodbyes silently. Let's meet again one day, Sanji called out to them as he cried. You good-for-nothing bastards. I hope you enjoy sailing with a conqueror, Zeph thought to himself as he watched the pair sail away, especially one with such grand dreams. On a seemingly peaceful day, a small boat was sailing on the East Blue with 3 men on it, although something strange was happening on that ship at this moment as a loud thwack was heard coming from it. A man with a straw hat was standing over a blonde man who was blindfolded with a body covered in red marks. The straw hat-wearing boy kept bringing the stick in his hand back and swinging it forwards at the blonde man. Every time the blonde was hit, he cursed in pain. What's this even for? Sanji asked in pain. It's the beginning of your Haki training, Luffy told the cook. It's something you'll need if you want to strong enough in the Grand Line. Yasaku watched in confusion as the seemingly sadistic captain kept whacking his new cook with a stick. He heard the straw hat boy mention something about Haki. That was something he had never heard about before. It seemed this boy knew a lot more about the seas than he let on. The swordsman watched as the captain hit his cook with the stick for the next hour before he stopped. We'll put more work into that later, Luffy told Sanji as he dropped the stick onto the desk. Now it's time for food. HMPH. Fine, Sanji sighed as he stood up. Where are we even going? To find our navigator and take her back, Luffy told the cook. Then we're heading for paradise. Paradise? Yasaku questioned in confusion. It's what some pirates call the Grand Line, Luffy replied with a smile. That's where we are going to find the rest of the crew. The rest of the crew? Sanji questioned. I heard you mention that before. Who are they? 2 of them are my brothers. They left a few years before me to do something. Then the others left to travel the blues, Luffy told the cook. I'm guessing they ended up in the Grand Line. We'll need to get a den mushy soon and tell them where to meet. That's assuming you beat the monster at Nami's, Yasaku told the pair. I'm not worried about him, Luffy replied with a smile. You're taking this too easily. There's something you should know about the place you're going. The reason the Grand Line is called the Pirates' Graveyard is because the 3 great powers rule over it, Yasaku stated. One of those powers is the Shichibukai. Simply put, they're 7 pirates that have been authorized by the world government. Why would the world government authorize pirates? Sanji questioned in surprise. As long as the Shichibukai hand over a portion of their loot that is obtained from pillaging and uncivilized lands to the world government, then their pirating activities are pardoned. Other pirates may look down on them and call them the government's dogs. But they are extremely strong, Yasaku stated. In fact, the man that Big Brother Zoro just fought, Dracula Mihawk, is one of the Shichibukai. So, they're a strong group, Luffy stated with a smile. What's this got to do with Nami? One of the Shichibukai is the captain of the Fishman Pirates. His name is Jim, Yasaku told them. And in exchange for him becoming a Shichibukai, he let loose a terrifying monster into the East Blue. Does he look like this? Luffy asked as he held up a drawing of a fish with legs. No, damn, I'll skip the complicated from now on. The place we're heading to is Arlong Park. It's an area ruled by Arlong. He's a fishman who once fought alongside Jin, a Shichibukai. In terms of individual strength, he is far stronger than Krieg. But you came to the Baratie before catching up to Nami. So how do you know where she is? Sanji asked. She could have easily changed the direction she was going. Me and Johnny have a strong feeling on this, based on what happened before she left, Yasaku told them. When we dropped a bunch of wanted posters, she picked them up and stared intensely at Arlong's. It was soon after that she stole the ship and took off with the treasure. It's too much of a coincidence. How about this? Luffy asked Sanji as he showed the man another picture with arms this time. You just put arms on it, Sanji yelled. But I wonder what Nami's connection to the fishman is. Maybe she's a mermaid. Like this? Luffy asked as he added hair to his drawing. You're dead meat, Sanji roared as he kicked Luffy's head off before it reformed with ice. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Yasaku roared in annoyance. Yeah, there's a strong fishman dude. We got it, Luffy replied nonchalantly. No, you don't. You don't understand how strong he is, Yasaku screamed in frustration. Well, I guess I'll see when we get there, Luffy stated. Yeah, that's right. Don't sweat it, Sanji told the man. God, talking to you two is too hard, Yasaku shouted. Food's ready, Sanji told them as he began to serve it. It sure is nice having a cook around, Luffy said as began to eat. I wish I could hurry and cook for Nami, Sanji swooned. With Nami. Hey, you, stop right there. I'm going to kill Arlong. He killed my dad, a kid yelled at the orange-haired navigator as she glared at him. I'm serious. Arlong doesn't have time to waste on brats like you, Nami told the boy as she pulled out her staff and whacked him multiple times before dropped a stack of cash next to him. So if you understand, go home this money and use it for your protection. Damn it, the boy moaned in pain as Nami walked through the gates to Arlong Park. Oh, so you're back. That was quite a long trip, a large fishman stated as he watched Nami. This mansion is lax as always, Nami replied as she looked at the Arlong. Arlong is a large, muscular, light blue saw shark fishman whose most distinctive trait is his saw-shaped nose. He has long, black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulders, under a brown ashanka. He has a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. His Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the left side of his chest, while his own Jolly Roger is on his lower left arm. Other notable features include thin, fierce light blue eyes and a long, angular jaw. Arlong's attire is composed of fashionable, light clothes. He wears a short-sleeved, unbuttoned yellow shirt decorated by many black lightning-like spots, Bermuda shorts which are a purple sash around the waist and simple sandals. He also sports a lot of jewels. He has a golden chain bracelet around his left wrist and 2 golden bracelets around each ankle, with straw-like decorations hanging from them. On his hands are what appear to be rings, decorated by colorful gems. As if anyone would dare raid my estate, the man told her. How much did you get this time? Quite a lot. But it was strangely heartbreaking this time, Nami answered the man with a smile. Since when did you get so sentimental? Betraying people is your speciality, isn't it? Arlong asked with a smirk. My fisherman brothers, our comrade has returned. Let us prepare a feast. With Zoro, Usopp and Zoro. We're here, Johnny stuttered in fear. Are you sure Nami's really there? A scared Usopp asked. We've finally arrived, but the only problem now is finding where Nami docked our ship, Zoro stated as he looked at the island in front of them. Then we can cut our way in. As if Johnny yelled at Zoro. Are you an idiot? Usopp screamed at the swordsman. We don't even know what's going on. And Zoro asked before he felt a hammer hit him over the head. Tie him up before he does something stupid, Usopp yelled at Johnny as he pulled out rope and tied Zoro to the mast of the ship. Now to find the Mary. She's over there, Johnny yelled out. She's docked over there. What the hell's going on? The pair heard Zoro growl from behind them. You better untie me now. That really is a strange place to dock a ship, Johnny told Usopp as they ignored Zoro. It's a little off from a place called Kakoyashi Village on this map. I said untie me, Zoro roared with his rage filling him. That's enough, just look at yourself. You're about to pass out from just yelling, Usopp told the swordsman while patting him on his cut-up chest, causing Zoro to squirm in pain. You were an inch away from death, remember, so just leave it to me. I'll bring her back. You're very cheerful now. You know we aren't going to Arlong Park, Johnny muttered as he looked at the sniper. Starboard to Mary, Usopp ordered with a large smile. Bring me right next to her. Fine, Johnny sighed as he heard Zoro still cursing them. All right. The great adventure that will be called the Warrior. Usopp's great adventure is about to begin, Usopp shouted in glee as they got closer to the Going Merry before they noticed 3 fishermen standing on the dock, full speed ahead. Now. Got it, Johnny replied fearfully. What the hell are you doing? Zoro yelled at the pair. Why are we just passing by? Be quiet, Johnny told the swordsman. Didn't you see them? They were fishmen, a part of the Arlong pirates, Usopp screamed at the swordsman. I'm bloody terrified right now. Is that a problem for you, is it? I'm the only one who should be mad right now, Zoro stated as he glared at the sniper. What should we do now, brother Usopp? Johnny asked as he walked away from Zoro. Well, now we know that we can't bring Nami back, Usopp replied as they noticed a splash in the water. That's an unfamiliar ship, they heard a voice yell. Run, Usopp yelled out as he jumped from the ship. Hey, untie me, Zoro yelled as Johnny looked at him. Sorry, big bro, Johnny yelled as he tossed a knife that landed next to the man. I hope that helps. Looks like we've caught someone, a fisherman said as he boarded the ship. Not yet, Zoro replied with a smirk as he grabbed the knife and flicked it up, cutting through the ropes holding him. I'm going to kill you and then I'll find them. Get him, one of the fishermen yelled as he rushed forwards. Zoro quickly drew Wado Ikemanji and slashed the blade at the first fisherman who jumped at him. He cut the fisherman right across the torso, causing him to fall to the deck and scream in pain. A dark look came over Zoro's face as his sword took a black coating. He lashed out at the 2 remaining fishmen and cut them in half, instantly killing them. That hurt, Zoro said to himself. Now to find them too. The green-haired swordsman took 2 steps across the deck before everything went black in front of him and he passed out. As he hit the deck of the ship, he heard yet another voice screaming out about an unknown ship being located. With Johnny and Usopp. Forgive us, Zoro, Usopp cried as he swam away from the ship. We will pass your courage on to Luffy. Forgive me, big bro, Johnny cried out. I'll never forget you. That's enough of that, Usopp said. Let's get to shore. Sure, Johnny replied as the pair swam to the shore and got out of the water. What? Usopp screamed in terror as he looked at the sight in front of him. Just what exactly happened to this town? This must be Gosa Village, Johnny stated fearfully. Arlong supposedly destroyed this town weeks ago. What a sight, a stunned Usopp said as he began to walk through the destruction. All the houses here have been thrown upside down. They say that when a fisherman is born they're 10 times stronger than a human, Johnny told the stunned Usopp. This is the strength of those from the Grand Line, and this is what happens to those that oppose Arlong. Hey, Johnny, where are you going? Usopp yelled as he noticed the man running away. And what do we have here? Usopp heard a voice say. You must have tried to escape from that ship the others went after. Usopp screamed in fear as he began to run away from the fishmen. The fishmen began to chase after Usopp as the sniper screamed out in fear. Usopp was taunting the fishmen as he was creating more space between him and the fishmen. That is until he ran near an alley and received a hard kick to the side of his chest that sent him tumbling to the ground. I found you, fishman. I'll avenge my father, a child's voice yelled as he stood above Usopp with a sword in his hand. Die, you rotten fishman. Don't harm the fishman, a woman yelled as she hit the child over the head. Ah, the boy screamed in pain. Look closely, he might look like Arlong, but he's human, the woman told the boy. Just barely though. Barely, Usopp yelled in shock. Wait right there, Usopp heard the fishman yell out. He's here, Usopp yelled in shock. It's a fishman, the boy yelled in anger. A real one this time, the woman added. Stand back. I can't run away leaving a woman and child behind, Usopp yelled to the pair. If it's just one fishman, I'm sure I can somehow manage. You there, suspicious human, the fishman called out to Usopp. Have you finally given up? It's the opposite. I've decided to take you on, Usopp yelled at the fishman. Eat this, certain kill. I told you. Don't harm the fishman, Usopp heard the woman say as his world went black due to being hit in the head by a hammer. Hours later, Usopp screamed as he sat up and quickly realized he was in a house. This place is. So you woke up, the woman stated as she cut off Usopp. You're in my home. You're that woman from earlier, Usopp recalled. What's your name and what happened to the fishman? We lost him, the woman replied. My name is Najiko. Najiko is an average-sized young woman with light blue hair and tan skin. Her right arm and chest are heavily tattooed. She is wearing a beige sleeveless shirt, blue trousers, and purple sandals. Furthermore, she appears to wear pink lip gloss. Wait, you were the one who knocked me out, Usopp screamed in anger once he remembered what happened. Are you one of the fishman's subordinates? HMPH, and I was going to save you. The one that did the saving was me. This just shows why outsiders are trouble, Najiko told Usopp before she turned to the child. But you're from Gosa village and should understand what will happen if you attack a fishman. It will only get you killed. It's something you should know. I know, but they killed my dad and I'll never forgive them, the child cried to Najiko. They brought along a huge monster I've never seen before and destroyed and pillaged my entire town. They killed so many people and that's why I've sworn revenge. A huge monster, Usopp muttered in absolute fear. So then those strange dents on the ground. Those are the tracks left behind by that thing, the boy told Usopp. They said they bought it from the Grandline. There are monsters there as well, Usopp screamed in shock. I even went to Arlong Park, the boy admitted. But some female member of the Arlong pirates stopped me at the door. She was a real witch. She got in my way and I want to kill her too. Then go ahead and die, Najiko told the boy bluntly as Usopp spat out his drink in shock. But know this, thanks to me and that witch you've escaped death twice now, so get out of my house once you finish your tea because I hate brats like you. Aren't you going a little far, Usopp yelled at the woman. He's just a little kid. So what, if he wants to go ahead and commit suicide like that, I don't care, the woman shouted back in anger at Usopp. It's not like he has any desire to live on after all. What Usopp roared as his rage began to boil over. I'll know of a certain child who chose to live a life more painful than death because she could see a better future, Najiko stated softly before she began to get louder. That's why I absolutely hate brats like you, those who only think about rushing to their death. What am I supposed to do then, the child cried out. It's so frustrating. What about your mum, Najiko asked the boy. She's still alive, the boy told her with tears running down his face. Then she must be worried, Najiko told the boy. You should go home to your mum. You're actually a good person, Usopp stated after the boy left and he sat down. Well, I can't say I know much about you, the woman replied as she picked up her tea. That's right. My name's Captain Usopp, the sniper stated. I came looking for Nami. Why would you come looking for a member of the Arlong pirates, Najiko asked as Usopp's jaw dropped. What, Usopp screamed out. Nami's a part of the Arlong pirates. Yep, she's pretty infamous around these parts. Even the kid talked about her before. She's the witch, Najiko informed Usopp. But more shocking would be that this is the house we grew up in. After all, we are foster sisters. What, Usopp shouted out. This is Nami's home. That's right, she and I are orphans. We were adopted and raised in this house, Najiko told the sniper. The one who raised us has long since died, but the three of us used to live here happily. This village. Then why did she joining the pirates that have taken it over, Usopp asked. Did she betray you all? Something like that, Najiko stated. She's a real witch, isn't she? So what's her business with the witch? After what you said, I have more important things to worry about. Since she's been deceiving us since the beginning, she must have been after the treasure all along. And when I think of that, she pisses me right off, Usopp yelled as he slammed his fist onto the table. Even though she helped protect my village, even though she was laughing and smiling with us, inside her mind she was plotting this all along. Laughing happily, Najiko muttered in disbelief. She's an evil witch, Usopp screamed as the rage continued to build. A person like that deserves an attack on her spurt. I'll just ignore her from now on. I've already told you not to mess with the Arlong pirates, Najiko told the sniper again. Well, as long as I can get my ship back, I'll be fine, Usopp replied as he stood up. The only problem will be Luffy, but we should be able to convince him to leave as well. That would be for the best, Nijiko said to the boy. Mess with the Arlong pirates and you'll die. Also, I'm guessing that's your ship. Mary, Usopp cheered as he noticed the ship. But what's it doing over here? Hold on, that means, oh shit. What's wrong? Nijiko asked at the sniper's sudden panic. I just remembered that one of my crewmates was captured by the fishmen, Usopp stated. He was already close to death, so I just hope he doesn't provoke them. With Zoro, I already told you I came here looking for a single woman, Zoro growled as he glared at the fishman in front of him. You half-fish mutant. Zoro was downright pissed at the pair that left him tied to the ship. He may have cut his way out and cut down the fishmen that boarded the ship, but he passed out soon after. Although that wasn't his biggest annoyance, he woke up tied up surrounded by fishmen and one extremely arrogant one that kept looking down at him. And I told you to tell me who your accomplice was, the fishman growled. No puny human could beat 3 significantly stronger fishmen, so who's helping you? I didn't need help to cut down such weaklings, Zoro replied as he continued to glare at the fishman. Listen to me, puny human. Our strength far exceeds that of humans. We are the lords of creation. Get that through your dense head, the fishman stated. And so a human who defies a fishman is essentially defying a god. I'm sick of you blabbing like that, Arlong, Nami stated as she walked next to the fishman. Arlong is a large, muscular, light blue saw shark fish man whose most distinctive trait is his saw-shaped nose. He has long, black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulders, under a brown ashanka. He has a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. His Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the left side of his chest, while his own Jolly Roger is on his lower left arm. Other notable features include thin, fierce light blue eyes and a long, angular jaw. Arlong's attire is composed of fashionable, light clothes, reflecting his rich status as well as his background as a thug. He wears a short-sleeved, unbuttoned yellow shirt decorated by many black lightning-like spots, Bermuda shorts which are brown, a purple sash around the waist, and simple sandals. He also sports a lot of jewels. He has a golden chain bracelet around his left wrist and 2 golden bracelets around each ankle, with straw-like decorations hanging from them. On his hands are what appear to be rings, decorated by colorful gems, but are actually piercings. No need to make such scary face, Nami. You're different to them, Arlong stated as Zoro's eyes opened in disbelief. You're the Arlong's pirate's prize cartographer. You make the most accurate maps. Of course, Nami replied with a smirk. My brain's on a much higher order than any of yours. Cartographer. Hey Nami, what are you doing with these guys? Zoro asked as he stared at the woman. What are you two acquaintances? Arlong asked Nami. No, he's just a poor sucker, Nami stated as she walked towards the swordsman. I was able to take a huge score from them on the last trip. I knew you guys were going to come after me sometime, but I'm surprised you made it here. Is this your true self? Zoro asked as he glared at the woman. That's right, I'm an officer of the Arlong pirates, Nami told the swordsman. I was already a pirate when we met. Chahaha, she had you completely fooled. That girl would do anything for money, even forget the death of her own moth, because she's a real cold-hearted witch. Arlong laughed as Zoro noticed a look flash across Nami's face. Fooling people is like second nature to her. Moreover, she has us as backup. I see. It's not like I really trusted her anyway, Zoro admitted. It doesn't surprise me that she is a devilish cutthroat, because right from the beginning I had a feeling you were a good-for-nothing woman. HMPH. Well then, that makes things easier. If you've realized that I was only tricking you, then you can forget the treasure and my navigation skills and get out of here, Nami stated with a smirk before her eyes widened as Zoro jumped into the water behind him. What an idiot, a fishman said. He must be committing suicide. Just leave him to drown, Arlong growled with a smile. That idiot, Nami yelled as she flipped her shoes off and jumped into the water after him. Nami, a fishman said in confusion. What's she doing? Another on asked. She's back up, a third fishman muttered. What's the big idea? Nami asked the swordsman. Just testing a theory, Zoro replied as he caught his breath. You know he's coming, right? Shut up, Nami roared as she slammed her foot into the man's back. If any of you get any more involved with this, you'll all die. Don't be too sure, Zoro replied with a smirk as the woman lifted him up. What's with the bandages? Nami asked as she looked at the man. I didn't have a change of clothes, Zoro replied to the woman before she drove her fist into his gut. Hey Nami, what are you going to do with him? Arlong asked as the woman began to walk off. Just lock him up. I'll deal with him later, Nami replied in anger. Arlong, a fishman called out. What is it, brother? Arlong asked. There was a long-nosed human who got away that was with this guy, the fishman told Arlong. We think he's probably hiding in Kakoyashi village. Kakoyashi? I have business there anyway, Arlong replied as he stood up from his seat. Kakoyashi village. Hey, Arlong's coming this way, a civilian yelled out in fear. What, another villager screamed. What does he need from us? A third villager asked. He only just collected the tribute, a fourth villager stated. He's here for me. After all, it was my weapons that were found, a man stated. So everybody go inside. Genzo, a villager muttered in fear. He's here. Genzo is a heavily scarred man that wears a police uniform with short sleeves and pants. He also wears a pinwheel on his hat. Are you the one? Arlong asked as he stood over Genzo, the one who was caught with weapons 3 days ago. That's right, Genzo replied casually. I've always liked looking at weapons. I mean, can't a person have a hobby anymore? No, I'm afraid not. After all, weapons only create chaos and violence, Arlong replied with a dark look. He's huge, Usopp muttered to himself as he watched with Nichiko from afar. He's inhuman. He's a fishman, the woman stated. It looks like Nami didn't come with him, Usopp said. She's probably at Arlong Park, Nichiko replied. I've got 20 islands under my control, and rebels are quite a nuisance for us. Your leaders, Arlong told the scarred man. I destroyed Gosa to show everyone what happens to those who cause trouble. If someone fails to pay their tribute, then that means they are planning to rebel. Tribute? What are we talking about? Usopp asked Nichiko. It's a payment we have to pay each month. We have to buy our lives from them each month, Nichiko revealed. So if even a single person fails to pay their tribute, the entire village is destroyed. A whole town for that, Usopp said in shock. That's life under Arlong's rule, Nichiko stated. With their radical perspective, they don't even care about the lives of humans. Hear me now, humans. All you need to do is work hard and pay your tributes. There's no need to think about anything else. Because what I need is an enormous amount of money, Arlong yelled out to them. Your tributes will become the cornerstone of the Arlong Empire. Arlong Empire. He's trying to build his own nation, Usopp stated in shock. So then, he's going to turn the entire East Blue into his empire. That means my home is in danger as well. Whatever happens, happens. All we can do is quietly sit still and endure it, Nichiko told the sniper. For now, that is. For now, Usopp questioned before the pair heard a scream. What's that? Genzo, Nichiko screamed in fear. Possessing a weapon is a clear sign of rebellion. The cause of any unrest in my lands, Arlong stated as he held the man by his shirt. And to make sure there aren't any more rebels like you, I'll make an example of what happens to rebels by killing you now. What? All he did was collect some weapons, Usopp yelled in shock. Is that all it takes to get killed? That son of a bitch, Nichiko yelled as she ran towards Genzo. Hey, don't do that. Come back or you'll be killed, Usopp shouted at the woman. What's the meaning of this, Arlong? All of us have loyally paid tribute without any complaints for the past 8 years, Nichiko shouted at the fishman. There's no way any of us have any intention of rebelling against you, so let him go. I've already stated that possessing weapons is an act of rebellion. I have no choice but to kill this man to keep the peace, Arlong stated with a smirk. Any complaints? You wouldn't rather have me destroy the entire village, would you? Kayaku Boshi, a voice roared as a pallet hit the side of Arlong's head and exploded, causing the fishman to drop Genzo. What was that? A fishman yelled in shock. Arlong, look over there, another fishman shouted out. Up on the roof. Identify yourself, a third fishman yelled at the man on the roof. I am the brave warrior of the sea, Usopp the sniper roared as his knees shook. It's him, Nichiko stated in surprise. Fear all over the world. I have 8,000 subordinates just waiting for my orders, Usopp told the fishman. If you flee at once, I may spare you. Arlong, that's the man who fled, a fishman yelled to his captain. I don't care if you have tens of thousands of followers. Just try me, Arlong roared out in anger. I'll crush every single last one of them. Ah, he's not scared at all, and my gunpowder didn't even hurt him at all, Usopp thought as terror filled his core. Even though you're just a lowly human, Arlong uttered before he looked up and began to yell. Lowly human scum, how dare you attack me? Ah, Usopp screamed as Arlong lifted up the house from beneath him. Arlong, wait, you can't destroy another village, a fishman yelled out. Human villages are easy to crush, but our goal is to rule over them, another fishman screamed out. What are we going to do if we lose the tributes, a third fishman shouted. Then we'll just take over another village, Arlong screamed in rage. Because we are supreme beings. Our town of village yelled out. Crap, he's going to kill me. He's going to kill me, Usopp yelled as he jumped onto another roof. He's still alive, a fishman said as he noticed Usopp. Don't let him escape, another stated. Catch him and kill him, Arlong roared as multiple fishmen held Arlong back. We have to take Arlong back, a fishman told the other as they agreed. We'll be back, a fishman told the villagers as he followed Arlong. But it looks like you've managed to survive another day. With Zoro and Nami. Hurry up and get out of here, Nami told Zoro as he cut the ropes holding him and threw his sword at him, before Arlong comes back. I thought so, Zoro muttered as he picked up his sword after the woman left. Zoro stood up with a bloodthirsty smirk as he walked out of his cell and began to cut the fishmen in the courtyard apart. He instantly killed the fishmen that opposed him as he made his way through Arlong Park before finding the seat that Arlong was in before and sitting down on it. Ah, even if she told me to leave, I can't yet. After all, I promised Luffy that I'd bring Nami back for him, Zoro stated in annoyance. Geez, it seems that I've got caught up in a complicated mess. With Nami. Long time no see, everybody, Nami stated as she walked into Kakoyashi village and noticed everyone standing near Genzo. Nami, Nichiko muttered as the other villagers barred Genzo, ignored her and went inside their houses. What is it? To think you of all people would stroll into town, Nichiko asked her sister. Oh, nothing. I was just curious about the noise, Nami replied as she looked around. I guess Arlong was here. Nami walked past the pair as Nijiko followed her and out to a gravesite where she sat down in front of it and pulled out a tangerine that she was carrying. Only 7 million Bili left, Nami told the grave. You're as infamous as ever, Nijiko noted from a tree to the side of her sister. Well, I am a pirate, but Arlong knows what is what. He knows money can get anything done, so it'll only be a little more until his promise, Nami stated with a smile. No matter what, I'm going to raise 100 million Bili so I can buy this village back. Doo-dah. It looks like it's about time, a fishman stated as he brought his hands to his strange mouth. Momu, it's time for your meal. Huh, what's that trumpet noise I just heard? Zoro asked aloud as sat in Arlong's chair. That's strange. What's with him? A fishman stated as he held a giant bit of meat in his hand just outside of Arlong Park. Roasted pig should be his favorite. Maybe he's already had his meal. Well, I'll just eat it then. Was that you who just blew that trumpet just now? Zoro asked as he leaned over the wall of Arlong Park. Nayu. Who are you? Who? Me? I'm Hatchin, replied to Zoro. You can call me Hachai. Hatchin, being an octopus fish man, has 8 appendages and an octopus-like face. He has pink skin and gray hair styled with 5 spikes. He has a muscular build and has suction cups on his 6 arms, which he can use to cling onto walls. Hatchin has a tattoo in the shape of a sun on his forehead and wears a stripped outfit. So you're a fishman, Zoro stated as he looked at the strange person in front of him. Yep, I'm a charming octopus fishman, Hatchin replied as he wiggled his arms. I feel like I've seen you before. Are you with the Marines or are you a guest? Guest, Zoro asked as the fishman nodded his head. Yeah, I'm probably more of a guest. But you know Arlong's not here right now, Hatchin asked Zoro. Yeah, he's not, Zoro replied. Where is he? It seems that a long-nosed intruder got away from us. We've already got one of his accomplices here, Hatchin informed Zoro. So Arlong went to Kakuyashi village to capture the other human. Must be Usopp, Zoro thought. Well, I guess I'll go save him while I wait for Luffy. How can I get to the village? Zoro asked the fishman. Get on. You're a guest, aren't you? Hatchin replied as he pointed to a floating pot. I'll give you a lift. With Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku. What is that? Luffy asked as he looked up from his plate. It's huge, Sanji added as he looked at the beast in front of him. Yosaku screamed in fear. It's a sea monster. That's a big cow, Luffy stated in amazement before he continued to eat. But it's in the water. Doesn't that make it a hippo? Sanji asked as Yosaku continued to freak out. What's a creature like this doing in the East Blue? It's a Grandline monster, Yosaku screamed as he noticed what it was looking at. It must want the food. What? Luffy said, suddenly serious. Give the food to it, Yosaku yelled at the pair of them. Do it before the monster attacks us. Get lost, Luffy roared at the beast as he unleashed a wave of Heishoku Haki that caused the monster to flee in terror. Makes you wonder which one of them is truly a monster, Sanji muttered as he thought back to the training that Luffy was running him through. We're close, Luffy told the pair as he looked over the sea. Let's finish our food and get ready for what's about to happen. With Zoro. We're here. This is Kakuyashi village, Hatchin told Zoro. Arlong should be around here somewhere. Alright. Thanks, Zoro replied to the fishman as he began to walk towards the village. Come visit again, Hatchin said as he began to swim back to Arlong Park. Yeah, he's a strange fishman, Zoro stated with a sweat drop as he watched the fishman swim away. So that Saw Nose is in this village too? Well, whatever, I'll look for Arlong Nose first. With Arlong. What is the meaning of this? Arlong roared in shock and anger as he saw his slaughtered crew. What on earth happened here? Roronoa, Zoro, Arlong heard one of the men that was cut up muttered. The pirate hunter, Arlong asked the man as he held him. Has he come for my head? No, that's not it. That guy was Zoro, the fishman muttered. The man we had as a prisoner was the pirate hunter. I finally caught him. Chew, a fishman yelled out as he dragged Usopp into Arlong Park. But I thought you'd feel better if you killed him yourself. That pipsqueak is barely enough to contain my rage, Arlong stated with red eyes. What happened here? The fishman asked in shock as he noticed the bodies off his crewmates. But how did he escape? Maybe he had some help, another fishman stated as he looked around. Maybe Nami brought him here on purpose, hoping he'd take your head. Nami, Arlong questioned as he heard his crew muttering about how weird she was acting. Betraying people is her specialty, after all, the fishman stated. Alright, that's enough, Kirubai, Nami yelled at the man. Don't just make false accusations and pretend they are facts. Kirubai has the typical appearance of a martial artist. With a dark blue gi and a black belt, his hair is tied into a straight ponytail. His Sun Pirate's tattoo is on the right side of his chest. Nami, Usopp muttered in shock. I swore on this tattoo that I'd be a member of this crew, Nami shouted as she showed them the tattoo. It won't be long before I raise up the needed amount. Do you really think I'd risk it right now? Of course, that's my bad. You've been a loyal member of this crew for 8 years and can understand that anger, Arlong told the navigator. We were a little too rash, but we believe you. The ones who are to blame are the pirate hunter and his companion. Wait, Usopp screamed as Arlong held him by the neck. With Zoro. What? Usopp was taken to Arlong Park, Zoro yelled at a villager in shock. Yeah, I just saw him being taken there, the man replied. Damn it, I missed him, Zoro shouted as he began to run back towards Arlong Park. Arlong Park. The bounty on my head is the highest in all of the East Blue. Considering that it's no surprise that Zoro came after me, Arlong said to Usopp as he held a knife to the sniper's throat. So where is he hiding? I know he isn't the classiest man if he thinks he can sneak in here and slay my brothers while I'm gone. I don't know, Usopp screamed. I'm not involved with this Zoro guy at all. I don't know him. Please let me go. I'd advise you to stop with your bad lies. Chu, the fishman who dragged Usopp, and stated, it's undeniable that you attacked Arlong himself, so we're not letting you go anyway. Alright, I'll admit it. Me and Zoro are as tight as brothers, Usopp told the fishman. So that means he'll come here to avenge you then, Arlong stated with a sadistic smirk. No, don't do that. If you kill me, he won't come here, Usopp screamed in fear. Tell them, Nami. What's wrong, Nami? You look troubled, Kurubai asked in suspicion. Still doubting me, Nami muttered in annoyance. Of course, I doubt you. You're a little too cunning, the fishman replied. Nami, I'm really disappointed in you. You witch, Usopp shouted at the woman. He didn't doubt you for a single second. Even after you ran away, you still have his trust. But to think you've been deceiving him all this time. Sorry, but the only thing I trust is money, Nami replied as Hatchin emerged from the water. Blame his idiocy for being betrayed. What did you say? Usopp roared in anger. Yo, why's everyone gathered here? Hatchin asked as he interrupted the yelling. Nayu, Arlong, you're back. Welcome back, Arlong told the fishman. What's this? Hatchin yelled as he noticed the body in the area. It was the work of the infamous pirate hunter Zoro, Arlong replied. Where were you, Hachai? If you were here, this never would have happened. Damn right. Like I'd let the man who killed my crewmates get away, Hatchin roared. I'll kill him. So, you didn't see anything, Kurubai asked the man. No, I just remember the lone swordsman, Hatchin replied before his eyes widened. That was him. You meet him. Where did he go? Kurubai asked the man in annoyance. I gave him a ride to Kakoyashi village, Hatchin admitted. You gave him a ride? Kurubai shouted at the fishman. I thought he was Arlong's guest, Hatchin admitted. I never thought you'd come back so quickly. Then that means there's no need to rush, Arlong stated as he sat in his chair. He'll come to us. Who's this? Hatchin asked as he looked at Usopp. He's Zoro's companion. He thought he could take on us fishmen, Arlong stated as he watched Nami punch Usopp in the face. You want to fight? Usopp asked as he spat out a bit of blood. You're a nuisance, Nami told the sniper as she pulled out her staff. This is your fault, but it's also my fault that I let you get this far. But there are rules here that you don't know of, and I can't let you guys ruin what I've worked for these last 8 years. That's why I'll kill you with my own hands. Kill? Don't make me laugh. There's no way that I will be killed by you, Usopp stated as he stood up and pulled out a pallet. Oh, looks like she's become quite a pirate, Arlong noted as he watched the woman. It'd be best for your safety to not think of me as me anymore, Nami stated as she charged forwards. Himari Boshi, Usopp muttered as he dropped the pallet and it blew up and covered the area in smoke. Now to escape in the water. I thought you'd try something like that, Nami stated from behind the sniper as she whacked him over the head with his staff. How typical. What? Usopp yelled as he stood up before he felt something hit him in the stomach. The smoke cleared and revealed to the fishman that Nami had stabbed Usopp in the gut as the sniper questioned what had just happened. The sniper fell to the ground with his gut covered in blood and the knife in Nami's hand dripping with his blood as the fishman roared in celebration. Wasn't it your dream to die at sea? Nami stated mocking as she kicked him into the water. My apologies for doubting you, Kurubai stated with a smile. You really are one of us. Don't lump me in with you, Nami replied to the fishman. There's only one reason I joined this crew, and that is to buy my village back. With Luffy, Sanji, and Yasaku. Are we going to right way? Sanji asked as he walked behind his captain. Yeah, Zoro's just running around in random directions, Luffy replied as he held his hand out. But he's about to run through here. Sanji watched in confusion as Luffy held his hand out before he heard footsteps running toward them. His eyes widened in shock as Luffy caught Zoro in his hand and caused the swordsman to stop and round on the straw-hatted boy. Luffy, Zoro yelled in shock. And the love cook? Where are Usopp and Johnny? Luffy asked as he looked around. Oh shit, Usopp, Zoro yelled as he began to run again. That idiot got himself caught. If we don't hurry up, he'll be killed. It's too late, Johnny yelled as he ran towards them. Nami has already killed Usopp. What did you say? Luffy asked as he rounded on the man. I can still feel everyone. I saw it all, Johnny told Luffy. I saw her stab him and throw him into the water. Johnny, if Luffy says the man is alive, then he is, Zoro said to Johnny. I can still feel him with my Kenbenshoku Haki, Luffy stated. That means Nami didn't do anything. After all, our crew members will never kill each other. Just who do you call your crewmates? Nami asked as she walked towards the group. Why did you come to this island? To take down Arlong and get out crewmate back, Luffy replied as he looked at the navigator. You're nothing but a nuisance, Nami replied quietly. And crewmates, don't make me laugh, you are nothing but a mark. What does he have over you? Luffy asked as he noticed the woman flinch. It has to be something big. Shouldn't you be more worried about Usopp? Nami questioned. Or even yourselves, because after what Zoro did, none of you are leaving this island alive. We both know you didn't kill him, Luffy replied, and I'm not going to be taken out by a weak pirate in the East Blue. Get lost, Nami stated as she turned around. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for Arlong. I guess we'll have to wait, Luffy stated as he walked over to a tree and sat under it. What are you doing? Asaku yelled at Luffy. We need to leave. We can't follow Usopp to the grave. This is where we must part, Johnny stated as he noticed Sanji and Zoro joining Luffy. I'm not going to die here. Fine, Zoro muttered as the two men walked away. May we meet again someday, the pair yelled as they left the group. Do you know where he is? Sanji asked as he looked at Luffy. He'll be here soon, Luffy replied as he saw a figure running towards them. With Nami. You've made quite a mess here, Nami, Nijiko stated as she walked into the house. What's wrong? Nothing, Nami replied with her head on the table. I just need a little rest. If you've only came for a little rest, there's no need to be breaking stuff, Nijiko told the girl. And why would you be staring so intensely at that treasure map if nothing is wrong? You did promise to tell me everything after all. I just lost my cool. That's all, Nami sighed sadly. It was them, right? Nijiko questioned. Who are they? You've met them, Nami stated in surprise. Only the captain, Nijiko replied, but he seemed like a liar. Nijiko was put off as Nami began to laugh at that. It was then that she told her about all of her adventures that she had with the crew. She told her about how the crew had come to bring her back and seemed to be intent on bring her back with them and even take down Arlong. It was not long after that Nijiko fixed Nami's hand and the navigator passed out at the table. I see, so they've come to get you back. I can see why you're so upset, Nijiko said to herself as she looked at her little sister. Friends, that's the one word that hurts you more than anything. With the rest of the crew. So that's what you think? Luffy asked as the man nodded at her. Then I was right. It seems that Arlong is holding something over her. Do we just go beat him up? Zoro asked with a smirk. I could go for a few more rounds. It's useless. There's no way you can stop Arlong's rule, a woman stated. Nijiko, Usopp said in surprise. Who's she? Luffy asked as they ignored Sanji falling over himself at the sight of the beautiful woman. She's Nami's sister, Usopp told them all. What do you mean useless? Zoro asked the woman in curiosity. Please don't involve yourself with this village any further, Nijiko asked them. I'll tell you about how things got this way and in return you have to leave quietly. I'm fine. I'm not really interested in her past, Luffy stated as he got up and began to walk away. I'm going for a walk. Take a walk, Usopp yelled in disbelief. You're not going to listen. No, I'm cool, Luffy replied as he continued to walk away. What's with him? Nijiko asked as he disappeared from sight. Don't worry about him. That's just the way that he is, Zoro told the woman, but we'll listen to what you have to say, although I doubt it would change anything. But you're sleeping, Nijiko yelled at the swordsman when she noticed he had already fallen asleep. Don't just fall asleep when you say that, Usopp yelled out. Well, I for one will listen to what you have to say. Me too, Sanji said with hearts in his eyes. I see, Nijiko sighed with a small smile. I can see why they're giving Nami some trouble. Kakuyashi Village. A marine ship is docked here, one of the villagers yelled in shock. It's the 16th branch. Could they have come here to investigate what happened to the 77th branch ship that came here earlier? Another villager asked. As they watched the Marines get off the ship. Chichichi, I'm Captain Nezumi of the Marines 16th branch, the man stated. Bring me the man named Genzo who lives here. Nezumi has the appearance of a rat. He has whiskers and rat ears attached to his marine cap. He also has brown hair. Unlike other Marines, he has a grayish-blue button-up coat that goes down to his feet, with a black belt and blue shoulder pads. That would be me, Genzo told the Marine. What do you want? Guide me to the house belonging to the woman named Nami, the captain ordered as the villagers looked at him in shock. With Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Nijiko. Ever since that day 8 years ago, that girl decided not to show any tears to anyone. She won't even ask for help. All because she doesn't want to see anyone else killed by Arlong, just like our mother, Nijiko stated after she finished telling the group about her and Nami's upbringing. Do you have any idea how painful it was for her to take on all that pain when she was barely 10 years old? So, to save her village, she joined the pirates who killed her mother, Usopp muttered with newfound respect for Nami. How dare they cause pain to my beloved Nami Swan? I'll kill them, Sanji yelled in anger before Nijiko hit him over the head. Nijiko-chan, what was that for? That's exactly what I've come to tell you not to do. Because you've been going around calling Nami your friend, you're putting the past 8 years she worked in jeopardy, Nijiko warned them. So please don't try make her suffer anymore. With Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates was walking through Kakuyashi Village when he noticed a group of Marines following a man. He got closer to them in hopes of listening to what a group that large were talking about. What business do the Marines have with Nami? Genzo asked as he led the Marines towards Nami and Nichiko's place. Chichichi, that's none of your concern, the Marine captain replied with a smirk. Just lead the way. Something's not right here, Luffy thought to himself. With Nami. All right, time to set out for my last haul, Nami said to herself before she noticed the Marines and Genzo approaching the house. Chichichi, I am Captain Nezumi of the Marines 16th branch, the Marine told the navigator. You must be Nami, the criminal. Criminal. I guess that's true considering I'm a pirate, but I'll have you know I'm an officer of the Arlong pirates, Nami boasted to the Marine. I'm sure a Marine captain like you would be aware that Arlong won't sit still if you hurt me, so what do you want? Chichichi, I have no idea what you're talking about. You a pirate? We didn't receive any information about that. Don't worry. We're not here to hurt you. We just have reports of your thievery, the Marine stated with a smirk. From what I've heard, you steal from pirates. Since your victims are pirates, we have decided not to press any charges against you. But thievery is still thievery. Do you understand what I'm getting at? It's only natural that stolen items should be given to the government so they can be returned to their rightful owners. What did you say? Nami shouted in disbelief. I'm saying that you have to hand over all your stolen goods to us right now, Nezumi told Nami. Search the house. Yes, sir, the Marines reply as they walk towards the house. Wait, you can't just enter someone's house, Nami roared as the Marines continued towards the house before Nami began hitting them with her staff. I said stop. What is the meaning of this? Is this what you should be doing? Nami asked them. Don't you have something more important to take care of? The Arlong pirates are going around killing people and destroying towns. You know that, don't you? All the people on this island are slaves under their rule. And you're going to come after a petty thief? Is that how the government priorities things? Chichichi, criminals shouldn't talk so high-handedly, little girl, Nezumi replied with a smirk. Ignore her and continue with the search. Even though the people of this island have been waiting for the Marines' help, you're going to ignore them and come straight for me, Nami roared in anger. Captain, these tangerine fields seem pretty suspicious, a Marine said. Dig them up then, Nezumi replied to his Sawlighter. Don't you dare touch those tangerines with your filthy hands, Nami roared as she slammed her staff into the man's head. I'll never hand over that money to you. That money is for the sake of every villager in Kakoyashi, Genzo shouted at the Marine captain. Do you believe you have the right to take that money away? Is that the way a mere villager should be addressing a Marine captain? Nezumi replied with a smirk. Nami muttered in shock. How did you know? I've always known. Back then we couldn't believe what you had done, so we confronted Nijiko and forced her to tell the truth, Genzo admitted to the woman. Everyone in the village knew all along, but we feared if you ever knew that we knew, our hopes would pressure you into staying if you ever wanted to run away. That's why we pretended not to know. What's the meaning of this? The Marine captain asked snidely. Does that mean all of the villagers were helping a thief and we should arrest you all? They're saying that the government is hopeless and that we had to take things into our own hands, Nijiko yelled as she walked towards the group. If you have no intention of saving this village, then get out of here before Arlong attacks your ship. Arlong, attack our ship? I wonder about that. Chichichi, the man laughed as he looked at the shocked faces of the trio. What? Nami muttered in shock. Have you still not found it? Nezumi shouted at his Marines. We're not looking for anything small. She should have 100 million in treasure around here. It's impossible not to find it. What? How could you possibly know how much there is? Genzo shouted in disbelief. I just thought that's how much she had. Nezumi chuckled as he smirked at them. It can't be, Nami screamed in shock. Was this Arlong's idea? I wouldn't go that far. As workers of the government, we are only doing our job, Nezumi replied mockingly. You corrupt bastards, Genzo yelled at them. How could Marines let themselves be bossed around by pirates? Nijiko screamed at them. Arlong, Nami roared. Take them away from here, Nezumi ordered. They're hindering the search. Yes, sir, the Marines replied as they lifted their guns and pulled the triggers. With Luffy, the straw-hatted captain opened his eyes as he felt Nami's panicked presence entering the village with her sister and the pinwheel guy. He rose to his feet as he heard that Nijiko had been shot and made his way over to Nami as he laid his hand on her arm. Let me help you, Luffy told the woman as she glared at him. This has nothing to do with you, Nami screamed as she grabbed Luffy by the collar, so just get off this island. Where are you going? Genzo shouted at Nami as she threw Luffy down and ran towards Arlong Park. Arlong Park. Arlong the fishman heard Nami roared as she entered their base. What's wrong, my talented little cartographer? Arlong asked with a smile. You look a little flustered. The Marines you have working for you just came and stole my money, Nami screamed at Arlong. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you say that you'd rather die than break a promise involving money? But I did keep my promise. I don't remember breaking it, Arlong replied with a smirk. Don't play dumb with me. You ordered those Marines tea, Nami shouted before Arlong covered her couth with his hand and lifted her from the ground. When exactly did I break my promise to you? Arlong asked darkly as he laughed at the woman. Kakoyashi village. She's running back, Luffy muttered to himself as he looked at the villagers. She has to make her choice soon. That does it, Genzo shouted after the village gathered the best weapons they could find. Make sure you have a weapon, because it's time to fight back. Yeah, the villagers screamed in agreement. 8 years ago, we swore not to throw our lives away, no matter how painful it may be living under their rule. We would endure as long as Nami was okay, Genzo yelled to the group, but this is how they answered us. Now that our only chance of liberation has been taken away from us, there is no longer any hope for this island. But we shall never forgive those fishmen that toyed with that feeling of that kind girl. Any objections? Of course not. Let's go, a villager shouted. As if we'd accept their rule after this, another villager agreed. Everyone in this village is prepared to fight, another one screamed. So, let's do this, Genzo roared. Wait, everyone, the group heard Nami yelled to them. Nami, Nijiko muttered in shock. Please wait a little bit more. I'll try my best this time, Nami told them all. I promise that I'll raise enough money. This time it will be easier. That's enough. You know that doing such a thing would be useless. You've carried all our hope alone long enough. You've fought splendidly, Genzo said to the woman as he hugged her. I know that working with them must have hurt more than 1,000 knives tearing into you. You fought well. Nami muttered as tears began to fill her eyes. Now you can leave this village, Genzo told her. What? Nami shouted in shock. Nami, you're cunning and you've got what it takes to survive out there, Nijiko stated with a smile. Besides, you have a dream to fulfill. Nijiko, Nami muttered as she looked at her sister. No, please stop everyone. I don't want you all to die. You know that's what will happen. We know, Genzo said to her as he grabbed the blade of her knife. It's no use. Our hearts are set, the doctor told Nami. Nami, Nijiko cried. Now move out of our way, Nami, Genzo roared as they rushed past her. Let's go everyone, even if we don't win. Let's show them our spurt. Nami dropped to her knees as she began to cry and hold the shoulder that had Arlong's mark tattoo on it. She began to scream the fishman's name as she grabbed the knife and began to stab into the tattoo. After the third time she felt someone grab her hand. She turned and looked at the captain of the Straw Hats with tears in her eyes. Luffy the navigator cried. What is it? You don't even know the first thing about anything. I don't, Luffy agreed. This has nothing to do with you, she stated as she dug her hand into the ground. Didn't I already tell you to leave this island? You did, Luffy replied to her. Luffy, Nami cried as she looked at him with tears freely flowing. Help me. The navigator's eyes widened in shock as she felt Luffy's treasured straw hat be placed on her head by the man as he walked past her. She heard him promise her that he would save the village as the remaining part of the crew joined him as he made his way towards Arlong Park. Arlong Park. Hey, are you two all right? A villager asked two men sitting in front of Arlong Park. Did Arlong do you in? Can you move out of the way? We have business with those fishmen, another villager shouted. We challenged them for doubting Sister Nami, but we lost by just a hair, Johnny told the villagers. After realizing the true motives of Nami while in the forest, we realized that we had made a terrible mistake, Yasaku admitted. We can't face her again. I'm sorry, but we can't let you, who have no change of winning through, Johnny stated, much to the displeasure of the villagers. We're waiting for a group of men who will undoubtedly come, Yasaku said to them. A group of men, Genzo yelled in confusion. They're here, Johnny stated as the crowd parted and allowed Luffy and his crew to walk through. Them, Genzo muttered in shock as he watched Luffy punch through the gate to Arlong Park with a single blow. Who's the one called Arlong? Luffy asked as he walked through the broken gates. Who's that brat? Arlong spat in hatred. I'm Arlong. I'm Luffy, Luffy replied as he continued to walk forwards. Luffy, Arlong questions. I see, and what the hell are you? A pirate, Luffy stated as he walked past two fishmen that seemed to pass out from being near him. What does a pirate want with me? Arlong asked as he watched the boy carefully. Luffy reared back his fist and punched Arlong in the jaw, sending the fishman flying off the chair and into the wall. The fishmen and the villagers looked at Luffy in shock as the pirate glared at Arlong, who was slowly rising to his feet. The fishman glared at Luffy as his eyes began to go red in rage. Just what the hell? Arlong muttered in anger. Don't you dare make my navigator cry, Luffy roared at the fishman. Luffy looked up as the crewmates of Arlong began to charge at him, bar three of them. The pirate let loose a small blast of Heishoku Haki that caused the fishman to pass out and begin to foam at the mouth. As Arlong watched his men fall to the ground, his eyes widened in shock. He knew what that was. He vaguely remembered seeing something like that when he was sailing with Fisher Tiger. The pirate in front of him possessed Haki. You idiots, come out, Momo Hachin yelled as he made a trumpet-like noise and a beast raised from the water. Get lost, Luffy told the beast as he remembered it from before. The beast took one look at them and fled in terror. Momo Hachin muttered in shock. It's no use, Arlong told Arlong. We'll have to kill them with our own hands. Usopp, you're first, Luffy told the sniper. Pick your target. Namori Boshi, Usopp yelled as he shot the weakest-looking fishman. Now run. Luffy had to sweat drop as his sniper ran away after hitting the fishman with a lead pallet. Luffy stepped to the side and watched as the fishman that Usopp shot chased after the sniper while screaming at him. Roar Noah, Zoro Hachin yelled as he rushed at Zoro with 6 swords. I'll kill you. Don't hold back, Luffy told his swordsman. You can take him with a single sword. Fine, Zoro muttered as he drew Wado Ikemanji and coated it with Busashoku Haki. Zoro let a dangerous smirk show on his face as he charged forwards at Hatch and swings his sword down as Hatchin attempts to block it. The fishman's eyes widened in shock as Zoro blade easily cut through his and sliced straight into his torso, cutting him open and causing him to fall to the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head, and he passed out. Easy, Zoro muttered as he walked over to Arlong's chair and sat down. I'm guessing you have it from here. Of course, Luffy replied with a smile as Kurubai charged towards them. Sanji, you're up. Sanji jumped forwards and stopped the advancing fishman's arm with his leg, stopping Kurubai in his place. The fishman looked at Sanji with a sneer as the cook jumped backwards and lit a cigarette while staring at Kurubai. Sanji could feel the rage building up inside of him as he looked at the fishman in front of him that caused Nami so much pain. What does a human like you think he can do? Kurubai mocked the cook. I hope that wasn't all you had, Sanji replied to the fishman as he took a drag of his smoke. Because if it is, you'd have to be the weakest of your race. Hyakumegawara Seiken Kurubai roared in anger. The fishman rushed forwards as he pulled back his fist and then threw it at Sanji. The pirate cook was forced to lift his leg up and block the blow that caused him to flinch as he got forced backward. Sanji glared at the fishman as he rolled around the blow and kicked Kurubai in the neck and forced him to the ground. You're not as strong as you think you are, Sanji told Kurubai as the fishman jumped back to his feet. I'd hope you are stronger in water. Damn you, Kurubai yelled in frustration. Wanto Jiri. Sanji jumped backwards as Kurubai attempted to slam his fin into the cook's neck. He was a moment too slow and the fin left a shallow cut in his suit and drew a small amount of blood. The cook glared at Kurubai as he put his cigarette out in anger. See, you humans bleed so easy, Kurubai mocked. This is why we will kill you all and then make Nami continue to work for us. We may even kill her village just to show her the consequences for their actions. I've had enough of this, Sanji yelled in anger. Sanji launched forward at the fishman with a sadistic smirk across his face. He quickly launched a jigot, delivering a sweeping kick to the fishman's kneecaps and sending him flying into the air. He followed that up with a poitrine, as he delivered a series of kicks to Kurubai's chest and sent the fishman flying higher. A coatlet followed up that attack as Kurubai fell back towards the ground. Sanji dropped down into a one-handed handstand and delivered a kick to the ribs. A cell came next as Sanji used the momentum of his kick to spin around and delivered a brutal blow to the lower back of the fishman. Epple came next, as Sanji quickly kicked the fishman downwards and into the ground. As the fishman took his next breath, Sanji lifted his leg and finished it with a brutal collier, knocking the fishman out as he spat out a gob of blood. You bastards, Arlong roared as he noticed Kurubai pass out. I'll slaughter you all. With Usopp. The sniper was running for his life. He didn't know what he was thinking when he shot that fishman. It put him in a horrible position as he was terrified of the fishman that was chasing after him. The thoughts of what would happen to him were running through his mind and making him more and more scared. He had heard that fishmen had 10 times the strength of a normal human, and that scared him even more. People watching him would call him a coward for fleeing from a battle, but he just thought he had a healthy appreciation for living. He may have joined Luffy's crew to become a brave warrior of the sea, but that didn't have to happen yet. As the sniper passed a destroyed village, the thought of Nami's upbringing ran through his head as tears filled his eyes. Why did he have to be such a coward? Why did he have to be scared of everything? Why was he letting down his crew? That last thought caused him to turn around and face his enemy as he pulled out his slingshot. Namori Boshi, Usopp screamed as he shot out the small lead ball at Chu. Usopp watched as the lead star closed in on its target. A smile flashed on his face as the lead star struck Chu in the face. Usopp had thought the star would deal a bit of damage, but the fishman just walked through the attack and shrugged it off without flinching. The sniper fled to the trees as he heard the fishman spitting out water that cut through the trees that he was hiding near. Panic filled the sniper as he noticed the fishman drinking all the water from the pond next to him. Usopp dropped to the ground as the fishman spat out all of the water that he drank and destroyed all of the trees that Usopp was using to hide. As he reached into his pouch, he felt the bottle of alcohol that he had kept from the Going Merry. He threw it at the fishman, who caught it and laughed at the sniper. Usopp quickly shot another Namori Boshi that caused the alcohol to explode and cover the fishman in a highly flammable liquid. This is the end, Usopp roared as he pulled his slingshot back. You think alcohol is going to stop me? The fishman mocked. Alcohol's flammable asshole, Usopp replied with a smirk. Keen Boshi. Chu's eyes widened in shock as the lead pallet exploded on contact and instantly lit him on fire. The fishman ran around screaming in pain before he fell to the ground and passed out due to the pain as Usopp walked up to him. The sniper freaked out when he heard the fishman groan. The sniper pulled out his hammer and with a scream of Usopp hammer, the pirate kept whacking Chu over the head until he was certain he was passed out. I won, Usopp muttered in disbelief. I have to tell them. Arlong Park. Luffy, Nami muttered in shock as she watched the crew pick apart the fishman. How dare you humans, Arlong growled as he looked at his brethren. I'll kill you all. My turn, Luffy stated with a smirk as his hand turned black. Zoro. Arlong's eyes widened as he felt Luffy's fist hit his stomach and cause him to hunch over and spit out blood. Luffy then brought his elbow up and drove it into the fishman's back, causing Arlong to drop to the ground. Luffy then kicked the fishman into the water and walked towards as the villagers screamed at him. What are you doing? Genzo screamed. You're only going to make him stronger. I'm going to make a statue, Luffy replied with a large smile as he bent down in front of the water. The villagers watched in confusion as Luffy kept his hands just above the water. The villagers could feel a chill begin to fill the area as they noticed Luffy's body being covered in ice. They could hear something rushing through the water as they began to scream in fear as the fishman exited the water. They heard Luffy mutter Asu Ig as the water beneath him turned into ice and left a statue of Arlong to clearly be seen. Holy shit, they heard Usopp shouted as he returned and saw the sight in front of him. I'm not done yet, Luffy told them as they watched him walk to the building in Arlong Park and begin to bring it down with his fist. There, that's better. Show off, Zoro muttered with a smirk as the villagers began to celebrate the victory. So what do you say, Nami? Are you my navigator? Luffy asked with a smile as the woman nodded at him. That's enough celebrating. Chichichi, they heard the Marine yelled as they turned around and looked at him. What a lucky day it is for me. I'd like to thank you for showing me that destruction. I'd have never have guessed that some no-name pirates would bring down the Fishman pirates. But thanks to you I now own everything here and will be taking credit for this. Corruption, Luffy spat. This is why the world government can't be trusted. There's way too much corruption. The Marine's eyes widened as Luffy appeared and punched Nezumi in the gut and sent him to the ground passed out. I guess Dad rubbed off on me more than I thought, Luffy muttered to himself as the Marines retreated with their captain. Now let's party. 3 days later, it had been a non-stop party for the island since the Arlong pirates were brought down and taken into custody by the Marines. The Straw Hats were thoroughly enjoying the party after Zoro had his wounds looked out by the doctor. They had all been doing their own thing, whether it be flirting, eating, drinking, or lying. I guess it's time to go, Sanji said to himself as he sat up from the bed he was in. These last few days have been fun, a light blue-haired woman stated. You can say that again, Sanji replied with a goofy smile as he began to put on his clothes. Let's just make sure your sister doesn't find out. I'll agree to that, the woman said as she got out of bed revealing Sho was naked. I'm going for a shower, how about you join me? I guess we don't have to leave yet, Sanji stated as he took his clothes back off and followed her. Reverse Mountain. What the hell is that? A black-haired pirate had yelled. It looks like a whale, a blonde man stated. It's definitely a whale, a second black-haired pirate sighed. Why'd you call me to come here instead of head to him? The same reasons we didn't go to him, the blonde-haired man replied. The Marines would have never let us in the Grandline. Marine HQ. This is your grandson, right? A man asked someone over a snail. That's him, the other man replied over the snail. What did he do this time? He beat the strongest pirates in the East Blue and put a Marine captain in hospital, the first man stated. Gorosei. This is unprecedented, an old man said. We have to do something about this. A bounty should do for now, a second man replied. But that could change, especially as this man is the same boy. We'll know if he meets up with them, a third man said. It seems he will. At least 2 of them have re-entered paradise, a fourth man stated. The fruits they have will present a problem, a fifth man added. We'll issue 2 new bounties. To the first questioned. 1 for the swordsman as well, the fifth replied. Another coup, Nami muttered to herself as she sat in her chair with an umbrella protecting her as she read the newspaper. The Straw Hat Pirates had not long left Kakoyashi village and were now relaxing on the deck of the Going Merry. Nami was reading through the paper and turned the page as 2 pieces of paper fell out and landed on the deck. The orange-haired woman looked at the 2 pieces of paper in confusion as Usopp walked over to them and picked them up. The sniper of the crew looked at the flyers before his eyes widened and he let out a scream of surprise. What is it? Sanji asked in annoyance. BBB bounty, Usopp stuttered as he held up 2 bounty posters. We're wanted men, Luffy laughed as he grabbed a poster from Usopp's hand. I'm now worth 100 million Billy. Plus, Pirate Hunter Zoro, Usopp stated as Sanji began to glare at the poster. Worth 60 million Billy. How did the moss head get a bounty? Sanji complained in annoyance. Don't you realize how much trouble this will bring us? Nami screamed at the group. We can't stay in the East Blue much longer. I can see an island, Zoro told the group. Logtown, Luffy told the crew. The town of the beginning and the end, the place where the Pirate King was executed. I'm guessing that will be our last stop, Nami asked her captain as the pirate nodded at her. This will be our final stop before we enter the Grand Line. Logtown. It didn't take long for the Straw Hat Pirates to dock at Logtown and disembark from the Going Merry and set up their plans for the stop. Sanji was to stock up on food that can be stored on the ship. Nami was going to look around the town to find as much information about the Grand Line. Zoro was looking for 2 new swords with money he borrowed from Nami, and Usopp was looking to increase his supplies for his toolkit. He was also given a task by Luffy to track down a certain item. With Zoro, seems like that monster ain't with you today, Zoro overheard a thug say. It's all because of you that our boss is in prison, another thug yelled in anger. If you still haven't learned your lesson, then I guess I'll have to fight you again, Zoro heard a woman say confidently. Did I just hear you correctly? You'll fight us, the first thug asked sadistically. Well, why not, the second stated as he drew his sword. Zoro placed his hand on Wado Ikimanji as the 2 men charged at the woman. The pirates went to jump into action before the woman drew her sword. Zoro stopped in his tracks as he watched the woman gracefully cut through the 2 thugs before she fell on her face in front of Zoro. The pirate picked up the woman's glasses that fell off her face and went to handed them over before he stopped in shock. This woman looked exactly like Kuina. With Luffy, the execution stand, Luffy muttered in amazement. The place where the Pirate King was executed, the place where the greatest pirate in history was killed, and the place where the pirate age began. With Zoro, I'd like to purchase a sword, Zoro stated as he walked into a sword shop. Yes, yes, yes. Come right in, sir, and feel free to look around, the shopkeeper replied. We have plenty of different swords here. I've got 100,000 Billy. Sell me 2 swords, Zoro said to the man. You want 2 swords with only 100,000? The shopkeeper asked in a bored tone. 1 sword at 50,000 will just be blunt trash. That'll have to do, Zoro replied as he noticed the man's eyes drift down to Wado Ikemanji. That's not for sale. I'll give you 200,000, the shopkeeper stated, ignoring the previous comment. It's not for sale, Zoro growled out in annoyance. 300,000, the man said in desperation. We both know it's worth more than that, Zoro replied in a tone that froze the shopkeeper. Wado Ikemanji, the shopkeeper muttered, not believing it belonged to such a newbie. Where the pair heard a girl's voice ask, Where's Wado Ikemanji? Here, Zoro stated as he realized she was the woman from the street. The swords in that barrel are worth 50,000 each, the shopkeeper stated. Take your pick. Ah, didn't we meet on the streets before? The woman asked Zoro, who looked at her in confusion. I see you love swords. If you don't mind me saying, your 3 swords remind me of a new pirate. New pirate, Zoro replied with a smirk as he made his way over to the barrel of swords. I'm talking of Roronoa Zoro. Have you heard of him? The woman asked. I've heard quite a bit about him, Zoro told her. Yes, he's quite a famous swordsman here in the East Blue. Or should I say infamous. The way he treats swords is unforgivable, the woman ranted to Zoro. Why is it that evil is so strong in this day and age? All of the famous swordsmen are either pirates or bounty hunters, and they are the ones who hold the masterpieces of the world. I can tell the swords are crying. Perhaps they all have their special circumstances, Zoro told her. It could be a sign of the times. I'd be more than happy to welcome any criminals. I remember when my shop used to be full of people trying to enter the Grandline, the shopkeeper stated, cutting them off. That was until your monster and his devil fruit arrived here. Smoker isn't a monster, Tashigi shouted at the shopkeeper. In any case, it's my dream to travel the world and retrieve the swords that these criminals are using. Does that include mine? Zoro asked as he placed his hand on Wado Ikemanji. This is a special blade after all. What? Oh no, it's not that I want these swords for myself, the woman protested. I simply detest the idea of them being used for evil. This is interesting, Zoro stated as he pulled a sword out of the barrel that surprised both the shopkeeper and the woman. That's Sandai Kaitsu, the woman shouted in shock. You should definitely buy that sword. I can't believe that it is selling for 50,000 Billy. It usually would go for 100 million Billy. It's cursed, Zoro stated as the pair in the shop's eyes widened. You knew? The shopkeeper asked. No, I could tell, Zoro replied. It's as you said, beginning with the Shandai Kaitsu. The Kaitsu blades are renowned for their quality, but they are all cursed, the shopkeeper stated. Many famous swordsmen have fallen to the curse, and it's why you won't find a swordsman that will wield such a blade. That's why I can't sell you this sword. I'll take it, Zoro stated as the pair of them looked at him in confusion. You can't, the shopkeeper yelled at Zoro. I guess that I just have to find out what is stronger, the curse or my luck, Zoro said as he threw the sword into the air. If I lose, then I guess I was just a man who would never amount to anything. Zoro could hear the shopkeeper and the woman in the shop screaming at him as he held his arm out. The blade came down and curved around the pirates and sunk itself deep into the floor as the shopkeeper fell down and Tashigi froze in place. I'll take it, Zoro stated with a smile as he pulled the sword from the ground. I have a second word for you, the shopkeeper told Zoro once he recovered from his shock and ran to the back and returned with a sword. This is the best sword I have. Its name is Yubashiri and it's one of the 50 Ryo Wezamano grade swords. Haha, I told you. I don't have any money. I can't afford this sword, Zoro told the shopkeeper. I'm not asking for money. Just take it, the shopkeeper yelled at Zoro. And of course I won't ask you to pay for Sandai Kaitsu either. I'm sorry for trying to trick you before. It has been a long time since I have seen a swordsman as skilled as you, and as they say, the sword chooses the owner, so I shall believe in your good luck and pray. Thanks, Zoro told the man as he left the store. I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot of my name. With Sanji. Oh, what's this funky fish called? Sanji asked the man behind the counter. This is an elephant tuna, the man replied. You normally wouldn't see this type of tuna, but one just swam up on the southern shore, so I snatched it right up with my fishing pole. You caught this? Sanji asked, impressed by the man. Shall I cut it up for you? The man asked as he nodded at Sanji's question. Thank you very much for your generosity, sir, the man replied as Sanji handed over the money. What to do now? Sanji thought aloud as he noticed Usopp walking through the shopping area. What is he doing here? Holy crap, these eggs are so cheap, Sanji heard the sniper yell. He's grocery chopping, Sanji muttered in disbelief. With Nami. I'll take all of these, Nami said as she placed a large pile of clothes on the counter. All of this? The lady working the counter asked. Are you sure you have enough money? Of course, I do, Nami yelled at the woman. How rude. All right then, I'll just bag it up, the woman replied as Nami watched her put the clothes inside the bag and hand it over to her. Have a good day. The air feels different. The air pressure's dropping. At this rate there will be a storm soon, Nami thought to herself as she walked back into the store. Darn, I wanted to look around more. Excuse me, do you have any vinyl bags? Nami asked the woman behind the counter, who looked at her in confusion. Vinyl bags, but it's not even raining, the woman replied. With Luffy. So, this is what the Pirate King saw before he died, Luffy said to himself as he stood on the execution platform. Hey you, get down from here this instant, Luffy heard a Marine shout from the ground. Why, Luffy asked as he felt several familiar auras pop up around him. Because that's a special execution stand that belongs to the world government. So get down from there, the Marine yelled before a giant spiked club cut him off. Oh, don't be so uptight with the rules, Mr. Officer, a woman stated after she knocked out the man before her eyes drifted up to Luffy. I've been looking all over for you, Luffy. Who is she? Luffy muttered to himself in confusion as he looked at the woman in front of him. I swear I've never met her before. Oh, don't tell me that you've forgotten my beautiful face, the woman asked with a sly smile as the men around her swooned. I certainly haven't forgotten about you. After all, you were the first man to ever hit my beautiful face. I fought her, Luffy thought aloud as a picture began to appear in his mind. I think I've only fought one woman before. The way you handled me so roughly, it left me breathless, the woman stated as she placed her palm on her face. Now tell me, people, who is the most beautiful woman you've ever met? It was the loud answer as the men around her continued to swoon. Yes, it's me. All the men in the world kneel before me, but you see, I only love strong men. And that's why you will be mine, Luffy, the woman told the Straw Hat Captain. Shut up. You're annoying, Luffy said to the woman as he stared down at her. I still don't even know who you are. You haven't worked that out yet, the woman screamed in shock. All I know is you bought some friends along, Luffy replied with a smirk as the woman's eyes went wide in shock and an explosion rocked the area. The area around the execution stand quickly erupted into chaos as a piece of the fountain in the middle of the town square exploded into pieces. The broken pieces from the fountain shot through the town square, killing civilians as they tried to flee. Luffy stood above the wreckage with a sad look on his face as he watched the rubble simply slip off the woman, alerting Luffy to the fact that the woman had eaten a devil fruit. The Straw Hat Boy tuned the woman out as she continued to give her explanation. He was continuously using his Kenbenshoku Haki to keep track of his surroundings when he felt a very familiar presence on a roof near him. He smiled at the cloaked man and gave him a nod of acknowledgement as noticed Buggy and his crew in the town square. The pirate then stepped to the side and caught a pirate by the neck as he glared down at Buggy. You should be smarter than this, Luffy stated as his face began to freeze over. These explosions are nothing to me. You should know this. After all, you did spend time in the New World. Don't say another word, Buggy screamed as fear suddenly filled his core. How did this young pirate know about him? You traveled on his ship. You know about Lojas and Haki, Luffy told the man as he stepped sideways and caught Kabaji by the throat. I should finish your swordsman off just to show you how far you've fallen behind. What a monster, a pirate yelled at Luffy. Not a monster, the Luffy replied with a smirk. I'm going to be the king of the pirates. I'm going to smash right through everything in this world and sail the same seas the former pirate king did. Then I'm going to find his treasure and show the world what me and my crew can do. Stop him, a voice roared as a bunch of Marines break into the plaza. How long have you been waiting there, Smoker? Luffy asked. You could have stopped the explosion, or even better, you could have done as I did and stopped the fishmen who were conquering islands in the East Blue. Shoot it down, Smoker yelled quickly. Take him and the whole thing down. Cannon fire soon filled the plaza as the Marines began to unleash their attack on the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy simply hardened his body with Tekai and took the attack head-on as he threw Kabaji away from the attack. Buggy and his pirates watched with the Marines as cannonballs rained down on the execution stand, blowing the place that Gul D. Roger was executed to pieces. Smoker ordered the attack to stop when smoke had covered the whole plaza and the execution stand had been reduced to rubble. Everyone in the clearing watched with bated breath as the smoke began to clear and reveal the destruction that the Marines had unleashed. The smoke began to clear and the people surrounding the area couldn't believe their ears as they heard the telltale sounds of wooden sandals walking over concrete. Everyone's eyes widened as the young straw hat-wearing pirate walked out of the smoke without a mark on him. He cast a dark look at Smoker before he looked to the rooftops around him for the man he was sure was watching. That was one hell of a mistake, Luffy stated as the Marines opened fire on the pirate who simply walked through the massive bullet. You could have done a lot more for the East Blue, but you stayed here and only stopped pirates from getting into the Grand Line. I was doing my job, Smoker grunted back. Stop firing at him. I'm the only one here that stands a chance against him. You're wrong there, Luffy replied as he let loose a burst of Heishoku Haki that knocked out all but 2 of the Marines. You can't stop me. Not after everything I've been through. But I'll give you a warning. I know you're going to chase after me. That is something you shouldn't do. There's backup I can call in the Grand Line, Smoker stated. There's vice admirals that will bring you down. They can try, Luffy told him with a smirk, but they will all fail. You speak with too much confidence for someone that has such a small crew, Smoker stated as Zoro and Sanji arrived at the destroyed plaza. They seem like your only other fighters. This isn't my whole crew, Luffy revealed to the Marine captain. Once I get into the Grand Line, I'm sure that they'll be waiting for me. And what will a few new members do for you, Smoker shot back. Fire Fist Ace. Blue Gentleman Sabo. The Surgeon of Death Trafalgar Law, Luffy stated as Smoker's eyes widened in disbelief. As the Marine opened his mouth to say something else, Luffy shot forwards and coated his arm in Haki. As he stood in front of the Marine captain, Luffy delivered a punch to the man's stomach that caused his eyes to roll back in his head and for his body to slump to the ground. Captain Tashigi screamed as she drew her sword and charged at Luffy, only to be disarmed by a green-haired swordsman. The woman screamed in shock, "You're Roronoa Zoro. Don't hurt her," the blonde-haired man warned Zoro. "If you so much as scratch her, I'll destroy you." "You two go ahead," Luffy told the pair as he let out a stronger wave of Heishoku Haki and knocked the woman out. "There's someone I have to talk to." "You sure?" Zoro asked as the Luffy nodded at him and the pair headed for the Going Merry. It wasn't long after the pair had left that a man in a coat appeared in front of Luffy with a smile on his face. He looked at the carnage that was around him and then at the boy that was in front of him before he graced the pirate with a smile. "Wasn't that a bit much?" the man asked. "I had to send a message," Luffy replied. "That's something you should understand, father." "It's one hell of a message," Dragon replied with a chuckle. "He's waiting on the other side of Reverse Mountain." "Did he tell you why he wasn't coming all the way back?" Luffy asked. "It was too dangerous to have all of you in the same place in the east," Blue Dragon stated. "Once you get into paradise it will be harder for you, but they will also have to face repercussion if they attack you. I guess having the second in command of the Revolutionary Army on my crew has its benefits," Luffy stated with a chuckle. "I'm surprised you let him go." "It was up to him," Dragon admitted. "Plus I've seen the way you do things. Your crew won't stand for injustice." "I guess something else happened in paradise?" Luffy asked, "involving a certain hot-headed pirate." "Ace worked under Whitebeard for a while. Eventually he was turned into one of the division commanders," Dragon told Luffy. "You have to be careful. Remember all that you've been taught." "Thanks for seeing me off," Luffy stated as he felt his crew get to the Going Merry. "I'll probably see you or one of your allies soon." "Goodbye, son," Dragon replied as he watched Luffy run away. "You'll create plenty of chaos in this world." Later, the crew had left Logtown behind as they began their preparations to enter the Grand Line. Luffy had called Usopp over to see if he could find the item he requested, which Usopp quickly presented to him. Luffy explained to the crew that Usopp had bought a transponder snail for the crew to contact anyone they needed to talk to. The young Straw Hat pirate took his hat off and pulled out a slip of paper with a single number on it. He dialed the number on the transponder snail as most of the crew looked on in confusion. "Who is that?" a voice asked over the snail as Luffy smirked. "I'm coming over the mountain soon," Luffy replied as he heard a voice in the background. "Good to hear. We've been waiting for you," the voice stated. "Sorry we couldn't help, but someone got us caught up in something." "What did Ace do?" Luffy asked as he heard a shout of annoyance. "After we left Whitebeard and your father in the New World, we ran into a little bit of trouble," the man replied. "We found a few battleships waiting for us in paradise, and after taking them out we decided that we would take our time getting back." "No one got hurt?" Luffy asked with a slight bit of concern. "We're all fine," the man replied. "We just had to find out if we were being followed." "Good to hear," Luffy stated. "What were the pair of you doing with my father?" "Well, I sort of was helping the revolutionaries," the man stated. "Ace came and got me, then we headed for you." "And Law?" Luffy asked. "I haven't seen him. He recently crossed over to us," Ace stated. "Sabo held him here with the people he bought with him." "People?" Luffy asked. "How many?" "He only bought Penguin, Shachai and Bippo," Ace told Luffy, "although we do have some other people for you to meet." "So, you have some people with you?" Luffy sighed. "Guess the crew got bigger." "You'll love them," Ace replied. "So hurry up and get here." "I'll see you soon," Luffy stated as he hung up the snail and smiled at his mostly confused crew. "We have a little time, so we may as well continue your Haki training." "That's it," Luffy screamed as they reached the peak of Reverse Mountain. "That's the Grand Line." The crew had managed to slip into the small gap in the mountain that carried them to the top. They only got the smallest of glimpses of the Grand Line before Going Merry fell forwards and began to plummet towards the bottom of the mountain. Some of the crew screamed in terror as Luffy had a large smile on his face. That began to fall as he heard his sniper screaming out. "There's an iceberg ahead," Usopp shouted as he saw a giant shadow at the bottom of the mountain. "That's a whale, you idiot," Zoro replied as he looked at Luffy. "I got it," Luffy stated as he sat on the figurehead and threw his arm forwards. The crew watched as ice rushed forwards and their captain began to sweat a little as the ship began to slow down. It stopped just before the whale as the giant sea creature let out a roar and its eyes looked down at the crew. The pirates' eyes widened as the whale's mouth opened as began to suck in their ship. As the ship entered the whale's mouth, Luffy took to the air and landed on its head, ready to stop it from eating his crew before he noticed a metal hatch on the whale's head. With the rest of the crew. "Are we dead?" Usopp asked as he looked at his surroundings. "I swear we were swallowed by a whale." "We were," Zoro replied as he looked at a small house on an island. "I'd say we're in the whale." "Inside the whale?" Usopp questioned in shock. "Then who did that?" "Someone with a lot of time," Sanji stated as he looked at the painted stomach. "Be ready," Zoro said suddenly as he placed a hand on his Wado Ikemanji as a squid shot out of the water in front of them. Before Zoro could even unsheath his sword, 3 harpoons shot through the squid's head as it collapsed back into the water. Sanji walked next to Zoro as he took a drag on his cigarette and looked at the house that the harpoons had been shot from. Looks like there's someone strong here, Sanji stated. You could say that, Zoro replied as the squid began to get dragged towards the house. Why don't we just open fire on the house? Usopp screamed in fear. Hold on, Zoro told the sniper as a man walked out of the house. A flower, Sanji said in confusion as he looked at the strange man. The man has a rather stocky and muscular body, is bald on the top of his head, but with white hair with yellow flower petal-like things that have purple near the bottom of them, and a white beard that splits in 2 parts. His lower lip is noticeably larger than his upper. He wears a pink shirt with a yellow and green stripe with purple circles in the yellow along with bluish-gray shorts with sandals. He also wears glasses, a seaweed necklace, 3 gold bracelets, and a green gem bracelet on his left wrist. He also has a scar on his left arm. What's with him? Usopp asked the crew. Was he fishing or was he trying to save us? Hey old man, would you mind telling us who you are and where we are? Zoro yelled out to the man. It's common courtesy to introduce yourself before asking others. You know, the old man replied. Oh right, Zoro said. Anyways, my name is Crocus, the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Capes. I'm 71 years old, a Gemini and have type Ab blood, the man stated as he cut off Zoro. I'm going to kill him, the normally calm swordsman said. You already know where you are, Crocus replied. Don't come into my private resort and start to play dumb. So, we really are in the whale's stomach, Usopp whispered in fear. How do we get out of here? If it's an exit you want, there's one over there, Crocus told them as he laid down on a lawn chair. You can get out of here. But why is there a door inside a whale? Usopp questioned in confusion. And why is the inside painted? Nami asked as she looked around. That's just my way of having a good time, Crocus explained. Just what the heck are you doing in here anyway? Usopp screamed in annoyance. Just leave it, Nami told him. We can leave now and find our captain. Fine, Usopp replied before the whale began to shake violently. What's happening? Nami began to scream. So it has begun again, Crocus stated as he got out of his chair as his house rocked, revealing an iron boat. What's happening? Nami asked the man. This whale has started to bash his head against the red line, the man told her as the crew recoiled in shock. Wait, now that he mentions it, the scars on the whale's head make sense, Nami stated as she glared at the man. This whale is in pain. This man must be trying to kill the whale from the inside. What a nasty way to kill something, the man replied in distaste. With that mystery solved, let's leave already, Zoro told the crew. We'll be dissolved if we stay any longer. Let's get out of here, Sanji agreed as the whale continued to shake. With Luffy. This is annoying, the pirate muttered to himself as he bounced down the corridor. I wonder why this whale is throwing such a fit. Alright, we've managed to infiltrate this far inside. Listen up, Miss Wednesday. Beyond this door is probably that old man Luffy overhead. Our mission is to eliminate that geezer and this whale. Yes, Mr. 9. This whale is our town's sweet honey after all, Luffy heard a woman replied as he came into sight of them. Mr. 9 is a young man who wears a golden crown on top of his red hair and has his agent number written on his cheeks. He wears a green suit with white lace along with a ruffled red scarf. Miss Wednesday is a young woman with long wavy light blue hair. She had it pulled back as a ponytail in a very high position. She had brown eyes and has a slender body. She wore a green jacket with white fur covering the collar and had a stripped blue singlet on underneath it. She also had on a pair of white jean shorts and white high-heel boots. The pair's eyes widened as they noticed a man flying towards them with no way to stop before he tackled them into the door they had their backs to, with the rest of the crew. What is that crazy old man doing? Usopp yelled in horror as the man jumped into the acid. He's going to get himself dissolved. He's swimming towards the exit, Zoro noted as he watched the man. We should get out of here before it's too late. We'll have to row, Sanji stated. The crew heard a pair of screams as they noticed a small door swing open and 3 figures come flying out from it. Luffy, Zoro yelled in confusion as he saw his captain with 2 strangers until his arms and walking through the air. Hey guys, the straw-hatted pirate replied with a smile. It's good to see that you're all right. But what is that old man doing? He's escaping, Usopp yelled as he noticed the man climbing a ladder coming from the acid. No, he's not, Luffy stated as he watched the man disappear, and soon after the whale calmed down. Who is this guy? He's the lighthouse keeper, Zoro replied to Luffy. Interesting, Luffy muttered as the man reappeared. I won't let you lay a hand on Laboon for as long as I live, the man screamed at the pair of random people Luffy had dropped onto the deck. Phew. We're inside the whale, the woman laughed as she stood up and pulled out a bazooka. This will be too easy, the man yelled before a pressure hit him and his partner, forcing them to the ground. Sit down, Luffy ordered as he glared at the pair. Don't make me throw you from this ship. A conqueror, Crocus muttered to himself. The man then jumped back into the stomach acid and swam back to his island as the Straw Hats tied up the strange pair. He invited the pirates to his small island to explain what was actually happening. He told the crew that the whale they were currently in was named Laboon and that the 2 strangers were from a nearby island that were trying to take the whale for food. He told them about why he was being so protective of Laboon and why he was slamming his head into Reverse Mountain. He told them about how the whale had come down Reverse Mountain with a crew of pirates when he was a baby. Laboon had traveled with the crew through the West Blue, and when they decided to enter the Grand Line, they tried to leave him behind for his safety. Unknown to them, though, Laboon followed them over the mountain anyway, as he had decided to go with them. The crew had to stay at the lighthouse for a while due to the damage their ship had taken. Over the time they stayed, the crew had become goof friends with Crocus and asked him to look after Laboon for a few years. Laboon understood what was going on and patiently waited for them to come back. And that's why he keeps bashing his head against the red line in hopes that they will come back. How long? Luffy asked after the lighthouse keeper finished his story. 50 years, the old man replied with a frown. He still believes they will come back. How do we get out of here? Luffy questioned. I have some people to have to meet. You're Luffy? Crocus asked as Luffy stared at him. Little Gull's brother. What? Luffy stated darkly. What did you just say? They're at the lighthouse, Crocus replied. They've been waiting, although that boy doesn't like me much. I can tell you why, Luffy responded in anger. Don't call him that. Oh, that's the same thing the other one said, Crocus admitted. He really does detest his father. Wouldn't you? Luffy replied as he glared at Crocus. That may be a man I respect, but he caused Ace nothing but hardships. He never would have meant for that, Crocus told Luffy. I just wanted to tell the boy about my captain. Your captain, Luffy responded as they began to leave Laboon. Why are they just leaving you here? Surely they know. They do. But I'm doing nothing to annoy them, so they leave me alone, Crocus informed the boy. Who are you two talking about? Usopp asked as they finally left Laboon. Don't worry about it yet, Luffy stated as he took to the air. I'll be back. Interesting boy, Crocus thought aloud as he watched Luffy jump towards Laboon. Let's go meet the rest of the crew, Zoro muttered as they turned to look at him and noticed he was between the two strange people who tried to flee. Also, Luffy has to make a decision about these two monsters. Then man muttered in fear. Laboon, Luffy said as he landed on the whale's head. I heard about your history. Luffy smirked as Laboon attempted to throw him from its head by shaking around. The boy eventually got tired of the struggling whale and jumped back into the air before launching himself forwards and punching Laboon square in the head. The whale recoiled in shock and pain before it tried to slam its head into Luffy as the pirate jumped through the air. The pirate eventually held up his hand as the whale stopped in confusion. How about we call that a tie? Luffy stated with a large smile. Your old friends may have passed away, but now you have new friends, and once we sail around the Grand Line we will be back, and then we can have another fight. He hasn't changed at all, Luffy heard a familiar but older voice say. Ace, Luffy yelled as he turned around and rushed towards the man. It's good to see you again. Oh, what about me? Sabo asked with a chuckle before he was also grabbed into a bear hug. Law's over there. Luffy put the pair down and looked around them as he noticed some figures he didn't know in Law's complete crew, as well as a submarine and another ship. The straw-hatted pirate quickly got Laboon to agree to not slam his head into the red line before rushing over and grabbing Sabo and his crew. It's good to see you again, Zoro stated to Ace and Sabo before he drew Wado Ikemanji and blocked two sabers from cutting him in half. And who is this? That saber, Ace told Zoro. He was one of the two men to follow me here. Zoro questioned as he looked around before he noticed a man in front of Luffy. This'll be good, Ace stated with a smile. Who are you? Luffy asked as he noticed a man try and intimidate him. I'm Ace's first mate, the man stated. The captain is happy to see you. I'll be happy to lead you, Luffy replied as he looked at the man. I don't think you understand, the man said. Ace is the captain. I don't think you understand, Luffy said as half his face froze and ice began to spread out from him. I don't accept insubordination on my crew. Masked Use, the man said simply as he turned around. It'll be interesting to see you grow, Captain. Masked Use's defining feature is the mask he wears over his eyes to conceal his identity. He is a muscular man with spiky long light blue hair and wears a very long open coat which stretches down to his knees and leaves his chest exposed. He also wears a belt diagonally across his chest, trousers with a rose design on the bottom left that is held up by a belt, and a pair of dark boots that go up to his knees. Saber is an average-sized, muscular man with slightly tanned skin, long legs, and long brown hair. He has a short, stubbly beard. He wears a blue-gray jacket with a light color band on the arm, gray pants that cut off above his ankle, and light-colored boots. He also wears headphones, a brown belt with a circle design, and a cream hat that has a red cross-like emblem on it. HMPH. You too, Luffy replied before he smelt food. Sanji, are you cooking that fish? It's nearly done, Sanji replied. Oh, have enough for everyone. Later. So, Whitebeard, huh? Luffy asked as he sat in the cabin with his brothers-in-law. They had recently left the Twin Peaks with 2 additions. Luffy had agreed to take the pair back to their hometown of Whiskey Peak. While this little meeting was going on, the rest of the crew were outside undergoing even more training as they also dealt with the strange weather that the Grand Line produced. He sort of forced me to, Ace admitted as he showed Luffy the tattoo of Whitebeard Jolly Roger on his right arm. He even knew who my father was. How strong is he? Luffy asked as Ace stared at him in disbelief. Beyond your imagination, Ace replied as Luffy began to smile. Then I guess I'll have to get stronger, Luffy responded as he looked at Sabo. What about you? Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo admitted. I joined up soon after I left. How's it going? Luffy asked. Good. They're getting bigger by the day, Sabo told him. That's great to hear, Luffy stated as he looked at Law. And you? Just the blues, Law said to them. Some training and improvement, plus destroying some of Doflamingo's outposts. Okay, I guess it's time to make a plan, Luffy said as he held out 11 bounty posters in front of him, much to the disbelief of the other 3 men in the room. We'll start small and work our way up. As crazy as every, Ace stated as he focused on one poster as Law focused on another. That's why we're going to keep getting stronger, Luffy replied as he looked at the other 3. We'll also be training as much as we can. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.